Hello everyone, and welcome back to Audiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts, Attributes, Chapter 1151. How dare he, the origin of soul of the devouring nihility beast, was enormous. Wang Teng seemed exceptionally small beside it. By right, he should have failed due to the vast difference in strength and size. However, he succeeded. The main reason was that this devouring nihility beast was still a baby. It was too naive. That was why it attempted to play with its prey. There was a little advantage when an adult soul attempted to steal an infant soul. The second reason was that Wang Teng was a bug. He forcefully replenished his origin of soul using his blank attributes when it was consumed and won the marathon. To make an inappropriate analogy, Wang Teng was like a tough needle that couldn't be bent. He penetrated the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul slowly but surely. Even a small hole allowed him to succeed in his thieves' skill. Now all of Wang Teng's blank attributes were gone. Not a single point was left. Honestly, he almost died. If he had slightly fewer points, he wouldn't have succeeded. Wang Teng still had lingering fears when he recalled the entire thief process. Either way, he succeeded in the end. This was the first time Wang Teng had executed this skill. This was his last resort. He didn't think he would succeed. Now, he was sharing a soul with the devouring nihility beast, but they had different bodies. The origin of soul of the devouring nihility beast was now a part of his origin of soul. Wang Teng sat cross-legged in front of the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. It started shrinking immediately and turned into another Wang Teng after some time. This new Wang Teng was dressed in a purple-black gown. Even his hair was purple-black. It was extremely different from the real Wang Teng. "Sit," Wang Teng said. The devouring nihility beast smiled and sat down in front of him. Two Wang Tengs sat opposite each other. This was a strange sight. Fortunately, Wang Teng had executed his cloning skill before, so he was used to this feeling. Then, Wang Teng closed his eyes and started counting his gains. The risk of the thieves' skill was huge. He would be doomed eternally if any accidents happened, but the gains were tremendous too. It was a pleasant surprise. Wang Teng's mind was in a whirl. He couldn't absorb the legacy of the devouring nihility beast within such a short time. That was right. As the most mysterious universe behemoth, the devouring nihility beast had a legacy. These powerful universe behemoths had an unimaginably queer way of passing on their legacy. There were only a few of them, so when they were at the end of their lives, they would compile all their origin of life into an egg. Their main body would disappear. The egg would be left on a planet with strong vitality. It would be incubated there for millions or even billions of years. The legacy of the race would be passed down through spiritual marks. Also, the devouring nihility beast could consume other living creatures, so it could easily obtain the secret legacies of other races. This method was similar to how he picked up attribute bubbles, but it wasn't as direct. After absorbing the knowledge, they had to digest it slowly by themselves. These memories were passed down from generation to generation. It was an accumulation of knowledge over billions and billions of years. The vastness of this knowledge and legacy was unimaginable now. It was in Wang Teng's hands. In front of the devouring nihility beast's legacy, Nangong Yu and the Flaming River universe, Lord's legacies were nothing. There was no comparison. This vast amount of knowledge almost blasted Wang Teng's mind apart. Fortunately, after stealing the devouring nihility beast, his origin of soul became many times more powerful than before. Actually, the devouring nihility beast was only at the peak of the cosmos stage, but its origin of soul and origin of life were more powerful than any normal martial warriors at the same stage. Time flew. 3 days later, he finally managed to seal all the legacy memories of the devouring nihility beast. Yes, sealed, not absorbed. The memories were too messy and chaotic. They encompassed the introduction of thousands of races in the universe, including humans, orcs, fairies, mecha race, metallic race, plant race. There was information about other universe behemoths, too. They were all mysterious and powerful. Ordinary martial warriors would rarely meet them. For instance, the Kunwu beast of the Great Qian Empire and the blazing giant dragon, which the Parker's family had met before. Information of all these legendary beasts was within the devouring nihility beast's memory. There were other small secret skills, too. Wang Teng would need numerous years to absorb all of them, but he didn't have the luxury to do that right away. Besides, most of this knowledge was useless. He didn't have to learn them. Even the devouring nihility beast wouldn't digest all the knowledge. It would be a waste of time and effort to learn all this useless and messy information. These memories could be used to enrich himself anyway. These memories were his now. They wouldn't disappear. He had ample time to digest them slowly in the future. If he needed something, he could search for the information he needed in this memory reserve. It's time to go out, Wang Teng muttered to himself. The next second, his origin of soul surged out of this dark devour space and returned to his body. In the space fragment, Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. A deep and dark glow flashed in them. "Wang Teng, you're awake," Roundball exclaimed in surprise. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. Then he looked at Roundball. Roundball froze in midair. It seemed to have suffered a mental stimulation and started retreating in fear. "You!" it shouted in astonishment as if it saw something frightening. "What's wrong with me?" Wang Teng was confused. "You're not Wang Teng. Who are you?" Roundball was flabbergasted. It shifted away from Wang Teng grimly. The Ant-Man Queen floated away sternly, staring intently at Wang Teng. "Ha ha ha ha!" Wang Teng finally realized what happened. He burst out laughing. "I am Wang Teng. No, impossible. Wang Teng wouldn't give me such spiritual pressure." Roundball gritted its teeth and shook its head. There was sorrow on its face. "I consumed the devouring nihility beast," Wang Teng replied. "Consumed?" Roundball froze on the spot as if it had heard something unbelievable. It was in a daze. The Ant-Man Queen was in shock, too. There was astonishment in her eyes. This was crazy. A human devoured a devouring nihility beast. Where did he get his guts from? Chapter 1152, Bloodline. Wang Teng's words shocked Roundball and the Ant-Man Queen to their cores. They didn't return to their senses for a long time. After some time, Roundball took a deep breath. Its voice was filled with doubts. "How can you prove that you're Wang Teng?" Wang Teng was stunned. This was a serious question. How could he prove his identity? Wang Teng didn't expect that he would be faced with such a strange problem. "This is bad. If you can't prove it, we can't confirm if Wang Teng devoured the devouring nihility beast or the other way round." Roundball remained calm. "The devouring nihility beast is so powerful, I'm afraid." The Ant-Man Queen didn't continue. It didn't have that much confidence in Wang Teng. The gap between the devouring nihility beast and Wang Teng was so great, it couldn't imagine how he could successfully consume the devouring nihility beast's soul. That was too unrealistic. All right, let me think about how to prove it." Wang Teng rubbed his chin and thought about it. Suddenly his eyes lit up. That's it. He broke up the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul and showed it to them. The huge devouring nihility beast's body shrank multiple times, but its body was still shrouded by the purple dark light, making it difficult to see its true appearance. When Roundball and the Ant-Man Queen saw the devouring nihility beast's body, they immediately confirmed its identity. The overwhelming presence that stemmed from the bloodline could never be faked. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen didn't believe that Wang Teng was who he was because they felt that overwhelming pressure coming from his soul when they looked into his eyes. "Look carefully. See how I'm going to prove it to you," Wang Teng said with a little hesitation. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen were suspicious. It seemed a little hard to tell by looking at his appearance. "Come on, bark like a dog," Wang Teng suddenly said. Round Ball, the Ant-Man Queen, they were dazed. They couldn't believe that this was Wang Teng's great idea. Was he for real? Woof, woof. The devouring nihility beast's origin of soul let out a bark. The duo didn't expect it to actually bark. Both of them almost believed that the devouring nihility beast's soul had been taken by Wang Teng. Only he would do such a heartless thing. The devouring nihility beast was from a noble bloodline and would never do anything like that. It wouldn't even bother to learn how other races communicated, let alone a dog's barking. This was a pride that stemmed from its bloodline. It was something everyone knew. Almost every universe behemoth was prideful and noble. They would rather die than do something humiliating. Once, someone wanted to enslave a universe behemoth, but it self-destructed instead. It would rather die than serve someone. And that universe behemoth's bloodline wasn't even as noble as the devouring nihility beast's. Besides, it wouldn't do any good for the devouring nihility beast to pretend that its soul had been obtained by Wang Teng. It had no need to do so. There was only one possibility. Wang Teng had obtained its soul. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen looked at Wang Teng in deep shock. Cough, this should be enough. Wang Teng cleared his throat. Now, the devouring nihility beast was him. He made himself bark. Wasn't he resolute enough? Okay, Round Ball had a weird expression. It floated around Wang Teng in disbelief. So you wanted to take its soul? This is the only way I had to do this, Wang Teng said calmly, as if he had done something ordinary. No wonder you didn't tell me about it. If I knew that you were going to use thieve, I would have stopped you. Round Ball shook its head. I could only do this by myself. It was useless for me to tell you. You're really insane. Round Ball looked at him as if he were a ghost. The most important thing is that you succeeded. The Ant-Man Queen carefully looked at Wang Teng and the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. Round Ball also surrounded the devouring nihility beast in curiosity. It wanted to see what it really looked like. This was the devouring nihility beast. No one had seen its true appearance, and it was now in front of them. It felt magical. You should have gained a lot of benefits after your thieves succeeded on the devouring nihility beast, Round Ball said. Of course, Wang Teng nodded with a smile. You're so lucky. I don't even know how you managed to succeed. Round Ball shook its head and then said with great excitement, with the devouring nihility beast's body and bloodline, you can definitely advance to the universe stage. There shouldn't be anything hindering you in the process. It's true. Some known universe behemoth can reach the universe stage by just growing and maturing. This devouring nihility beast is much more powerful and mysterious than them. Advancing to the universe stage is not a problem at all. The Ant-Man Queen agreed. This is because only a few people had any information about the devouring nihility beast. They could only speculate. Even so, it was absolutely certain that the devouring nihility beast could reach the universe stage. Wang Teng nodded and a smile appeared on his face. The devouring nihility beast had a powerful bloodline satisfying him greatly. The devouring nihility beast grew by devouring. As long as it received enough resources, it could reach the universe stage or even more. It would definitely be a great aid to him. Wang Teng was naturally delighted. As for himself, he wasn't worried at all. As long as he could collect attributes, he wasn't afraid of not reaching the universe stage. In fact, the universe stage was just the beginning. Round Ball and the others didn't know anything about this. They were still worried about his inferior bloodline and whether his talent was enough for him to achieve great things. All right, we should leave this place. Wang Teng kept the devouring nihility beast's origin of soul. That's right. We wasted so much time here, we still have to rush back to No. 29 Defense Planet. Round Ball suddenly remembered something and asked, That universe stage martial warrior was also devoured by the devouring nihility beast. Is he dead? Not yet, but he's now in my hands. I'll deal with him. There was a hint of coldness in Wang Teng's eyes as he sneered. Hee, that bastard definitely didn't expect you to tame the devouring nihility beast. Roundball chuckled. Wang Teng didn't say anything and comforted the floral fairies. He then disappeared from the space fragment. In the next moment, he appeared in the outside world. This was the planet's core, but had been sucked dry. Only a huge, dark purple ball of light was entrenched there. It was the devouring nihility beast. Keep, Wang Teng said in a low voice. The purple-black ball of light disappeared and was taken into the devour space. Chapter 1153, Massacre Before Leaving. In the decaying and grayish planet, a pitch-black universe spacecraft suddenly appeared. It shot out silently from the atmospheric layer at the speed of light. Roundball was in full control of the Devil Slayer spacecraft. It activated the panoramic simulation mode. Wang Teng felt a little complicated as he stared at the planet disappearing behind him. This was the end of the planet. It survived till now because the devouring nihility beast had been acting as the core of the planet. Now that Wang Teng kept the devouring nihility beast's body, this planet would collapse. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, a loud explosion occurred behind him. The entire planet shattered without any warning. A third of the planet separated from the main body and exploded, turning into small asteroids that floated in the universe. Then the other two-thirds of the planet broke into countless asteroids, scattering in the universe. This was the first time Wang Teng witnessed the destruction of a planet. It gave him the jitters, and he was unable to calm down for some time. The origin of soul of the Ant-Man Queen floated out of Wang Teng's body. They didn't have to worry about the devouring nihility beast, so Wang Teng wore the soul crystal on him. The Ant-Man Queen was in deep sorrow as it stared at the planet behind them. Her race had bred and thrived on this planet in the past. It used to be a prosperous place, but now it was all part of history. The planet no longer existed in the universe. Wang Teng and Roundball remained quiet. They didn't disturb the Ant-Man Queen. This was a grievous and sorrowful situation. Although they weren't in the Ant-Man Queen's shoes, they understood her. Let's go. After some time, the Ant-Man Queen retracted her gaze and stared into the emptiness ahead. Roundball, depart. Wang Teng nodded. All right, Devil Slayer, depart. Our destination is the No. 29 defense planet. Roundball chuckled. Its tone turned light-hearted as it piloted the Devil Slayer spacecraft into the gray mist. They possessed an intact universe-level spacecraft that hadn't been damaged, so passing through the gray mist was an easy feat. Intelligent life forms are indeed powerful. My clansmen had to study for a long time before we managed to control this spacecraft. We also needed many of us to cooperate together. The Ant-Man Queen looked at Roundball and commented, "Ha-ha, of course. Intelligent life forms like me are rare." Roundball raised its eyebrows at Wang Teng proudly. Wang Teng smiled. Surprisingly, he didn't refute Roundball this time. He had to admit that it had been a great help to him along the way. Master, my soul can't hold for long. I need to proceed with rebirth immediately. The Ant-Man Queen spoke to Wang Teng with respect. In the past, she might have had other thoughts. But after learning that Wang Teng stole the devouring nihility beast, all these thoughts disappeared. She started to treat him with respect and reverence. She didn't dare to show any signs of unhappiness. You need a powerful star beast with great vitality for your rebirth, right? You need to place this soul crystal in that star beast, Wang Teng said. It looks like Master already knows. The Ant-Man Queen was surprised. Then she remembered something and nodded. I'll prepare the star beast as soon as I can. Wang Teng nodded. He knew this from the knowledge he had received from the devouring nihility beast. Sorry to trouble you, the Ant-Man Queen replied respectfully. No worries. I'm anticipating the loyalty of the Ant-Man race, too. After stealing the devouring nihility beast, the Ant-Man Queen was no longer a threat to him. He could order it around without any worry, so her rebirth was put on the agenda. The spacecraft had entered the gray mist zone. There was a group of toxic mirage beasts ahead. "Round ball, kill them," Wang Teng said calmly with a sharp gaze. "These bastards chased us relentlessly in the past. It's time to make them pay the price. I can use this chance to test the weapons on this devil slayer too." Round ball rubbed its hands in anticipation. "Don't let any of them escape," Wang Teng said. "No one will get away," Round ball promised. It activated the force cannon of the devil slayer. The force cannon was made from bloodlust stones. Hence, its force attacks carried bloodlust conscious in it. It could be used to intimidate their opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Force cannons with strings of black bloodlust conscious slammed into the toxic mirage beasts. Under Roundball's control, the cannons shot through the air with agility. No one panicked, even though toxic mirage beasts were surrounding them from all corners. This situation was completely different from the time when they had just entered the gray mist. At that time, the Flaming River spacecraft was damaged, and there was a universe stage martial warrior hot on their tails. They had no time to care about these toxic mirage beasts. Now it was a one-sided massacre. After all, the Devil Slayer was extremely powerful. The toxic mirage beasts were intimidated by the bloodlust conscious. Before they could react, the force cannon struck them, reducing them to minced meat. Wang Teng sat in the host's seat on the spacecraft and collected the attribute bubbles outside indifferently. Constellation Force, Poison, Teal, Plath 12, blank, blank, lank, 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 whack, lank, whack, whack, lank, lack, lack, lank, blank, what, lank, what,
Wang attribute 2500, Toxic Mirage 120, blank attribute 2004 Poison 1350, blank attribute 3000, Constellation Force Poison 1500, Toxic Mirage 120 blank attribute 2500. A large number of attribute bubbles floated toward Wang Teng.
He needed to replenish his blank attributes pool urgently. This was also a good time to raise his poison force. Thus, Wang Teng planned to kill all these poisonous beasts. He would annihilate them. These toxic mirage beasts got attracted by the devouring nihility beast. They formed a gray mist around the planet so that outsiders wouldn't be able to get in. The people inside will find it tough to get out, too, the Ant-Man Queen explained. Wang Teng nodded. No one knew the methods of the devouring nihility beast better than him. It wasn't hard for it to control star beasts with a weaker bloodline, using his powerful spiritual power. Wang Teng spent half a day clearing all the toxic mirage beasts in the gray mist. Not a single beast managed to escape. Wang Teng received a large number of attribute bubbles. Constellation Poison Force 328090,000, planetary stage 9th level. Blank attribute 75600. Toxic Mirage 2500 to 50,000. Big achievement. His poison force had reached the 9th level of the planetary stage. He collected more than 70,000 blank attributes too. This was a small windfall. At the same time, he received a lot of Toxic Mirage attributes, allowing his skill to jump to the big achievement stage. He could release a massive amount of Toxic Mirage to cover a certain area. This was a good technique, Chapter 1154. Guess, after the toxic mirage beasts died, the gray mist finally dissipated. The Devil Slayer spacecraft left the gray mist zone and returned to outer space. Round Ball locked in on No. 29 Defense Planet. It exclaimed in shock, "We have gone extremely off course. We'll need 2 to 3 days more to complete our journey." "Increase the speed to maximum," Wang Teng said. "No problem. Anyway, I didn't expect this Devil Slayer to be so powerful. Its speed is around 2 times faster than the Flaming River," Round Ball commented. My race paid a huge price to build this devil slayer. We place special emphasis on speed and destructive power, the Ant-Man Queen explained softly. It's indeed powerful. We just hit the asteroids gently with the devil slayer, and the sharp wings cut them into two. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior can get heavily injured by this spacecraft, Round Ball said. Then, the spacecraft entered the dark universe and rushed towards the number 29 defense planet. Wang Teng, you have a message, Round Ball suddenly reminded him. Who is it? Wang Teng was surprised. Di Chi, connect me to the virtual universe, Wang Teng said hurriedly with a frown. All right, Round Ball nodded. It immediately connected Wang Teng to the virtual universe. The virtual universe. In the Great Qian mainland within the castle of the Cavendish family, Di Chi was sitting behind a table in an extravagant study room and waiting patiently. Suddenly, Wang Teng's figure appeared in the study. You're finally here. Di Chi's eyes lit up. He smiled and said happily, I couldn't contact you for some time. What happened? Sigh. I was being hunted by a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Teng sat down on the real leather sofa and poured himself a cup of fruit juice. He downed it in a single gulp. The delicacies in the virtual universe were amazing. This kind of fruit juice extracted from the emerald honey fruit was a high-class drink rarely seen in the universe. One could only find it on a large planet like Great Qian Planet. Wang Teng could only drink it when he was at Di Chi's place. What? Di Chi sprung up from his seat in astonishment. Why did you offend a universe stage martial warrior again?
What do you mean by I offended a universe stage martial warrior?
Wang Teng rolled his eyes uncontrollably. If you didn't provoke him, why would he chase you? Di Chi sat down beside him. Who knows? He chased me for no reason. Wang Teng blinked. Then he scoffed. Besides the Parkers, I can't think of another family with such capabilities. Are you saying that the Parkers asked someone to kill you? Di Chi frowned. Do you have evidence? I think so. Evidence? I'll know after I ask that universe stage martial warrior. Ask the universe stage martial warrior? Di Chi was stunned. Did you convince the martial warrior to switch sides? No, I captured him. Wang Teng poured himself another glass of fruit juice and savored it happily. Not bad. Get some real stuff for me next time. Di Chi was speechless. Why are you still thinking of this fruit juice? Did you say that you've captured the universe stage martial warrior? Are you kidding? Why would I lie to you? Come on, that's a universe stage martial warrior. Don't make it sound so simple. Di Chi didn't know how to express his emotions. He felt exasperated. So how did you capture him? It's a long story. Wang Teng wouldn't tell Di Chi that he stole a devouring nihility beast. The devouring nihility beast was extremely mysterious. If others knew that he had one, it wouldn't just be the universe stage martial warriors chasing him. The implications were huge. Thus, he just told Di Chi that he accidentally entered a restricted zone and found a way to turn the tables. Of course, the entire process was dangerous. He almost couldn't come back. He mixed some lies with the truth, so the reliability was quite high. He had a good relationship with Di Chi. He wouldn't lie to him entirely. Di Chi believed him too. You're so lucky, Di Chi lamented. Wang Teng made it sound simple, but he could tell how precarious the situation was. If he were to face a universe stage martial warrior, he could only bring out his ancestor to save himself. He couldn't think of any other ways. In this aspect, he respected Wang Teng. This fellow was fated to be a protagonist.
Lucky I'm risking my life here.
Wang Teng shook his head. Judging from what you've said, it's probably the Parkers family. You might not know, but the law of cause and effect is instilled in Grand Duke Chongshan's order. Once any martial warrior from the Parkers family attacks you, they'll be found out. Hence, they can only ask outsiders to do the work for them, Di Chi said after some contemplation. The law of cause and effect. Wang Teng was stunned. This sounds high class, even the cause and effect is being used. Haha, you probably don't understand how powerful Grand Duke Chongshan is. Di Chi shook his head and sighed. Honestly, I'm surprised that he spoke up for you. Wang Teng blinked. He thought of something. Did the Grand Duke know that he had the Godslayer sword scripture? If not, why would someone from the imperial family of the great Qian Empire speak up for a small baron like him? It was unrealistic. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Wang Teng shook his head and asked, "Have you reached the No. 29 defense planet?" "Yes, I got there more than a month ago and I'm waiting for you," Di Chi replied. "But I forgive you since you were being chased by a universe-stage martial warrior." "You'll have to wait for a few more days. I'm on my way," Wang Teng smiled. "All right, hurry up. You're the only one left." Di Chi punched him. "If we work together, we'll be able to make a name for ourselves on this Num 29 defense planet." When Wang Teng left the great Qian planet, Di Chi invited him to roam the Num 29 defense planet together and gain military exploits. To the martial warriors in the great Qian Empire, fighting with the dark apparitions on defense planets was the best way to train themselves. Those martial warriors that fought dark apparitions in battles were all renowned figures. Wang Teng also wanted to see how powerful a devil emperor was. At the same time, he could get some attribute bubbles, so he agreed to Di Chi's suggestion. Wang Teng and Di Chi returned to the real world after the small chat. Just as he was about to go back for cultivation, he remembered something. He hadn't dealt with Cao Jiao Jiao and Cao Hongtu. Swoosh! He waved his hand and brought Cao Hongtu and Cao Jiao out of his space fragment. Cao Hongtu was heavily injured. He lay on the ground like a dead dog. As for Cao Jiao Jiao, she stood at the side with a complicated expression. She couldn't bear to see her father in this state, but she felt extremely disappointed too. Chapter 1155. Don't get angry. Remember, you're a prisoner. Long time no see, senior brother Cao. Wang Teng sat in the main control seat and looked down at Cao Hongtu. His tone was calm. The Ant-Man race might have a special fetish. This seat was designed like a throne. It was entirely black and gave off a ferocious aura, like the king of all-star beasts. Anyone standing in front of this seat would suffer a great stimulation in his heart. Cao Hongtu raised his head. He seemed exceptionally lifeless after his serious injury. His spirit was also injured, so it made him lethargic and weary. This was an entirely different person from the first time Wang Teng saw him. "What do you want?" Cao Hongtu asked, in a hoarse voice. Cao Jiao looked at Wang Teng too. This was the question she wanted to ask. She was caught by Wang Teng in the Flaming River world and locked up until now. She was getting depressed. "I'll give you one choice. Only one of you can stay alive. The one who wants to live can kill the other one." Wang Teng looked back and forth between the two people as he spoke indifferently. Cao Jiao widened her eyes in shock. She stared at Wang Teng as if he were a ghost. Cao Hongtu squinted too. He didn't expect him to give them such a choice. A fight between a father and daughter, this bastard was inhumane. Round Ball and the Ant-Man Queen stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. This fellow's heart was probably black. How could he ask the father and daughter to make such a decision? Don't even think about it. Cao Jiao stared at Wang Teng with hatred and said in a cold voice, "Oh, is that your choice?" Wang Teng looked at her with interest. Then he ignored her and turned to Cao Hongtu. "Senior brother Cao, what about you?" Cao Hongtu turned silent. Cao Jiao stared intently at her father. She still bore some hope in her even though he had abandoned her once. Since she was a child, Cao Hongtu gave her hope and love. Among her siblings, she was undoubtedly doted on the most. Even Cao Wu, who was as talented as her, didn't receive such treatment. But after Wang Teng's appearance, Cao Hongtu changed. He would do anything to get the Baron's title, even if that meant forsaking his daughter. So, at this last moment, what would he choose? Wang Teng stared at Cao Hongtu calmly. Cao Hongtu was in a dilemma. In the end, he looked at Cao Jiao and said, Jiao. He didn't complete his sentence, but Cao Jiao understood his intention from his gaze. Her face turned pale, and she took a step back involuntarily. "Clap, clap!" The claps sounded exceptionally grating. Wang Teng got up from his seat and laughed. Cao Jiao Jiao glared at him in frustration and anger. Human nature couldn't be tested. If this fellow didn't give them this inhumane choice, Cao Hongtu wouldn't act like this. Ultimately, it was his fault. Cao Hongtu looked at Wang Teng in humiliation. He thought that the other party was mocking and laughing at him, but he didn't care. As long as he could live, nothing else mattered. Revenge could only be taken if one stayed alive. Cao Hongtu wasn't willing to die. He could do anything to remain alive, even if it meant going against his will. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just joking," Wang Teng said with a smile. Cao Jiao Jiao, Cao Hongtu, joking. The two of them felt a little stuffy. They felt like vomiting blood. Pfft. They were pondering their life and death here, only to learn that he was joking, Round Ball, and the Ant-Man Queen stared at him speechlessly. They were dumbstruck by his actions. Cough, I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Do I have such an evil impression in your mind? Wang Teng asked innocently. Round Ball snorted. Cao Jiao was panting. She was so angry that she didn't know what to say. This bastard was quite infuriating. Why did someone like him exist? Why hadn't heaven killed him with a bolt of lightning? Cao Hongtu was stunned too. He didn't know what expression to give. But I still have two choices for you. Wang Teng ignored their expressions and continued again. Cao Jiao Jiao was furious. What do you want? Are you playing with us? Don't get angry. Remember, you're a prisoner. Wang Teng sat back down. Cao Jiao Jiao felt speechless. It was normal to play with a prisoner. Nothing wrong with that, but for some reason she felt extremely frustrated. All right, let's cut the bullshit. Wang Teng glanced at Cao Jiao Jiao and Cao Hongtu. Whereas appalled, they stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. So this was his motive. He wanted them to submit to him, in your dreams. I'll rather die than bow my head to you. Cao Jiao Shao snorted. It's all right, I can sell you to the slave market. A Cosmos stage martial warrior will fetch a good price. Some people fancy female martial warriors like you. Wang Teng glanced at Cao Jiao Jiao and sneered. You, Cao Jiao pointed at him with a red face. She shuddered in fear at the thought of being sold as a slave and getting bought by some people with weird fetishes. What about you? Wang Teng disregarded her and turned to look at Cao Hongtu. I submit to you. Cao Hongtu agreed after a moment of hesitation. He was unwilling to bow down to Wang Teng, but in the face of death, nothing was important to him. Staying alive was his main aim. Good. Wang Teng nodded. He wasn't surprised. Come here. Cao Hongtu didn't know what he wanted to do. He crawled up from the ground and stumbled in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and stabbed it into Cao Hongtu's forehead. Ah! Cao Hongtu let out a cry of pain. Wang Teng, what are you doing? Cao Jiao Jiao was dumbfounded. She screamed in anger and rushed forward to stop him. Wang Teng waved his hand and formed an invisible wall with his spiritual power. Cao Jiao Jiao was thrown off her feet. Bang! She slammed onto the metallic wall of the spacecraft. Wang Teng took back the spiritual power he had stabbed into Cao Hongtu's forehead. What is this? Cao Hongtu was terrified. He took a few steps back to stay away from Wang Teng. He was in disbelief. Don't worry. If you have no thoughts of rebelling, this mark won't harm you. Wang Teng explained calmly. Chapter 1156. Baron Wang Teng. Welcome to the No. 29 Defense Planet. You left a spiritual mark on me. Cao Hongtu shouted in disbelief. Wang Teng was just a celestial stage martial warrior, while he was a heaven stage martial warrior. How was he able to leave his spiritual mark with this huge difference in strength? This wasn't right. But he suddenly remembered the fear he felt when Wang Teng entered his spiritual core. He didn't know the reason, but the oppression of his spirit was real. How did Wang Teng's spirit become this powerful and scary? This wasn't the ability a celestial stage martial warrior should possess. Cao Hongtu didn't understand. What? Do you have an objection? Wang Teng asked calmly. Cao Hongtu's expression changed. In the end, he submitted to fate and retreated silently to the side. He thought that he could play the hypocrite with every semblance of sincerity and look for a chance to get rid of Wang Teng in the future. He didn't expect this spiritual mark in the universe. There were many ways to control other people. The biochip present in the slave market was one method. However, it was only suitable for Cosmos stage martial warriors, and below, after reaching the Heaven stage, the martial warrior would be able to remove the biochip without harming his body. In this situation, the biochip had no effect on them. Another way was through the origin of soul. Once someone controlled your origin of soul, you wouldn't be able to resist and had to obey the other party. The origin of soul was the foundation of all martial warriors. Once it was injured, one's cultivation would be affected, and one might even suffer from the pain of their soul decaying. However, an injury of the origin of soul could be healed. For instance, the 9-essence soul congealing pill that Wang Teng made in the past could help. Some treasures were able to heal the soul too. Thus, for martial warriors above the Heaven stage, this wasn't the safest method. If they were forced into a corner, they might bear the pain of injuring their origin of soul to escape the control of others. Only low-rank martial warriors could be enslaved with this method. Their origin of soul was weak, so they couldn't withstand any injuries. Any damage to the origin of soul could cost them their lives. They only had a chance of survival if they had a powerful background and could afford to buy Dan medicines or treasures to heal their origin of soul. Another method was the spiritual slavery method. However, these techniques were rare. These skills were normally a secret and only existed in ancient legacies. Wang Teng didn't have it before. After inheriting the memories and legacies of the devouring nihility beast, he found a method that could be used to enslave someone's spirit. This secret skill was called the slave spirit mark. Spiritual secret skills were mysterious and occult. They were hard to decipher too. If the slave attempted to remove it, the master would detect it immediately. If the master ignited the spiritual mark, the person under control would explode and die. There were no other possibilities. Thus, once he was marked, Cao Hongtu had to say goodbye to freedom. That was why his expression had turned ugly. Wang Teng looked at Cao Jiao and said, "Are you done? Do you want to submit to me, or should I sell you to the slave market?" Cao Jiao took a few deep breaths. She was in a dilemma, but she chose to submit to Wang Teng in the end. Wang Teng left a spiritual mark on her using the same method. Now these two people were his slaves. They could never betray him. "Come, call me master." Wang Teng lifted Cao Jiao's chin and laughed. Cao Jiao was embarrassed and furious. However, she couldn't disobey him. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the word from her mouth. "Master, you're not used to it. You should practice more." Wang Teng patted her face. "Oh, it's quite soft. It feels good, Cao Jiao, to hell with practicing more. If she could disobey him, she would have kicked him." No man had ever dared to treat her with such impoliteness. Now, sigh. Cao Jiao sighed in her heart. She was just Wang Teng's slave now. She had no right to complain. "How long haven't you bathed? Go and wash up and change your clothes. Since you're my slave now, you mustn't embarrass me." Wang Teng sized up Cao Jiao with a strange expression and said with disdain. He waved his hand. Cao Jiao gritted her teeth. Wasn't he the one who caused her to be in this state? He locked her up in the space fragment for a long time. What right did he have to complain? Seriously. But she had to admit that she couldn't stand herself either. She longed to take a bath and wash her bad luck away. "Roundball, prepare 2 rooms for them," Wang Teng said. "Okay." Roundball nodded. It prepared rooms for Cao Jiao and Cao Hongtu. After settling Cao Hongtu and Cao Jiao, Wang Teng went back to the cultivation room. He left the piloting to Roundball. Many days later, Wang Teng finally arrived near the 929 defense planet. He had changed the Devil Slayer to another ordinary celestial-level spacecraft. After all, the Devil Slayer was too eye-catching. In a chaotic territory like a defense planet, Traveling in a powerful universe-level spacecraft would attract unnecessary trouble. Wang Teng didn't want to catch the attention of any universe-stage martial warrior again. After flying for another hour, he finally saw a large grayish-brown planet in the distance. There were giant battlecraft with the Great Qian Empire's symbol lined up around the planet, forming a strong line of defense. A nervous atmosphere could be felt between the line of defense and the planet. Every spacecraft that reached this area would have to undergo a round of inspection and enter the number 29 defense planet through a fixed route. If not, they would be mercilessly shot down. Round Ball notify them. Wang Teng stood in front of the control station. Round Ball immediately notified the Great Qian Empire's army that was stationed on this No. 29 defense planet. After some time, a light screen appeared in front of Wang Teng. Baron Wang Teng, welcome to the No. 29 defense planet. I'm the second lieutenant in charge of guiding you. My name is Fei Hai, a middle-aged man with brown hair said. Nice to meet you, Second Lieutenant Fei Hai. Wang Teng nodded in reply. I'll send you the spacecraft route in a moment. Please follow this route to enter the No. 29 defense planet, Fei Hai reminded. Do not leave the route or you'll be shot down. I understand. Wang Teng nodded. Round Ball received the route instantly. They followed it and entered the No. 29 defense planet successfully. The spacecraft was parked in the dock. Di Chi was already waiting for them. Chapter 1157, Situation on the Defense Planet. The ordinary mass-produced celestial-level spacecraft landed gradually. The cabin door opened and Wang Teng alighted. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. Peals of laughter welcomed his arrival. Di Chi strode over and gave him a big hug. Do you have to be so enthusiastic? I don't like men. Wang Teng patted his back and moved away. Seriously? Di Chi laughed as he complained. This fellow was as playful as always. Baron Wang Teng, nice to meet you. Welcome to the No. 29 defense planet. A second lieutenant wearing the Great Qian Empire's military uniform walked over and saluted Wang Teng. He seemed respectful right. Wang Teng was just a baron and didn't have a military position, so he didn't have to care. However, since Wang Teng came to the front line of the No. 29 defense planet for battle, the higher authorities had already arranged an adequate position for him. As his guide, Fei Hai had heard some news. However, Wang Teng didn't know anything about it. Second Lieutenant Fei Hai, nice to meet you, Wang Teng returned the salute. Come on, let's head to the military base for reporting. Di Qi led the way. Then he turned and looked at the celestial-level spacecraft and asked, Where's your Cosmos-level spacecraft? Why did you change it? It got destroyed by the universe-stage martial warrior, Wang Teng said sadly. All right, pretend I didn't say anything. Di Qi gave a bitter smile after a moment of silence. Get destroyed by a universe-stage martial warrior. He couldn't complain even if he wanted to. The QYE-63 was an ancient spacecraft model, and it was expensive. He wanted to buy it from Wang Teng in the past, but was rejected. He didn't expect it to get destroyed by a universe-stage martial warrior. Di Chi felt his heart aching. However, he couldn't take revenge on the universe-stage martial warrior, right? Never mind out with the old, in with the new. It's time to change to a better spacecraft, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. After the QYE-63 Cosmos-level spacecraft was destroyed, he received the Devil Slayer, a universe-level spacecraft. This was a great bargain. If Di Chi knew, he wouldn't find it a pity anymore. He might even get jealous. That was a universe-level spacecraft. Moreover, it was a special spacecraft customized by the powerful Ant-Man race. The Devil Slayer was a top-notch spacecraft, be it as a collectible or based on its ability and functions. Di Chi was speechless. This fellow sounded light-hearted. He felt as if he was speaking to a wealthy fellow. Second Lieutenant Fei Hai was astounded. He felt a little overwhelmed. A Cosmos-level spacecraft was destroyed by a universe-stage martial warrior. There was too much information in this sentence. He couldn't react in time. Did Baron Wang Teng offend a universe-stage martial warrior and got his spacecraft destroyed then? He was still standing here. It was unbelievable. This Baron wasn't a simple person. He suddenly felt fortunate that he had shown enough respect to Wang Teng. He might be in trouble if he offended this young man. He was just a small second lieutenant. He was nothing in front of all these big figures. Wang Teng sat on a heavy military truck and drove out of the dock. He sized up his surroundings through the window. Di Chi had been here for a month, so he was familiar with this place. He started introducing the planet to Wang Teng. "Kurlan Di Chi. You're snatching my job," Second Lieutenant Fei Hai said with a bitter smile. "Ha ha ha, I'm helping you with your work. Isn't that a good thing?" Di Chi laughed. "Brother Di Chi, you're a colonel already?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. He remembered his military rank when he was still on Earth. At that time, he was a major general, of course. If he had continued climbing the ladder, he could become a general. The three great commanders even wanted to give him the commander position. However, Wang Teng turned them down. With his current ability and stage, any position on Earth was useless. Mind you, he was the overlord of the Milky Way. Earth was just a planet in the Milky Way, hence there was no use fighting for the commander's position. He would rather give this opportunity to those who needed it. There were a bunch of people who wanted that rank and had worked hard for many years. Why did he have to be the evil one and snatch their chance? "I have been in the military for a long time. Being a colonel isn't surprising, Dai," Chi said with a smile. "Looks like I'll need you to take care of me now," Wang Teng teased. "You entered the defense planet as a baron, so your rank won't be low either." Huh. Wang Teng was stunned. He was a new citizen of the Empire. What rank could the military give him? "You'll know when the time comes." Di Chi smiled. As they laughed and chatted, the heavy truck entered an enormous military base. This base was gigantic, many times bigger than the battle fortress on the No-4 defense planet. It could be a city on its own. All types of military vehicles were traveling on clean, orderly, and spacious roads. Soldiers with weapons on them were patrolling beside the roads. Large-sized weapons could be seen on the metallic buildings at the side, making this city appear even more heavily guarded. This was a sturdy and tough metallic battle fortress. "There are many Cosmos-level weapons here," Wang Teng commented. "You have good eyesight. There will be a Cosmos-level weapon every 50 meters. Second Lieutenant Fei Hai explained after a moment of surprise. "Is the situation here so serious?" Wang Teng asked. "You'll know soon," Fei Hai smiled. Wang Teng didn't know what he meant. He felt even more puzzled when he saw the mysterious smile on Di Chi's face. Beep, beep, beep. A few minutes later, a head-splitting siren blared in the base. "Look," Fei Hai pointed at the sky. Wang Teng was astounded. However, he calmed down when he saw Fei Hai and Di Chi's composed expressions and looked up in the direction he was pointing at. A few black shadows were flying in the sky in the distance, escaping to the west of the city. With his eyesight, Wang Teng could tell that these were dark apparitions. There was no way to hide their thick, dark force. Also, these weren't normal dark apparitions. They were devil kings. Boom, boom, boom. The weapons on the ground started firing. Glaring beams of force glow shot into the sky. Roar, roar. The devil kings bellowed in anger before they got blown into pieces. These powerful devil kings died without a trace. What a miserable death. Normally, this scene was a huge stimulation to the new martial warriors who came to this planet. Fei Hai stared at Wang Teng's face, wanting to see the emotions a newbie should have. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There were no traces of anxiousness at all. Besides a second of astonishment in his eyes at the start, he remained calm throughout the entire process as if it wasn't any big deal. Honestly, Wang Teng was surprised by himself. It might be because he had experienced too many things, so such matters couldn't affect him anymore. We frequently discover signs of dark apparitions here. Devil kings and low-tier devil emperors can enter our attacking range. We don't show any mercy and kill them the moment we see them, Fei Hai explained. Are these dark apparitions stupid? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask. Fei Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and explained. The space on this planet is unstable. Dimensional rifts can appear anywhere and at any time. Thus, besides the military base, dark apparitions can be found everywhere. Of course, the area within a 30 miles radius of the military base is safe. Any dark apparitions will be killed by heavy weapons the moment they appear. Some weaker dark apparitions get killed by the patrolling martial warriors, Di Chi added. It looks like the no-print 29 defense planet is more interesting than I thought, Wang Teng said. Interesting? Di Chi and Fei Hai looked at him with strange expressions. They felt that Wang Teng's mind was different from a normal person's. Wang Teng smiled. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles in the air. Constellation Force Dark 1500. Celestial Realm Spirit 100. Constellation Force Dark 1800. Celestial Realm Spirit 115. By right, one shouldn't use spiritual power in the military base. He would be suspected of spying on the military secrets. The consequences would be dire if he was found out. However, Wang Teng only released a small string of spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles. This small string wouldn't be discovered as long as it didn't enter the range of the spiritual power detection devices. The attribute bubbles were all outside the military base. He didn't need to enter the restricted zones. Besides, his spirit was powerful, so he wasn't worried. The military's heavy truck drove ahead and soon reached the center of the military base. The war room, meeting rooms, and administrative rooms were in the central region. The lodgings of the higher authorities were here too. The heavy truck stopped outside a building after rounds of inspection. Second Lieutenant Fei Hai led Wang Teng in. The space inside this building was vast. The thick metallic walls were a sign of its strong defense. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to damage this place. After some time, the three of them came in front of a huge door. There was a soldier wearing a lieutenant uniform behind it. Adjutant Song, please inform General Cameron that Baron Wang Teng is here. Second Lieutenant Fei Hai went forward and said. The lieutenant glanced at Wang Teng curiously and nodded. Please wait for a moment. He knocked on the door and entered the room. After some time, he walked out and raised his hand to invite Wang Teng in. Baron. Wang Teng, please come in. General Cameron has been waiting for you. Chapter 1158, Test and Major. Wang Teng entered General Cameron's office alone. He saw a stern-looking man with white hair sitting behind the office table and writing furiously. He seemed to be busy. He didn't even raise his head when Wang Teng came in. Wang Teng didn't disturb him either. He stood at the side and waited while looking around the room. This was a simple office. Yes, the word simple was the best way to describe it. Wang Teng had seen many offices in the great Qian Empire. The majority of them were extravagant. This was the first time he saw such a simple one. It looked like this general wasn't a fan of enjoyment. Only someone like him could guard a defense planet for a long time. After all, it wasn't an easy task dealing with the dark apparitions on a defense planet. Most importantly, General Cameron was a powerful universe-stage martial warrior. This was why Wang Teng didn't dare to be impolite. After some time, General Cameron raised his head and looked at Wang Teng. He was sizing him up. Baron Wang Teng, you came from a backward planet, but you caused a huge uproar in the great Qian planet. I have long heard of your name, General Cameron said indifferently. Wang Teng didn't give any expressions. He didn't know what this general meant. Was this praise or criticism? Thus, he remained quiet and waited for the general to continue. The Empire has given you a major title, General Cameron continued. Wang Teng was surprised. A major right away? Was the Empire always so generous, mind you? He hadn't made any military exploits. Would others have any objections to his title? Many thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. You're entering the battlefield as a major. You're not a simple soldier anymore. General Cameron gave him a meaningful gaze and continued, It looks like the Empire has high hopes for you. Wang Teng was enlightened. More thoughts went through his mind. Did someone put him in a high position so that he could fall harder? Or did they hope that he could gain more experience on the battlefield and achieve more military contributions? The first group was probably the Parkers. The second group would be the imperial family. As your direct superior, I have the right to reject such requests. General Cameron paused. No emotions could be seen on his face. Wang Teng looked back at Cameron calmly. General Cameron was a universe-stage martial warrior, so the pressure he gave was immense. In addition, he was a real warrior who fought with dark apparitions all year round on the battlefield, so his aura seemed to contain numerous souls of the deceased screaming and howling in agony. Massive killing intent congregated around him. His calm eyes suddenly turned sharp, as if there were mountains of corpses ingrained inside. All the pressure was locked on Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng wasn't affected. He stood there firmly, without any fluctuations in his eyes. He was extremely familiar with such powerful killing intent. Hence, this amount of pressure couldn't frighten him. There was finally a sign of astonishment on General Cameron's face. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He appeared satisfied with Wang Teng's performance. You're the first celestial stage martial warrior that can remain composed under my pressure. The military recorded your performance on the No-4 defense planet. I saw videos of your fight. You're not bad. You're speaking too highly of me. Wang Teng remained respectful and calm. Bowing slightly, he said, "Have I passed your test?" "Oh, you knew that I was testing you." "Yes. After all, there's no need for a universe-stage martial warrior like you to have such a long conversation with me." "Very good. Brute force isn't enough to survive on the battlefield. You need intelligence, too. I have sent the appointment letter to your account. Go back and take a look. Fei Hai will bring you to collect your military uniform and battle resources. Someone else will send you your mission later. I hope you won't disappoint me." He waved his hand, asking Wang Teng to leave. Wang Teng bowed and turned to leave the office quietly. Di Chi and Fei Hai gathered around him outside the door. "How was it? What did that fuddy-duddy say to you?" Di Chi asked directly. He was a little worried since Wang Teng was inside for half an hour. Other newbies wouldn't need to meet General Cameron for such a long time. Even though Wang Teng was a baron, he shouldn't receive any special treatment from General Cameron. Well, unless the general viewed him differently. Fei Hai's eyelids twitched in fear. Colonel Di Chi was too bold. They were just outside General Cameron's office. Wasn't he worried that the general would hear him? Adjutant Song felt the corner of his mouth twitching. He pretended he didn't hear anything. "Fuddy-duddy," Wang Teng gave a strange expression. This description suited the general. He smiled and replied, "Nothing. He gave me some words of encouragement. General Cameron is nice to interact with." "Nice to interact with?" Fei Hai glanced at Wang Teng curiously. He highly suspected that General Cameron Wang Teng mentioned was different from General Cameron. He knew General Cameron was famous on the No-29 defense planet for being strict and old-fashioned. Everyone was afraid of him. Although Di Chi dared to talk behind his back, he was afraid to speak up to his face. "Are you kidding?" Di Chi stared at Wang Teng weirdly. He felt that Wang Teng was trying to brush him off. "I'm fine, right? General Cameron didn't eat me." Wang Teng laughed. Honestly, he felt fine. He wasn't affected by the words General Cameron said or the test he gave him. "All right, you're amazing." Di Chi felt that he was worried for nothing. He gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. Wang Teng smiled. He said to Fei Hai, "Second Lieutenant Fei Hai, General Cameron asked you to bring me to collect my military uniform and battle resources." "All right, follow me," Fei Hai said hurriedly. The three of them left General Cameron's office and walked out of the administrative building. They drove toward the logistics department. "Wang Teng, what rank did the military give you?" Di Chi asked curiously. "Major." "Feek, you're already a major? Seriously?" Di Chi widened his eyes in shock. Fei Hai's jaws dropped in surprise, too. He knew that Wang Teng would get a rank, but he didn't know what it was. He couldn't calm down for quite a while. "Is a major very high?" Wang Teng asked. "You're asking for a beating." Di Chi glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Fei Hai was speechless, too. As a second lieutenant, he had no right to speak. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't disturb you." Do you know how long it took me to become a major? Di Chi asked. 1 year? Wang Teng touched his chin and guessed. Di Chi coughed awkwardly, feeling offended. He replied angrily, 1 year in your dreams. I took 3 entire years and I was at the celestial stage just like you. I was only given the major rank because of my outstanding performance during team combat. You were quite weak at that time. Wang Teng looked down on him. Di Chi felt like cursing. He was frustrated. However, when he remembered Wang Teng's achievements, he kept quiet. It's too early to be sad. With me beside you, you'll soon realize that you're weaker than you think. Wang Teng consoled him. Di Chi, was this consolation? Do you have some misunderstanding of what consolation is? Fei Hai, I thought that they'd make you a lieutenant. I didn't expect them to give you a major title. Di Chi lamented. One could see that reaching the major rank in the Great Qian Empire wasn't easy. It was vastly different from the major title on Earth. At that time, Wang Teng managed to get the rank easily with some military achievements. If he wanted to reach the same height here, he would have a much longer path to walk. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the logistics department. The building was around 4 times bigger than the administrative department. Wang Teng had an easier time with Fei Hai leading the way. He didn't have to worry about encountering any trouble. The logistics department was huge. Fei Hai led Wang Teng through a long corridor before arriving in a spacious room. Second Lieutenant Jeff, I came to take the military uniform and resources for an officer. Fei Hai changed the way he addressed Wang Teng after learning his rank. He was speaking to an old soldier in the room. Second Lieutenant Jeff got up from his seat and looked at the party of 3. He said seriously, "Please show me your appointment letter to verify your identity." Wang Teng tapped his wristwatch, displaying an official appointment letter from the Empire. He sent it to the screen on the wall. Beep. A notification of identity confirmation appeared on the screen. Second Lieutenant Jeff nodded. There was no problem with the appointment letter. But when he saw Wang Teng's rank, he hurriedly put on a respectful expression and saluted. "Major Wang Teng, nice to meet you. You're too polite." Wang Teng saluted too. He noticed that this second Lieutenant Jeff had lost an arm and a leg. Mechanical limbs were used to replace them. He was obviously an old soldier who had retired from the battlefield. Wang Teng would give such people his respect. Second Lieutenant Jeff walked into the warehouse behind him and entered the identification information. He carried a box out. "Major Wang Teng, these are your military uniform and battle resources. It includes 1 Cosmos-level battle armor, 1 Cosmos-level force gun, and 1 Cosmos-level healing medicine. You will live in Zone 2 House 0155. Your lodging rights have been activated. You can use your account to gain access." "All right, thank you." Wang Teng took the box and kept it in his space ring without a second look. Second Lieutenant Jeff didn't know what to say after seeing his casual attitude. The 3 of them left the logistics department after collecting the resources. Jeff shook his head. He guessed that this must be a descendant of some elite family who came to the defense planet for training and experience. He wondered how long he could stay. Chapter 1159. Have you heard of the story of the humane and the inhumane? Wang Teng and the others left the logistics department and drove to the residential area. I can guarantee that Second Lieutenant Jeff treated you as a noble. Di Chi glanced back and smiled. Why? Wang Teng asked curiously. Because all your equipment is at the Cosmos level, which is beyond your rank and stage. However, you look like you don't care. Of course he would think that you are a noble. Only nobles would be so proud. Di Chi joked. That's true. I'm a baron after all. Wang Teng shook his head and laughed. After some time, they arrived at the residential area. The houses were all arranged in neat rows. The ranked field officers and above lived in Zone B. They were not to live with others, which was why everyone had their individual houses. Under Second Lieutenant Fei Hai's guidance, Wang Teng arrived at House 0155. He then turned on his wristwatch, and the door opened automatically. The house wasn't big. Besides a simple bedroom, small guest room, bathroom, and training room, there was nothing else. Major Wang Teng, this is the end of my mission. Higher-ups should have arranged for someone to coordinate with you, but feel free to contact me if there's anything. Second Lieutenant Fei Hai bade farewell. After Wang Teng sent Fei Hai off, he entered the room with Di Chi. He realized that although the house was well equipped, it was very simple. There weren't any items for entertainment or enjoyment. The dormitories here are all the same. I live in Zone B, House 0123. Not far from you, Di Chi said. A direct descendant of the dignified Cavendish family is staying at the same place as me? Wang Teng was surprised. On the defense planet, any status or background is useless. Everyone will be heading to the battlefield and striving for glory with their lives on the line. Di Chi shook his head and sighed. But in the next moment, a bottle of juice and 2 tall glasses appeared in his hand. He then poured out 2 glasses of golden and fragrant juice and snickered. But we still have to enjoy ourselves. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. This was really Dai Chi's way of doing things. He wouldn't forget to enjoy life wherever he went. He was the same as well. He had prepared a lot of items in his space equipment. Even if the outside world ran out of food for 10 years, he could still live well. Both of them sat opposite each other on the guest room's sofa. They then clinked their glasses, making a crisp sound. We can't drink in the military. We'll replace it with juice instead. Di Chi smiled. A little wine wouldn't mean a thing to a martial warrior, Wang Teng said in surprise. It might not mean a thing, but one can never be too careful. Without this rule, people would relax. After all, this is a defense planet. We can't be sloppy, Di Chi explained. Wang Teng nodded. What mission do we have next? Don't know. I was previously assigned a few small missions here to wipe out the nearby dark apparitions. It wasn't too difficult. Maybe you will start with something similar. Looking at General Cameron, I don't think he's planning any simple tasks for me. Oh, Di Chi's eyes flashed and he rubbed his chin. He then became excited. Seems like we will have something big. Very well. I've been waiting impatiently. He was already rubbing his palms. Wang Teng glanced at him speechlessly. He didn't realize previously that Di Chi was so battle-hungry. When they first met, Di Chi still carried the arrogance of a cosmos stage martial warrior, but now he had changed. After chatting for some time, Di Chi got up and left. Wang Teng closed the door and opened up the box that he had picked up from the logistics department. The box was rather heavy, but it was nothing for a martial warrior. After verifying the electronic message, the box opened and the items inside were presented to Wang Teng one by one. First was the military uniform. There were 3 sets in total, which included helmets, clothes, and boots. As far as the style was concerned, it was sleek and fitting. They were black, and the collar, sleeves, and hem had red stripes on them. The emblem of the great Qian Empire, Kunwu Beast, was also embroidered on the chest. Wang Teng tried them on. It fit him just right and made him look stunning. It also exuded the aura of a soldier. He then kept the uniform away. The uniform was not usually worn, only used for some formal occasions. The armor was the thing they wore on the battlefield. Wang Teng was provided with a set of Cosmos-level battle armor. This was extremely expensive in the market. Ordinary warriors would spend a lot of money to acquire a set, however. The great Qian Empire just provided him with one. Others wouldn't even dare to think about this treatment. However, Wang Teng already had a set of universe-level battle armor. He didn't find it unusual. There was also a Cosmos-level force gun. He took it out from one of the compartments and examined it carefully. This was the first time that he obtained a Cosmos-level force gun. The force gun was not huge. It was only a little larger than ordinary guns. It was probably forged using some precious and rare metals, which was why it was heavier. After all, the more advanced the force gun, the higher the material requirements. There were many complicated runes on the force gun. With Wang Teng's mastery of runes, it wasn't difficult for him to understand them. After examining it for a while, he roughly understood the capabilities of the force gun and kept it. Force guns were useful in certain situations, especially for people with extremely advanced gun skills. Wang Teng's gun kung fu was at the master level. With this Cosmos-level force gun, He was a threat to even Cosmos Stage martial warriors. As for the bottle of Cosmos Stage healing Dan, it wasn't of much use to Wang Teng for a Grandmaster alchemist. The Dan wasn't what he wanted. While Wang Teng made preparations for the defense planet, he refined a lot of healing Dans. All of them were of great quality and were much better than the ones the military provided him with. Cosmos Stage Dan was actually Grandmaster first rank to third rank Dans with Wang Teng's capabilities. Refining them was not difficult. However, these items were already very good. Wang Teng felt that the military was generous, although this was possibly due to the fact that he was a baron of the empire. If it was someone else, they wouldn't possibly receive these even if they were majors as well. Wang Teng didn't have any plans of going out. He went into the bedroom, sat on his bed, and started multitasking. He entered the virtual universe to cultivate while digesting the memories and legacies of the devouring nihility beast. Before he knew it, night fell. Di Chi came over to find Wang Teng for dinner. It wasn't a big deal to miss a few meals from martial warriors, but Di Chi and Wang Teng were not ones to treat themselves badly. They would eat whenever they could. Moreover, they didn't go to the cafeteria to eat. They set up a small stove in the room. It wasn't difficult for those who possessed space equipment to prepare delicious food placing. Freshly prepared food into the space ring could keep the food in the best condition. It was like they came out fresh from the grill. After filling themselves, Di Chi leisurely returned to his room. With Wang Teng's arrival, Di Chi had let himself go. At least there was someone with him. He was no longer eating alone by himself, which was boring. Shortly after Di Chi left, Wang Teng sat and rested on the sofa. He then released Cao Zhao Zhao from the space fragment and got her to massage his back. Cao Zhao Zhao stood behind Wang Teng reluctantly and gritted her teeth. She wished she could slap him. It was simply too much for a Cosmos Stage martial warrior to do something lowly like this. At this time, the intelligence system of the house prompted that someone was here to visit. Who's looking for me at such a time? Wang Teng was puzzled. He then put the resentful Cao Zhao Zhao away in the space fragment and opened the door. A sneaky figure stood outside the door. A smile appeared on his face when he saw Wang Teng opening the door. "Who are you?" Wang Teng asked curiously. He didn't know who this was. "It's me." He acted like he was familiar with him and whispered, "Let me in first." He then snuck under Wang Teng's armpit and entered. Wang Teng was even more puzzled. He then grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "Who the hell are you? If you don't identify yourself, don't blame me for being rude. I have the right to kill you for breaking into someone's house on the defense planet. Don't. The person was startled, and his face suddenly changed from a young man to a charming girl. She was a familiar face. Olivia Wang Teng looked at her with surprise. This girl was Di Chi's cousin, who he met on the No-4 defense planet. He wasn't too surprised by the disguise, as a direct descendant of the Cavendish family. Changing her appearance was nothing. It's me." Olivia snickered and shook her body. "Put me down first." Wang Teng felt a headache coming. He asked helplessly, "Did you run away from home again? How do you know?" Olivia scurried into the room and asked with her eyes wide. Silence. "There is something wrong with this girl's head. Isn't it obvious?" Wang Teng was speechless. "Close the door quickly." "It won't be good if my cousin saw me." Olivia didn't care about Wang Teng's complaints and hurried over to close the door. "Isn't it inappropriate for a boy and girl to be in the same room alone?" Wang Teng crossed his arms and leaned against the door. "Gah, we're friends. You wouldn't do anything to me, right?" Olivia was stunned and smiled in embarrassment. "That's not necessarily true. Have you heard of the story of the humane and the inhumane?" Wang Teng decided to frighten her. She might really think it was fun outside if she ran around all day like this. Chapter 1160, Bastard and Raging Wolf Wendell. The story of the humane and the inhumane. What story is that? Olivia asked him curiously. Wang Teng suddenly felt a little guilty. His urge to pollute her innocence was doused when he saw the young lady's naive look. "Cough." Wang Teng coughed and shook his head. "Nothing." "Oh, right. Why are you here? I came to seek refuge, Olivia chuckled. Seek refuge? From me? For what? Wang Teng asked in surprise. The defense planet is dangerous. If I don't find someone for help, I'll definitely be sent to the front line. With my ability, I won't be able to come back, Olivia said. So you know that a defense planet is dangerous? Wang Teng glanced at her. This lady finally said something intelligent. Of course, Olivia rolled her eyes and gave him an I'm not stupid look. I don't want to stay at home, but I'm not planning to kill myself. You can look for your cousin. Why did you find me? Wang Teng understood Olivia's thoughts. Without a doubt, she had reached the rebellious phase of her life. Rebellious kids acted the same way. I'll be sent back if I go to him, Olivia said helplessly. I have seen your ability on no 4 defense planet. You're not weaker than him. You might even be stronger. Most importantly, you dared to offend the Parkers. Although many elite families say that you're overestimating your ability, I can tell that they actually admire you. Stop. Don't compliment me. Wang Teng raised his hand. I don't buy it. Come on, Olivia dragged her words and came over to hug Wang Teng's arm, shaking it left and right. Don't be so heartless. We're friends. You can do me a favor. Wang Teng felt goosebumps popping up on his skin. He took a deep breath. Was this young lady so wild? Look at how pitiful I am. My family always treats me like a kid. Why can Cousin Di Chi go out while I can only grow up under the protection of my family? When I reach a certain age, I will be engaged to another member of an elite family. I don't have my own life. Olivia didn't care about Wang Teng's reaction and continued speaking. That's your problem. It's got nothing to do with me. If your family learns that I'm helping you, they'll beat me to death. No, I promise that they won't find out about it. What can you do, Wang Teng said in disdain. If you had the power, you wouldn't be begging me here. Olivia didn't know what to say. She placed her palms together and pleaded, Please help me. I'm begging you, please. Wang Teng didn't know if he should laugh at her soft-spoken and humble attitude. Olivia was the little princess of the Cavendish family. She was pampered since young and grew up with a golden spoon. It was hard to believe that she would do such things, but no, rejected. Don't even think about it. Wang Teng turned her down 3 times, consecutively. Without a doubt, the battlefield was dangerous. He didn't have the time and effort to bring this burden along. Sob. Olivia's expression changed when she heard his heartless rejection. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she plunked on the ground and started wailing. Wang Teng didn't know how to react. He felt helpless as he stared at the young lady bawling on the ground. It was as if he did something atrocious and bullied her. Wang Teng almost agreed, as if, bang, he shut the door, chasing Olivia out. She stared at the closed door in front of her absent-mindedly. What is this? What happened? Someone rejected the beautiful and charismatic Olivia. Olivia turned red. She puffed up her cheeks in anger and circled twice outside the door. Bastard. She kicked the door angrily. Footsteps suddenly came from afar. Olivia didn't dare to stay any longer. She changed her appearance and left quickly. Wang Teng shook his head as he stared at the scene happening outside his door through the surveillance camera. At first, he wanted to inform Di Chi, but he decided not to be the evil one in the end. This was their own issue. They should solve it themselves. Olivia was the little princess of the Cavendish family. There might be powerful martial warriors protecting her. A silent night. Wang Teng woke up bright and early the next morning. Wang Teng, there's a new notification, Roundball reminded him. Wang Teng opened his wristwatch and a message popped out. He was surprised after reading it. That was fast. The doorbell rang at this moment. Wang Teng smiled. He knew who it was. He walked to the door and opened it. As expected, Di Chi was outside. For some reason, Wang Teng got reminded of the young lady who ran away from home yesterday. Your expression is a little strange. Di Chi was quite sensitive. He detected something immediately. Really? You must have seen wrong. Wang Teng brushed him off. Oh, right. Did you see the message? Di Chi didn't probe further. Yes, I saw it. I'm heading over now. Wang Teng nodded. All right. They had received the same message. After some preparations, they headed to the big field within the military base together. The field was in the east. It was huge and covered a great area. When they arrived, a large number of military martial warriors were already gathered there. There were battlecraft in the parking areas along the sides of the field. Wang Teng and Di Chi stood in an empty section and waited for the time to arrive. It was 5:50 a.m. on the number 29 defense planet. The sky was just turning bright. More people started walking over. Di Chi, a hoarse and cold voice, attracted their attention. A tall figure walked over from afar and arrived in front of Wang Teng and Di Chi. "Wendell, it's you." Di Chi was astounded. Then he frowned. Wang Teng sized up the other party. Seeing the flame symbol on his forehead, he knew that this was a member of the Parkers. "You've gotten bolder. Why aren't you staying at your No-4 defense planet? Where did you get the courage to come to the No-29 defense planet?" Wendell said with contempt. Di Chi's expression turned ugly as he glared at the other party. No-29 defense planet can't be compared to the No-4 defense planet. "You might lose your life before completing your mission," Wendell sneered. Then he turned to look at Wang Teng without waiting for Di Chi's reply. "You're Wang Teng, right? Do you plan to lose your life here? Why did you come when you're only at the celestial stage?" There was killing intent and contempt when he looked at Wang Teng. He obviously knew about the conflict and grudges between Wang Teng and the Parkers. However, he scoffed at the news sent back by his family. They mentioned that Wang Teng managed to injure a universe stage martial warrior and even escaped a Heaven Lord's pursuit. He believed that it was either an exaggeration or that Wang Teng had external help. He wasn't like a martial warrior on the battlefield. They could only rely on themselves to get their military exploits one step at a time. This was the difference between military martial warriors and normal martial warriors. Many members of the Parkers family had never been on the battlefield. They lived a comfortable and sheltered life, different from military martial warriors who fought on the battlefield all year round. They climbed their way up through piles of corpses and had their own pride and ruthlessness. Wendell was one of these martial warriors. Brother Di Chi, do the Parkers have some special fetish? Wang Teng wasn't someone easy to bully. He glanced at Wendell before turning to Di Chi. Special fetish? Di Chi was stunned. This was quite a big change of topic. He didn't manage to react in time. For instance, do they like to eat shit? Why are their mouths so smelly? Wang Teng pinched his nose and said. Di Chi felt enlightened and almost burst out laughing. He gave Wendell a strange look. Wendell turned green with anger. He glared at Wang Teng as if he wanted to skin him alive. His voice was cold as it escaped his gritted teeth. "You're looking for death. How do you want me to die? Come, give it a try." Wang Teng hooked his fingers at Wendell with a nonchalant expression. He didn't take the threat to heart at all. "Good, very good." Wendell clenched his fists tightly. Veins popped out of his forehead. "Do you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. If I resist, I'm your son." Wang Teng stuck his head out. Di Chi gave a strange expression. He was having a hard time controlling his laughter. If anyone dared to attack their comrade in the military base, they would get punished by the military court. Even the Parkers wouldn't be able to save him. These were the rules and regulations carried out by the Great Qian Empire's military over the years. No one could break them easily. Although the powerful families had their own factions in the military, they were all constrained in one area. The ones in high positions were powerful martial warriors with no background. They were the real giants of the military. The Empire would not allow elite families to have too much power in the military. If Wendell dared to hit Wang Teng, he would leave a stain on his military career. This misconduct would affect his future promotions. Wendell panted heavily with an ugly expression. In the end, he just snorted and turned to leave for Wang Teng. It wasn't worth it. Coward. Wang Teng scoffed. Wendell stopped for a second. He heard the word, but he just hastened his pace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This fellow is still as irritating as ever. Dai Chi shook his head. "How much do you know about him?" Wang Teng asked. "He has been on this defense planet for a long time. He directly came here after leaving his family. I have to admit that he's a tough nut. He earned a small reputation over the years and a nickname. People call him Raging Wolf. Raging Wolf? Wang Teng repeated. He could see the other party's personality and style through this nickname. However, Wang Teng wasn't afraid. He took a look at him just now and knew that this Raging Wolf was only at the 6th level of the Cosmos stage. If he dared to provoke him, he didn't mind ignoring their relationship as comrades and killing him on the battlefield. He was still confident in dealing with a 6th level Cosmos stage martial warrior. Chapter 1161. They wouldn't have to worry about carrying a warrior. At 6 a.m. on the number 29 defense planet, a major general suddenly appeared on the platform and looked at the people below. The people who were chatting in low voices in the field shut up and looked at the major general in front. Everyone, this mission is extremely important. We called you guys back because this matter is urgent. The calm voice of the major general echoed in the field. The listeners tensed up a little. I'll not waste your time. I've already sent your missions to you. Please check it and don't leak it to anyone. Then bring your subordinates and head to the front line. Do you understand? Yes, the people below yelled loudly. This major general was indeed fast and furious. He didn't speak much. In fact, his speech was so short that it surprised Wang Teng. Wang Teng and Di Chi glanced at their wristwatches and read through their mission. Our missions are different. Di Chi shook his head in disappointment. The missions are assigned to us by the higher authorities. We can't choose them. Wang Teng didn't mind. He had many methods that he couldn't show in front of others. Going alone was better for him. However, he had subordinates too as a major. That was a little troublesome. Wang Teng felt that being a lone ranger was more suitable for him. What a pity. Let's compete and see who will win more military exploits. Di Chi put on a smile and said, Troublesome. Wang Teng glanced at him and sighed. How did that cold and distant Di Chi become like this? Compete in military exploits? Wasn't he forcing him to boast? I don't want to boast around. I just want to accumulate military exploits and rise in rank silently. It's decided then. Dai Chi didn't wait for Wang Teng's reply and agreed for him. Waving his hand, he walked toward one of the parking spaces. Let's go. Silence. Why did he have to force him? Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. He walked towards the number 18 parking space. The subordinates sent by the higher authorities were already waiting for him there. He just needed to go and report. There were 20 martial warriors waiting for him in an orderly manner at the number 18 parking space. They recognized him the instant he walked over, Major Wang Teng. The martial warriors greeted him in unison. They moved as one body and wore stern expressions as they looked ahead. Wang Teng sized up the 20 martial warriors and silently studied their abilities. Firstly, they were all celestial stage martial warriors. They were in the same realm as Wang Teng. They were all at the 7th level and above. None of them was lower than him. Based on their auras, these were all formidable warriors who roamed the battlefield. They couldn't be compared to ordinary martial warriors. It wouldn't be easy to lead this team if he couldn't convince them. Wang Teng suddenly remembered what General Cameron had said. Since he was a major, he didn't need to start as a normal soldier. But why did they give him a bunch of subordinates at the same stage? Were they testing his ability or giving him an opening gambit? Wang Teng shook his head with a smile. Let's go. He saluted and gave his order without wasting any time. Please. A tall female martial warrior with a stern expression stepped forward and raised her hand to lead the way. Wang Teng looked at her. This lady was from the fox race. He could see the characteristics of a fox on her. She was a white fox and looked seductive and beautiful. However, her cold face made her distant and fierce. I'm your adjutant, Adjutant Peggy, the female martial warrior said calmly. Adjutant? Wang Teng was surprised. Wasn't that like a secretary? When there's trouble, give it to the adjutant. When there's no trouble, go for the... This is your first time on No. 29 defense planet, so you might not understand this place well enough. Hence, the higher authorities sent me to be your adjutant. I'll provide you with the information you need and explain whatever is necessary. I'm not just an intelligence personnel. I'm a strong enough martial warrior as well and have been on the battlefield 137 times. As for my military exploits, you can check on the internal military network later. It's recorded in detail. Thus, I'll be assisting you on the battlefield for all your missions on No 29 Defense Planet. Peggy did a self-introduction. Wang Teng kept his wild thoughts and spoke to her with a serious expression. All right, Adjutant Peggy, I'll have to trouble you in the future. Let's board the battlecraft first. I'll introduce the members of this unit later, Peggy said. Wang Teng nodded. He followed her onto the mid-sized military battlecraft. This is the Eagle 7 model battlecraft used by the military. It's known for its speed and agility. Its attacking power isn't that good, Peggy introduced. Of course, it doesn't have any problems dealing with devil lords. The remaining martial warriors also boarded the battlecraft. They sat down on the seats at the side. Peggy sat beside Wang Teng. As someone who was used to traveling in large spacecraft, this battlecraft was a little squeezy. However, there was ample space. It could fit 30 people. They only had 21 people in this unit. The members of the unit remained quiet after boarding the battlecraft. However, they would secretly glance at Wang Teng with a hint of hostility and unwillingness in their gaze. This was normal. If their direct superior was a familiar and powerful martial warrior, they wouldn't have any grudges. However, Wang Teng was airdropped into this position. He had no military exploits and hadn't even been on the battlefield before. It would be strange if they were convinced by such a superior. The battlefield was a dangerous place. If their superior wasn't good enough, there was a high chance that they wouldn't return alive. Wang Teng was a sharp and sensitive person, so he caught their emotions. However, he didn't take it to heart. The battlecraft rose slowly and headed towards their destination, the 3rd Frontline Defense Base. The spacecraft was controlled by the battlecraft subsystem. They didn't have to worry about it. Wang Teng blinked and spoke in his mind. Roundball, I'll leave it to you. No problem, I'll handle it. Roundball chuckled and invaded the battlecraft subsystem. This was to prevent any accidents from happening. It was better to have personal control over this spacecraft. With Roundball in control, he would be able to detect dangers instantly and make quick judgments. This was the military's communal intelligence system, but the one on this spacecraft was just a subsystem. Its defensibility wasn't as powerful as the main system. Roundball hacked it without being detected. Peggy and the others wouldn't know that this battlecraft was in Wang Teng's control. Major Wang Teng, let me introduce the members of this small unit. Peggy waited for Wang Teng's response. After receiving approval, she started introducing the members. This is Flight Sergeant Arwen. He has been on the battlefield 87 times and made. Wang Teng was surprised that Peggy understood this unit like the back of her hand. She knew all their stages, military exploits, the number of times they went on the battlefield, etc. Wang Teng had a brief understanding of his unit. Thank you, Adjutant. Peggy, thank you for your introduction. Wang Teng smiled at Peggy before looking at the others. I'm glad to know all of you since you're on my team. Let's take care of each other. The battlefield is a place of life and death. The only promise I can give is that I won't take your lives as a joke. That's all. The hostility in everyone's eyes died down a little. This major wasn't like the normal descendant of an elite family they knew. He seemed easy to interact with. Normally, people from elite families didn't think much about the lives of normal martial warriors. They had heard of many instances where their comrades suffered terribly under the leadership of such people. Some martial warriors who came back alive had experienced it personally, so they weren't just groundless rumors. Wang Teng didn't say much. He closed his eyes and started resting. They were still some distance away from the 3rd front line. Their journey wasn't safe either. Their environment became even more dangerous after they left the safety radius of the military base. Dark apparitions could appear at any moment. Some dark apparitions would attack immediately when they saw human battlecraft. That was why the battlecraft couldn't travel at high speed, allowing enough reaction time for an accident. Peggy and the others were familiar with this situation. They didn't dare let down their guards throughout the journey. All of them held their weapons in case of any emergencies. They felt a little helpless when they saw Wang Teng's nonchalant attitude. Their leader seemed to be a newbie without any experience. However, they were all in the same boat, and Wang Teng seemed nice. Besides, they had no other choice. They could only accept him and work even harder to stay alert. 20. Mythics could carry a warrior won the 20. Martial warriors exchanged glances with one another and saw resolution in each other's eyes. Good. With this resolution, they could achieve anything. They wouldn't have to worry about carrying a warrior. The battlecraft flew for 50 kilometers. Suddenly, a red alert appeared on the main control screen. Peggy stood up and walked over. The other martial warriors clutched their weapons tightly. Their auras changed. However, they didn't know that Wang Teng had already detected the appearance of dark force before the alert blinked on the screen. Major Wang Teng, there's a group of dark apparitions in front. Based on the force fluctuation detected, there are at least 13 Devil Kings. Peggy said in a low voice. Chapter 1162. The Devil Moth Race. Dark Apparition. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes after hearing Peggy's voice. He had already confirmed the type of dark apparitions and their numbers the instant they appeared, thus he wasn't worried. However, 13 Devil Kings were a formidable opponent for their small team. The dark apparitions were normally more powerful than human martial warriors. Also, their abilities were unpredictable, and they couldn't die. The human martial warriors, or rather the ones in the light faction, never had an advantage over the dark faction. The difference in strength was vast. Hence, during battles with dark apparitions, the light faction had to send numerous martial warriors before they could resist the dark faction. Wang Teng regarded himself as the light faction. Actually, he wasn't the only one using this term. The two factions were universally acknowledged as the light and dark factions. Wang Teng knew this a long time ago. But he was never at the front line, so he didn't meet many dark apparitions. Thus, it didn't hit him as hard. He might achieve a different kind of enlightenment on this number 29 defense planet. Going back to the main topic, the appearance of the 13 dark apparitions caused the atmosphere in the battlecraft to tense up. However, Wang Teng wasn't worried. He glanced at his men. Before he spoke, someone stood up. Major Wang Teng, we request to fight. The person who spoke was Flight Sergeant Arwen. He was the top 3 strongest martial warriors among all the soldiers. The strongest was Peggy. She was at the peak of the celestial stage and had ample battle experience. The dark apparitions have discovered us. It will be hard to get rid of them. We can only fight, Peggy explained in a low tone as she stared at the red light getting closer on the screen. Go and destroy them, Wang Teng replied calmly without getting up. Letting these martial warriors fight would allow him to understand their skills better. Yes. Peggy was surprised by Wang Teng's composure. However, she didn't think too much and responded without any hesitation. The cabin door opened and the 20 martial warriors headed over. They wore fierce-looking battle armor before rushing out of the battlecraft. All the 20 martial warriors, including Peggy, went to deal with the dark apparitions. Actually, Peggy wished that Wang Teng could act too. There were 13 Devil Kings. More people meant more strength. Wang Teng was a celestial stage martial warrior too, so he wouldn't be weak. But Wang Teng showed no signs of moving. She had to throw this thought away. How could a subordinate ask her superior to fight? Only Wang Teng was left in the battlecraft. Well, if Round Ball was included, that was 2 beings. Aren't you going out to take a look? Round Ball asked. They should be able to deal with 13 Devil Kings, Wang Teng said. They're quite unlucky to meet a superior like you. Never mind. Let's go out and take a look. Wang Teng smiled. He stretched his back and walked to the exit, flowing out directly. He didn't wear any battle armor and just came outside without protecting himself in any way. He looked at the black mist floating toward him. Besides the 13 Devil Kings, there were also 30 Devil Lords. This was a powerful dark apparition group. One wouldn't encounter them normally. However, they met this team of dark apparitions not long after leaving the military base. This was how a defense planet was like. You would never know who you would meet the next second. Peggy and the others were already in position. They were surprised when they saw Wang Teng. However, their expressions changed upon noticing that he wasn't even wearing armor. Their superior was a little unreliable. Was he looking for death? Why wasn't he armored when facing dark apparitions? Major Wang Teng, hurry up and wear your armor. These are devil moth dark apparitions. They will release a type of powder that's composed of poison force and dark force. If you inhale it, you'll get stained with dark force and get poisoned, Peggy shouted hurriedly. She couldn't care about her tone anymore. Wang Teng glanced over in surprise. He had never seen this dark apparition before. Wang Teng felt that he had a wide range of experiences and met many different types of dark apparitions. However, this was the first time he saw one from the devil moth race. No. 29 Defense Planet was indeed a special place. He met a new type of dark apparition the instant he walked out of the base. Moreover, this was a dark apparition with both poison and dark elements. It looked like he could get some benefits out of them. An unnoticeable smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He said to Peggy, "Don't worry about me. Take care of yourselves." Peggy felt blood gushing to her head in anger. He didn't listen to her and was even smiling. He didn't take her words to heart to think that she thought he was quite reliable. She must be blind. Peggy felt a little helpless with this superior. But this wasn't the time for her to overthink. The devil moth dark apparitions had already reached them, and the battle had started. Wang Teng showed no signs of interfering. He came to the top of the battlecraft and sat there happily, watching the battle below. These devil moth dark apparitions looked hideous. They were like humans. Their muscles were rough and their faces were repulsive. They were born with compound eyes and a furry pair of wings on their backs. A black powder floated out when they flapped their wings. Peggy and the others seemed afraid of this powder. There was a wind element martial warrior in the unit. He created a gale to blow the powder away. The martial warriors behind him charged forward and started attacking the devil moth dark apparitions with all sorts of force attacks. Wang Teng nodded. He could tell that these martial warriors had great experience and powerful combat abilities. It wasn't long before most of the devil lords were killed. 3 of the devil kings died too. The human martial warriors cooperated well with each other, so there were currently no casualties. Wang Teng noticed that Peggy's commanding skill was the reason they had such achievements. His adjutant wasn't an ordinary person. She was an experienced commander, giving orders to everyone as they fought, so that they could exert 200% of their combat power. The devil moth dark apparitions weren't stupid after they realized Peggy's importance in the team. 5 devil kings charged over to attack her. Peggy's expression changed. She didn't fight head-on and chose to retreat. Arwen and the others gathered around Peggy and protected her in the middle. They were prepared to receive a powerful blow from these devil kings. This attack might be the most serious one since the start of the battle. There was a high chance that they would get injured. The devil kings from the devil moth race were closing in on them. They had no choice but to take them on. Arwen and the others stared at the devil kings while releasing all their forces. Swoosh! Suddenly, a soft sonic boom rang through the air. Peggy and the others saw a blurry golden shadow flashing past them. Then the bodies of the 5 devil kings froze in midair. Splurt, 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 splurt! The next moment, the 5 devil kings' heads fell off their necks. Greenish-black blood spurted out as their giant bodies plummeted to the ground. Peggy and the others were dumbfounded. What happened just now? Boom! The loud thump woke them up from their daze. They were finally certain that the 5 devil kings were killed in a single strike. What is this? Everyone was in disbelief. They scanned the sky in search of the golden shadow that had slayed the 5 devil kings. They saw Wang Teng sitting cross-legged on the top of the battlecraft with a golden blade spinning around him. It looked the same as the golden shadow they saw just now. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Wang Teng had acted, but this was unbelievable. Although their superior looked like a newbie, he was quite powerful. Furthermore, he was a divine spirit master. What happened to being a bronze? He was a mythic. They felt embarrassed when they remembered the thoughts they had some time ago. "They're running away!" Someone reacted in time and shouted. The dark apparitions gave up resisting after seeing how powerful Wang Teng was. They decided to make an escape. "Take care of them. Don't let any of them go." With Peggy's order, the martial warriors dashed forward, annihilating the remaining dark apparitions. Half of these devil moth dark apparitions were killed. The remaining had no motivation to continue fighting. Thus, they weren't the martial warriors' match. They were swiftly dealt with. Even if they executed the devil transformation, it was futile. Wang Teng smiled. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Constellation Force, Dark 2800, Celestial Realm, Spirit 250, Dark Venom Dust 100, Constellation Force, Dark 2000, Celestial Realm Spirit 1080, Devil Transformation 32 Ankar. Constellation Force, Dark 1500, Devil Transformation 320, Constellation Force, Dark 1800, Dark Venom Dust 100. Instantly, Wang Teng's Constellation Dark Force rose, collecting 18,000 points. Unfortunately, he was still some distance away from reaching the 6th level. Wang Teng wasn't impatient. There were many dark apparitions on No. 29 Defense Planet. This was just the start. He also received 2,100 points of Celestial Realm Spirit and 1,350 points of Devil Transformation. Spirit, 4680 50,000, Celestial Realm, Devil Transformation, 2,100 10,000, big achievement. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes panel. He was getting closer to achieving a breakthrough for his spirit. It would reach the cosmos realm soon. At that time, his ability would rise to another level. His origin of soul and origin of life increased tremendously after he stole the Devour Nihility beast, but his spirit attribute didn't increase much. It was still growing slowly. It wasn't as fast as picking up attributes. The last attribute surprised Wang Teng. This was the innate talent of the devil moth race, the dark venom dust. Chapter 1163. The Third Frontline and Mission Requirements. Wang Teng saw the devil moth dark apparitions executing the dark venom dust during the battle just now. It didn't seem that powerful. The gale created by a wind element martial warrior was enough to blow the dark venom dust away. Another useless technique was added to his list. Wang Teng shook his head in disappointment, but after some careful thought he felt that this wasn't the case. Mind you, not all units had a wind element martial warrior. The wind element was special, and there were fewer martial warriors with this attribute. If there was no wind element martial warrior, things would have been troublesome. The other martial warriors could push the dark venom dust back with brute force, but this would only give them a short window. The devil moth dark apparitions would release the dark venom dust continuously during a battle. Hence, whether it was a one-on-one battle or a team battle, there would be no way to stop the dark venom dust if there wasn't a wind element martial warrior in the team. In such a situation, the dark venom dust was hard to deal with. It meant that the dark venom dust was an extremely useful technique. Dark venom dust, 803,000, well-versed. He received 1,800 points of dark venom dust, moving this skill from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Wang Teng was eager to try it, so he executed the dark venom dust with a pinch of his fingers. Tiny specks of powder appeared between his fingers. Wow, the dark venom dust made using the poison force from the demon lotus poison body seems even more poisonous. I wish I could try it on someone. He glanced at Peggy and the others silently. Cough. They were all responsible subordinates. How could he have such dirty thoughts? Wang Teng flicked his finger, and the powder dispersed in the sky. Besides the attribute bubbles by the dark apparitions, he also collected the ones dropped by the martial warriors. Most of them were force attributes. There was nothing worth mentioning. These attribute bubbles weren't big enough to induce a change in his stage. Everyone cleared up the battlefield. Killing dark apparitions would give them military exploits. If they killed devil kings, their contribution would be higher. The intelligence system of the military would count their contributions for them. A martial warrior just had to link his wristwatch to the military's intelligence system when he was on a mission, and it would monitor the statistics in real time. The system would then compare the results it received with the various images detected by the satellites scattered around the battlefields before finally recording the data for the final military exploits calculation. There would be no errors. Hence, it was impossible for elite families to cheat and claim fake military exploits. Of course, if one didn't want to be tracked by the military's intelligence system, he could just disconnect. That way, his contributions would be ignored. This depended on the person's choice. The intelligence system of the Great Qian Empire might be an intelligent life form too. It might be more powerful than me, Roundball suddenly said. Oh, how do you know? Wang Teng asked. A normal intelligence system won't be able to do such complex calculations. Do you know how difficult is it to track so many martial warriors? It has to cover numerous defense planets. The system isn't just working on No. 29 defense planet, Roundball explained. Wang Teng nodded. Roundball was more familiar in this aspect. Peggy and the others cleared the battlefield quickly and kept the corpses of the dark apparitions in a piece of space equipment made for storing dead bodies. Then they returned to the battlecraft and continued heading to the third line of defense. Peggy and the others glanced at Wang Teng occasionally. They wanted to speak but kept quiet in the end. The ability of their leader exceeded their expectations. He killed 5 Devil Kings at once. This wasn't a feat any celestial stage martial warrior could achieve. They thought he was a weakling, but he was just hiding his skills. He was too lazy to explain to them. Everyone felt complicated. Astonishment, embarrassment, and many other emotions churned in their hearts. However, they were happy to have a powerful martial warrior as their leader. This increased their safety on the mission. They knew that if Wang Teng hadn't acted, there would be casualties after the collision with the 5 Devil Kings. They would be laughed at by the people on the front line if they had casualties before they reached the real battlefield. On the battlefield, no one was afraid of death. However, everyone hoped that they could stay alive. No one asked any questions. Knowing that Wang Teng was powerful was enough. They started to treat him with more respect for the rest of their journey. They gave him the respect of a formidable martial warrior in the universe and on the battlefields. The strong always gained people's respect. Nothing significant occurred for the rest of their journey. They met a few dark apparitions, but Arwen and the others took care of them easily. Approximately 3 hours later, the Eagle 7 battlecraft reached the 3rd frontline defense base. From afar, they could see a large metallic battle fortress laying prone on the ground like a gigantic wild beast. With the battle fortress as its center, there was a defensive wall that seemed to have no end to it. It was 30 meters tall and made of sturdy and tough material. It was thick, too. The entire wall looked like a giant python. It was a majestic sight. Major Wang Teng, we have reached the 3rd frontline defense base. Peggy stood up and said as she looked at the scene outside through the screen, "Let's land." "Yes, sir. I'll contact the defense base first." Peggy stopped the battlecraft in midair. The battlecraft continued moving forward after their identity was confirmed. Then it landed inside the metallic battle fortress. They stopped in a parking space. Wang Teng and his unit alighted from the battlecraft. "Major, please show your identification proof." A team of martial warriors in battle armor walked over. The leader saluted Wang Teng as he spoke. Wang Teng sent his identification information over. The other party's expression softened a little after confirming Wang Teng's identity. He saluted and continued. "Major Wang Teng, welcome to the 3rd Frontline Defense Base." Wang Teng nodded. "I came here on a mission, so I'll need to meet the commander of this base, General Darte." "Please follow me. General Darte has already given his orders. You can meet him the moment you arrive." Wang Teng entered the battle fortress with the leader. He came to a room that looked like a resting area. A major was already waiting for them. He came forward to welcome Wang Teng and saluted. "Major Wang Teng, please follow me. I'm General Darte's adjutant." Arwen and the others waited at the resting area while Wang Teng followed the adjutant to General Darte's office. General Darte was a heaven-stage martial warrior from the Three Eyes race. He had long brown hair, however, he wasn't as strict and stern as General Cameron. "Major Wang Teng, you're finally here." General Darte stood up and walked out from behind his desk with a smile. "General Darte, I'm here to cooperate with your mission." Wang Teng bowed and replied. He felt helpless that the people in the military saluted or bowed all the time. It was quite troublesome. However, everyone was doing it, so he had to follow the masses. "Please, have a seat," Darte asked Wang Teng to sit on the sofa. After sitting down opposite each other, Darte went straight to the point without wasting any time. He started to explain the details of this mission. "We received news that a dark apparitions troop has stationed themselves to the northwest of the 3rd Frontline Base. We don't know their intention. Thus, I need you to cooperate with me and head over to investigate this matter." "What's the strength of the other party?" Wang Teng asked. "We know that there are low-tier devil emperors, but there won't be more than 2. We're not sure which race they're from. There are 30 to 40 devil kings and a few hundred devil lords and below. 2 low-tier devil emperors." Wang Teng was in deep thought. There was a large number of other dark apparitions too. This was a little troublesome. Most importantly, there wasn't much effective information. This was a little irritating. Although the numbers are big, your mission is to investigate. You do not have to fight with them, General Darte explained. Also, I'll send professional intelligence officers to assist you. Do you have any other questions? I understand. Send me the location. I'll lead my team over immediately. General Darte was surprised at how fast he accepted the proposal. Mind you, he contacted many other units in the past, but after hearing the number and strength of the dark apparitions, they would beat a retreat, claiming that they weren't competent for the job. He did force some units to go ahead with the investigation, but none of them came back. In the end, he had no choice but to seek help from the main base and asked them to send an elite team over for this mission. General Darte was a little doubtful when he realized that Wang Teng was just a celestial stage martial warrior, but since he was sent by the headquarters, there must be something special about him. They wouldn't send him over to die. Also, if Major Wang Teng backed off after understanding the situation, it meant that he didn't have the capabilities. He could ask the headquarters to send another unit. General Darte, if there's nothing, I'll head down and prepare for departure. Wang Teng got up. All right, I'll send someone to contact you. You can act immediately. General Darte nodded after witnessing Wang Teng's speedy response. After sending Wang Teng off, he frowned. Then he tapped his wristwatch and called the headquarters. Chapter 116-4. I'm a professional at making holes. Wang Teng didn't know that General Darte had contacted the headquarters after he left his office. He returned to the room and reunited with Peggy and the others. Does anyone still need rest? Wang Teng looked around and asked, Major Wang Teng, we didn't encounter much trouble along the way. We don't need to rest at all, Peggy said. Let's go then, Wang Teng nodded. I've sent the mission details to your wristwatches. Take a look. Everyone opened their wristwatches. After reading the mission details, their expression changed slightly. Wang Teng had already marked out the number of dark apparitions and their stages accordingly in the mission details. Although this was only just a scouting mission, it was undoubtedly a dangerous one. This level of danger had already exceeded all the other missions that they had executed previously. Major, this mission? Peggy frowned. You're not confident? Wang Teng asked with a smile. Peggy suddenly felt speechless. Why was this fellow able to smile? This mission was so dangerous. If they were not careful, the entire squad would be dead. She admitted that this officer was indeed powerful, to the point where she couldn't figure him out. However, the mission clearly indicated that there were 2 low-tier devil emperors. What was going on here? The others looked like they didn't have any confidence either. The atmosphere was down and solemn. No matter what, this mission is in our hands. We can't reject it, Wang Teng said calmly, but don't worry too much. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can bring all of you back safely. The team suddenly looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Bring all of them back safely. They didn't know where Wang Teng got the confidence to make such a promise, but seeing how calm he was, it seemed that he wasn't fooling around with them. Major Wang Teng, I'll go with you. Staff Sergeant Arwen suddenly stood up and said, "I will not be a deserter. If that's the case, I'm in." Peggy stood up as well. There wasn't any expression on her cold face, but everyone could see the determination in her eyes. "I'm going too. Me too." The remaining martial warriors expressed their decisions without any hesitation. These martial warriors had all experienced the battlefield. It wasn't because they were afraid, they just didn't want to die in vain. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction when he saw everyone's reaction. The morale is there. All right, get ready. After everyone packed up, they set off to the mission location without using the Eagle 7 battlecraft. Wang Teng refused General Darte's good intentions to send other intelligence personnel to assist him. Their team had already established trust. He didn't want any other unnecessary voices. They only required some relevant intelligence, and this could be done through communication via wristwatches. The mission location was about 100 kilometers away from the 3rd Frontline Defense Base. It wasn't far with their speed. They didn't need much time to get there. Everyone hid their bodies and flew across the endless wilderness. 20 martial warriors formed a bird-like formation. Each of them was alert and looking out in a direction. If they discovered a dark apparition, they could notify the others in time. Wang Teng was at the head of the formation and played a key role in decision-making and adjusting the direction. They encountered several waves of dark apparitions, but they avoided all of them as the mission was of greater priority. As they approached, Wang Teng saw a valley in the distance and waved his hand. Everyone then stopped immediately. "We're here. Land and hide," Wang Teng commanded. The team landed on the ground, approaching the valley carefully. On one side of the valley, Wang Teng led them to a hidden place. The 21 of them spread out and concealed their auras. "I don't see any dark apparition." Peggy was with Wang Teng. "There's a hole over there under those rocks," Wang Teng said without any hesitation. Peggy looked over and was a little surprised. Those rocks were stacked together. It was impossible to see what was below it. If there was really a hole, how did Wang Teng find out? And based on his expression, he was sure that the dark apparitions were in that hole. This was unbelievable. She didn't doubt Wang Teng. After all, he wasn't one to joke about these things. But after a few glances, she finally noticed some traces in the surroundings. Those rocks did have traces of being moved, but they were well concealed and not easy to find. They had ignored that place just now. If the hole is blocked, it would be easy for us to be discovered once we move those rocks. Peggy pondered. "Wait for me here. I'll go and have a look." Wang Teng rubbed his chin and disappeared from his spot. Before Peggy could say anything, Wang Teng was already gone. This guy, Peggy gritted her teeth and felt helpless. He's so reckless. It was best to observe in such a situation. It would be troublesome if he was found out. However, Wang Teng didn't give her a chance to persuade him otherwise and completely acted on his own. This made her feel inexistent. But it was too late to say anything now. Peggy could only keep her eyes on the bottom. If anything happened, she could be the first to react and provide support. However, she couldn't detect Wang Teng's presence after waiting for a long time. It was as if he had disappeared. There wasn't even a trace, making her rub her eyes in disbelief. Where did he go? She still couldn't find him after taking a closer look, and even using her spiritual perception. Bang. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Her heart almost stopped. Fortunately, she didn't make a sound due to her experience on the battlefield, and she was ready to attack next. "Do you really have to be so nervous?" Wang Teng grabbed her hand. Peggy finally realized that Wang Teng had returned. Veins appeared on her forehead as she took a deep breath and said, "Major, please don't surprise me like this in the future. I will be scared to death." All right. Sorry about that." Wang Teng felt a little guilty when he saw Peggy's resentful eyes. He was used to judging Peggy and the others by his standards. He realized that it was impossible for them to detect him. Appearing like that was indeed frightening. "I just took a look. There are runes below that rock. We would be found out if we move it." Wang Teng quickly changed the topic. Peggy rolled her eyes and didn't harp on what happened just now. After pondering for a while, she said, "Then we have two options." "What options?" "We can find other ways of entering the ground, or we can make a hole ourselves and enter from another place," Peggy advised. "That sounds good." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. "Then I'll take a look at the other places." He disappeared again. Peggy rolled her eyes. However, she was relieved after experiencing Wang Teng's concealment firsthand. This officer was much more capable than she had imagined. She felt a little confident about this mission. In a scouting mission like this, having someone skilled in concealment was definitely a blessing. "Adjutant Peggy, where did the boss go?" Arwen asked. "He's looking for an entrance." Peggy recounted her plan. When Arwen and the others knew about Wang Teng's ability to come and go without a trace, they felt more confident as well. There's no entrance. Wang Teng didn't return to Peggy's side this time and used voice transmission instead. "Looks like I have to make a hole myself." "Would you be okay?" Peggy asked worriedly. Punching a hole was the last resort, but it would definitely make a noise and they would be spotted. "Don't worry, I'm a professional at making holes." Wang Teng was full of confidence. Peggy was speechless. What professional? It was just making a hole. Did he have to pass a test or exam? After interacting for a while, Peggy already had an understanding of this officer's actions and words. He's a weirdo. Wang Teng didn't know that Peggy was judging him. He had found a hidden place and was ready to drill a hole. Before that, he had already scouted using his spiritual power. This location was the farthest from the dark apparitions in the cave. If he was careful, he wouldn't be discovered. If he said he was a professional, then he was definitely a professional. Wang Teng placed his hand on the ground. The surrounding rocks began to turn into sand gradually and floated up. They were then controlled by his spiritual power and fell to the side heart of magnetic essence. This was the power from the heart of magnetic essence. Wang Teng's heart of magnetic essence was a combination of magnetic physique and heart of Zhongyan, which was why it had the ability to turn rocks into sand. After a short while, a hole appeared in front of Wang Teng without making any sound. The dark apparitions wouldn't know that someone had made a hole. Wang Teng then informed Peggy and the others. Peggy immediately brought the others to Wang Teng's side. When she saw the neat hole in front of her, she was surprised and confused. "This is really professional. 5 people will go in with me. The others will be guarding outside. Notify us immediately if anything happens," Wang Teng said. "I'll go with you." Peggy immediately stepped forward and chose 4 other martial warriors. They followed him into the hole. When they entered, the sand above flowed back and filled up the hole, returning to its original rocky state. It was like there wasn't even a hole to begin with. Peggy's eyes were wide open. What was that? Chapter 1165, Devil Armor Race. "It's nothing. Don't be amazed." Wang Teng remained calm in front of everyone's astounded faces. Silence. Everyone was speechless. They felt that Wang Teng was boasting, but they couldn't find words to refute him. However, this ability to control rocks and sand was similar to the special talent of certain earth element races. Peggy had never seen such special races before, but as an intelligence personnel with a huge knowledge reserve, she had read about them. She didn't expect Wang Teng to possess such an ability. Soon everyone disregarded this issue and placed their attention on the surroundings. They were in the dark apparitions territory, so they needed to be extremely careful. They didn't dare to let down their guards. Wang Teng stopped fooling around and activated his spiritual sight. He glanced around him. This was a cave with a dead end. It wasn't deep. They could reach the exit in a few steps. The defense of this cave was the weakest. There was only a devil lord guarding this place 500 meters ahead. Wang Teng signaled with his hand and asked his team to follow him. They inched their way toward the Devil Lord. If they wanted to enter the core section through this underground tunnel, they needed to get rid of this dark apparition first. When they were 100 meters away from the Devil Lord, Wang Teng asked everyone to stop. They concealed themselves. Peggy and the others fought with dark apparitions all year round, so they had their own concealing methods. As for Wang Teng, there was nothing to be said. His shadow-merging secret skill and advanced stage disguise talent were perfect for this situation. Besides, the shadow-merging secret skill was the unique concealing method of dark apparitions. They wouldn't notice it if he used it here using his enemy's skill to tackle them. How good was that? The dark apparitions wouldn't expect the human race to have an oddball like Wang Teng. Wait for me here? Wang Teng spoke through voice transmission and disappeared. Peggy was expecting Wang Teng's unique footwork, but the other 4 martial warriors had never seen it personally. They were shocked. Adjutant Peggy, where is our leader from? He has so many strange skills, a young man called Yola asked through voice transmission. I don't know. Peggy shook her head before reminding them seriously. All right, be serious. Don't let down your guard. Yes, the others replied through voice transmission. They looked nervously in the direction where the Devil Lord was. It would be troublesome if they made any noises during their sneak attack. They wondered what method their leader would use to deal with that dark apparition. Suddenly they widened their eyes in surprise. The dark apparition showed no signs of resisting. It didn't even notice anything before it collapsed to the ground. It had lost its ability to resist. Come over. Wang Teng's voice appeared in their heads. The team members moved over and stopped beside Wang Teng. Gasp. It's the Devil Armor Race, Peggy gasped as she spoke. Using voice transmission, they were a little far from the dark apparition, and the cave was dim and dark, so they couldn't see its appearance. They only saw its face clearly after closing in, hence they recognized its race. Devil Armor Race, Wang Teng blinked. This was something new. This was a dark apparition race he had never seen before, coming to the know. 29 Defense Planet was the right choice. Look, within 2 days he met 2 new kinds of dark apparitions. It was time to collect more attribute bubbles. The Devil Armor Race has tough armor covering their bodies. It can't be penetrated using normal weapons. Their claws are extremely sharp too. They can cut through metals as if they are pieces of paper. From Wang Teng's expression, Peggy knew that he didn't recognize the Devil Armor Race. Also, the more powerful they are, the harder their devil armor and claws will be. It's a weapon that grows along with them. Good riddance. We can make weapons with their turtle shell and claws, Wang Teng said with twinkling eyes. Peggy, she felt that his focus was a little strange normal people, would feel fearful and worried upon hearing how powerful the Devil Armor Race was. But Wang Teng was eyeing their battle armor and claws. Also, he called the Devil Race a turtle shell. Seriously, all the martial warriors on the No 29 Defense Planet found it a hassle to meet a devil armored dark apparition. Their devil armor was extremely irritating, but Wang Teng called it a turtle shell. However, the description seemed quite right. There's dark force on their devil armor and claws. We can't use them. Peggy shook her head in pity. Wang Teng was filled with regret. He kept the devil armored dark apparition in his space equipment and said, "We'll talk about it after we go back." After keeping the corpse of the dark apparition, he looked at the ground and saw 3 attribute bubbles floating there. Collect Constellation Force Dark 1200, Celestial Realm Spirit 150, Advanced Stage Devil Armor 100. Huh. Wang Teng gasped softly. There was nothing special about the Constellation Dark Force and the Spirit attribute. However, the last attribute startled him, Devil Armor. They just mentioned how tough the armor of the Devil Armor Race was, and the attribute bubble came. What was the relationship between them, after all? This was a technique while the armor of the Devil Armor Race was an item. Wang Teng quickly absorbed the attribute bubbles and understood the relationship. This devil armor would allow him to form a devil armor similar to the one of the Devil Armor Race dark apparition using his dark force. This technique was not bad. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. The armor produced using this skill could cover his entire body. He could use it to pretend to be a dark apparition. Then, he could roam around the dark apparition's nest freely in the disguise of the Devil Armor Race. Devil Armor 100,000. Foundation, Wang Teng looked at his attributes panel. There were only 100 points of the attribute. He was at the foundation stage, so his grasp of the skill wasn't enough. But it wasn't hard to execute it. He just needed more time. The devil armor race has another special trait, Peggy said again. What special trait? They're good at making holes. Peggy replied with a strange expression. Wang Teng. For some reason, Peggy felt delighted when she saw Wang Teng's awkward expression. Why did you have to boast? All right, split up and find out what these dark apparitions want are up to. Be careful, Wang Teng said seriously. Yes, everyone turned serious when talking about the mission. An intersection appeared in front of them. Everyone was in charge of one passageway and split up. Wang Teng chose the middle passageway. This was where the dark force was the thickest. Letting his team take this path was a little worrying, so he decided to do it himself. After sending his team members off, Wang Teng blinked and started searching for information about the devil armor race in the devouring nihility beast's memory. The memory bank of the devouring nihility beast was too vast and messy. He spent some time searching for the information and found a more detailed explanation than the one Peggy gave him. There was also an introduction to the weakness of the devil armor race. Wang Teng used voice transmission to share it with his team. In one of the passageways to the left, Peggy stopped in her tracks. She was flabbergasted. Weakness. Wang Teng managed to find the weakness of the devil armor race. For this was a huge matter. The human race had been fighting with the devil armor race for a long time, but because of their devil armor, the martial warriors from the light faction had never gotten the upper hand. The martial warriors from the light faction yearned to know the weakness of the devil armor race, but they never succeeded. Now Wang Teng was telling her that he found their weakness. If she knew that Wang Teng managed to find their weakness after seeing the devil armor race for the first time, she might find it unbelievable. Major Wang Teng, this is a huge matter. Please report it to the higher authorities. You can get a huge military exploit, Peggy suggested in a stern and earnest voice. A huge military exploit? Really? Wang Teng was shocked to him. The weakness of the devil armor race was just a memory. He wanted to inform his team so that they would have more confidence when dealing with the devil armor race. He didn't plan on getting such benefits. Don't underestimate the importance of this weakness, Peggy explained to him. Wang Teng finally understood. He didn't find this information useful, but it could be put to such great use. Well, not everyone was as perverted as him. Most people couldn't kill a devil armor race easily. To ordinary martial warriors, learning the weakness of the devil armor race was a lifesaver. It could decrease the number of casualties. If the military wasn't stupid, they would give him a huge merit for this piece of information. Major Wang Teng, if you're confident, I suggest that you report this matter using the military intelligence system, Peggy reminded him. All right. I understand. Wang Teng nodded and asked Roundball to contact the military in his mind. Peggy was right. It would be stupid if he didn't get free merit points. He would report it in case someone did it before him. After all, he had already shared this piece of information with the other members of his unit. He couldn't promise that everyone could remain calm in front of military exploits. Wang Teng started to view Peggy in a different light. She was able to withstand the temptation and remind him. Interesting. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't think too much about it and continued heading forward. The security in the tunnel was tight. There was a guard every few steps, but most of the guards on the outskirts were devil lords. They didn't pose any challenge to Wang Teng and his team. Wang Teng took care of every dark apparition he met. He knocked some attribute bubbles out of them before keeping them in his space equipment. He didn't raise any alarms. Chapter 1166, The Source of Chaos, Devil Ovum. Devil Transformation, 1230,000, well-versed. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes panel and smiled. His devil transformation had risen to the well-versed stage. He felt a stronger grasp of this skill, and was able to execute it without any error. Of course, it would be better if he could raise it to a higher level. The execution speed would be faster, and there wouldn't be any imperfections. He would seem like a real dark apparition. But if he executed it now, he would still be able to fool Devil Kings and below. Wang Teng stopped for a few seconds before asking his team through a voice transmission. What's the situation on your side? Voice transmission was a method using force to transmit one's voice. His team members might find it hard to pinpoint Wang Teng's location accurately in this environment and transmit their voices to him. However, he had a powerful spiritual power, so he could find and communicate with them without a problem. After his team received Wang Teng's message, they could channel their voices back easily. The process was dangerous. If the dark apparitions noticed the force fluctuation, they would be discovered, but Wang Teng was confident in his skills. "Major, there's nothing on my side," Peggy reported to him following his spiritual connection. The other martial warriors had no findings either. "It looks like the secret is on my side." Wang Teng thought to himself. He continued heading forward silently. After traveling for some time, Wang Teng finally met a Devil King. He was already extremely close to the core of the underground tunnel. Thus, Wang Teng didn't dare to kill the dark apparition. He frowned and contemplated for some time. In the end, he decided to execute the devil armor. Constellation dark force silently surged around him, forming a pitch-black shell on his skin that looked like armor. The devil armor covered Wang Teng from head to toe. There was even a transparent red plate protecting his eyes. This was why Peggy said that devil armor dark apparitions were hard to deal with. Even their eyes were protected by the armor, much less the other areas of their bodies. The plate covering the eye looked thin, but it was much tougher than the armor on the rest of the body. It was incredible. Within a few breaths, Wang Teng's body was covered with devil armor. He walked out of the dark. He had turned into a devil armor dark apparition. Even his height increased to close to 3 meters. He looked no different from the real deal. This was all thanks to his advanced stage disguise talent. It wasn't hard to increase his height. Wang Teng exuded a thick, dark force and walked over directly. He looked as if he was walking back to his house. The Devil King in front saw Wang Teng and asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing?" Wang Teng's dark force was only at the planetary stage, equivalent to a Devil Lord. Thus, he was a rank lower than this Devil King. He pretended to be afraid and replied using the dark apparition's language, "Sir asked me to go in. Since it's an order from him, you can enter." The Devil King let him in without probing further. Wang Teng was stunned. So easy he had prepared a speech to confuse the dark apparition, but he didn't have to use it. This was a little awkward. "Why aren't you going in?" The Devil King scoffed. "Yes, yes." Wang Teng swaggered his way in quickly. The Devil King blinked when he saw Wang Teng's walking posture. "Feek, he's even more arrogant than me." He didn't know that Wang Teng was wearing a disguise. If not, he wouldn't have let him in easily. Wang Teng met a few more Devil Kings along the way. All of them let him in after asking one question. He felt unaccomplished. These dark apparitions were too relaxed. They didn't seem to be guarding something important. Wang Teng wondered if the military had committed a mistake. After some time, he finally came to the end of the tunnel. There was a huge underground hole some distance ahead. Wang Teng stopped and hid in the dark, peeking at the hole. There was a giant black ball of meat in the middle of the hole, palpitating like a heart. "What's that?" Wang Teng's expression changed slightly under the devil armor. He felt a terrifying dark force fluctuation from this meatball. It gave off a dreadfully evil and chaotic aura. This was similar to the condition of a dark apparition after their devil transformation, but it was purer and thicker. Wang Teng felt a tinge of fear. Outside, he had used his spiritual sight and eyes of essence to inspect the place, but he didn't see such a thick, dark force. He only knew that he was wrong when he got closer. This ball of meat was frightening. The dark force constrained inside was unimaginable. The combined effect of his eyes of essence and spiritual sight always worked. But this time none of them was able to detect the real dark force held within this ball of meat. Devil ovum. Round Ball's astounded voice rang in his mind. It was filled with disbelief. Devil ovum? What's that? Wang Teng squinted. He could tell that something was wrong from Round Ball's tone. The devil ovum is the source of chaos. It is the start of a dark apparition riot. Its appearance will cause all the living creatures on a planet to get contaminated, and everything will fall into darkness. Round Ball had never sounded so serious. Its voice even trembled a little. Wang Teng gasped in shock. Was it so powerful? He hurriedly searched through the memories of the devouring nihility beast and finally found some information about the devil ovum. After browsing through the memory, Wang Teng understood why Round Ball was thunderstruck. This thing was indeed sinister and scary. If it erupted on the No. 29 defense planet, the entire place would become another Darkland. If the devil ovum absorbed enough energy, it could start radiating its power out of the planet and into the planetary sector. That would be a catastrophe. Only eternal stage and above martial warriors would be able to wipe out this presence. Fortunately, things hadn't reached the worst stage. Chapter 1167, Wang Teng's Resentment. The huge devil ovum was placed in the hole which seemed to be restraining it. Only a small portion of its power was released. One could only sense the situation inside if they came within a 10 meters radius. The chaos and evil aura sent a chill down Wang Teng's spine. If an ordinary martial warrior stared at the devil ovum a while longer, he might get sucked into it, his spirit would be affected, and he would walk toward it uncontrollably. Once he touched the devil ovum, or rather get within 10 meters radius, the martial warrior would be contaminated and become a slave of the dark. Wang Teng only took a few glances at it, but he already felt the bewitching ability of the devil ovum. Gasp! This is scary! He took a deep breath before speaking to Round Ball. This is the devil ovum. How can it not be scary? Fortunately, it's just a baby. It's still absorbing energy and growing. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp as he said, "That's right. It's still absorbing energy from its surroundings." "Yes, this is a mine." Wang Teng scanned the surroundings and nodded. He was a mining engineer, so he knew where the mines were. He noticed something different about this underground tunnel on the way in, and guessed that this was a mine. Now, he could confirm that this was a mine filled with force ores. What were force ores? Force mines were where energy stones came from. Energy stones were important resources for martial warriors, and they were the most basic form of energy ore. The dark apparitions could absorb the energy stones too. They could change any type of force in the energy stones into dark force. This was how scary the devil ovum was. "Wang Teng, we must stop it," Round Ball said grimly. "Don't worry, let's take a closer look." "This devil ovum won't explode so quickly," Wang Teng said. "There are 2 low-tier devil emperors here. If we act and provoke them, they might detonate the devil ovum. That will be worse." Round Ball didn't refute. It knew that Wang Teng was more reliable. He never made a mistake on important matters. He would definitely be able to solve this matter perfectly. "All right, be careful. The devil ovum has a powerful, bewitching ability. It will contaminate the people who get near it." Round Ball couldn't help but remind him. "Have you forgotten that I possess dark force?" Wang Teng smiled. Round Ball was stunned. He was right. Wang Teng already had dark force. Why would he be afraid of getting contaminated? He wouldn't. Fake. This fellow was a bug. Wang Teng had already used his dark force when they met the devouring nihility beast. Round Ball did ask him why he possessed the dark force at that time. This wasn't a small matter. No human had ever possessed the dark force unless this person had moved to the dark side and got contaminated by the dark force. So the question was, why would someone be able to control his dark force after getting contaminated? This didn't make sense. Round Ball examined Wang Teng's condition carefully. When he wasn't using his dark force, it seemed to have disappeared. No one would notice it. He didn't look contaminated. Round Ball was certain that Wang Teng wasn't contaminated. He was still a human, but he managed to gain the dark force through some special means, or he might have a special physique that allowed him to possess any kind of force. Round Ball was flabbergasted when it thought about this possibility. Wang Teng seemed to possess all types of forces, and his stages were all quite high. All his forces were progressing together. Round Ball didn't understand how Wang Teng cultivated. The amount of time he had was the same as others. While the others used up all their time and energy cultivating one or two forces, Wang Teng managed to grow all his forces to a high stage. This didn't make sense at all. Wang Teng didn't know what Round Ball was thinking. He was staring at the devil ovum. Suddenly, he got a shock. He saw a large number of attribute bubbles gloating around the devil ovum. The devil ovum had attracted all his attention just now, so he didn't notice the bubbles. What is this? This devil ovum was scary. It had grabbed all his focus. Wang Teng silently released his spiritual power toward the devil ovum to pick up the attribute bubbles. There were 2 devil emperors standing guard here, so he was extremely careful. He didn't want to make any mistakes. All the attribute bubbles were pulled over. Wang Teng was like a thief holding the fishing rod, and these attribute bubbles were fish raised by other people. Constellation Force, Dark 1330, Celestial Realm, Spirit 200, Celestial Realm Spirit 200. Celestial Realm Spirit 200. Celestial Realm Spirit 150. Constellation Force Dark 135 there, Encampment 5 there. Within a few seconds he collected all the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was stunned. The devil ovum dropped a huge number of Constellation Dark Force attributes. He counted them briefly. Within this short span of time, he had already received 36,000 points of Dark Force Constellation, Dark Force, 6,000, 70,000. Planetary Stage 7th level, the Constellation Dark Force in Wang Teng's body climbed from the 6th to the 7th level. Another black constellation had appeared above the sea of nihility in his body. The 7 black constellations spun in a circle. Amazing. As expected of the devil ovum, Wang Teng complimented in his heart. Besides the constellation Dark Force, the devil ovum dropped some spirit attributes too. It looked like the devil ovum wasn't just a carrier of Dark Force. It was a spiritual body too. No wonder it possessed such a terrifying evil and chaotic aura. Wang Teng gained 1950 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Finally, his spirit reached the tipping point. Spirit 50,000, 50,000. Celestial Realm. The problem was it didn't tip. Mind you, the number of points he received exceeded the upper limit. But his spirit was stuck at 50,000. It didn't break through to the cosmos realm. Wang Teng didn't understand what was happening. Something wasn't right. He carefully felt the changes in his spirit and suddenly realized that his spirit had gotten a little purer. It was as if the extra spirit was squeezed into these 50,000 points. Was it stopping him from achieving his breakthrough? His spirit might be purer, but why did it have to come up with this sudden episode? How much longer did he have to collect spirit attributes so that he could advance to the next level? Wang Teng's resentment soared through the roof. Chapter 1168. Grab it and run away. Wang Teng kept telling himself, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry." He repeated the words a few times before he calmed down and stopped feeling as frustrated. He thought about this carefully and suddenly understood why it happened. His spirit couldn't jump to a higher level because his forces had not reached the upper limit. The cosmos stage was a little special. He could only achieve a breakthrough if both his spirit and force attributes reached the limit. This was because the cosmos stage required the merging of his spirit and forces to form a small universe in his body. This small universe would give birth to a small world, but that would be the latter part. One would have to reach the universe stage to think about creating a small world. This meant that such a situation wasn't a bad thing. In the future, when he received more spirit attributes, his spirit would condense and become purer and purer. This would be of great help to him when he advanced to the cosmos stage. Wang Teng stopped thinking about this matter after understanding the reason behind it. He looked at the last attribute bubble, enchantment. This was a special technique attribute bubble. The cultivation method appeared in Wang Teng's mind instantly. Without a doubt, this was a kind of spiritual technique. It was similar to the bewitch skill he got from the vampire dark apparitions. But his enchantment skill was much more powerful. The other party would have no way of resisting once they got hit. Wang Teng felt that the bewitch skill was already very powerful, especially after he raised it to the perfected stage. This was when he could release the full potential of this skill, and it was never amiss. The people who got controlled by the bewitch skill wouldn't be able to keep any secrets from him, but the enchantment skill was stronger and more sinister. He could plant an enchantment seed in others. This was something like a psychological suggestion, gradually turning the other party into your target of enchantment. What was so powerful about this technique? Your target could be far away, but they could still get enchanted and act based on the psychological suggestion left behind by the executor. This wasn't like the bewitch technique. Once the control was disconnected, the target would return to normal and wouldn't be affected anymore. Also, if the distance was too far, no manual disconnection was needed. The bewitch skill would disappear automatically. Thus, there were limitations when executing the bewitch skill. Actually, one would be able to understand how frightening the enchantment skill was after realizing the scariness of the devil ovum. Of course, you couldn't execute the enchantment skill as and when you wanted to. It wasn't easy to leave a psychological suggestion in people's hearts. There were a few requirements that needed to be fulfilled. For instance, his spirit must be stronger than his opponent, and he needed to enchant the other party unknowingly. In summary, the stronger his spirit, the higher the rate of success, after all. Wang Teng wasn't the devil ovum. The devil ovum was a special presence. It was the carrier of dark force and chaos, so its enchantment power was exceptional. Wang Teng didn't care. As long as he raised the enchantment to the perfected stage, the effects would be great too. Anyway, the enchantment was similar to the spiritual marks he instilled in Cao Hongtu and Cao Zhaozhao. Both of them could help to enslave someone. However, the spiritual mark was more direct and forceful while the enchantment was gentler. It controlled the other party without them realizing it. In comparison, Wang Teng preferred the enchantment skill. When he looked at the devil ovum again, it didn't feel as scary anymore. This was an attributes-producing baby. Wang Teng hid in the dark and continued collecting attribute bubbles silently. After a round of collection, the devil ovum started dropping attribute bubbles again. Constellation Force, Dark 1500, Constellation Force, Dark 1300, Celestial Realm Spirit, 120. Celestial Realm Spirit, 1000, 70, Enchantment, 100. Celestial Realm Spirit, 1050. Celestial Realm Spirit, 1060. Constellation Force, Dark, 1200. Constellation Force, Dark 1000, Enchantment 1050. Again. Wang Teng was delighted. The enchantment attribute had appeared again. There was nothing to say about the Constellation Dark Force and the Celestial Realm Spirit. The main item was the enchantment skill. 3 attribute bubbles containing this skill appeared and gave him 350 points. Enchantment, 400, 1000. Foundation. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and felt a little helpless. It couldn't be helped. Including the bubbles he received in the previous round, there were only 400 points of enchantment in total. He was at the foundation stage. Wang Teng wanted to hide for a while longer to see if more attribute bubbles would appear. At this moment, a commotion occurred outside. Boom. Then an explosion resounded. Oh shit. Someone's fighting. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He knew that Peggy or someone had been discovered and must have engaged with the dark apparitions. He didn't dare to move recklessly because the 2 devil emperors outside had also noticed the commotion. However, they didn't do anything. Wang Teng used his advanced stage disguise talent to merge into the walls. Then, he executed the shadow merging secret skill to be on the safe side. Due to the presence of the devil ovum, this entire cave was filled with dark force. It would be impossible to find Wang Teng if he hid himself using the dark force concealing method. Of course, if he used other forces, he would be discovered immediately. The 2 low-tier devil emperors were silent and continued guarding the devil ovum. It looked like the importance they placed on the devil ovum was higher than Wang Teng expected. This was understandable. It wasn't easy to breed the devil ovum based on the devouring nihility beast's memories. Only a devil titan could form a devil ovum, but he would have to exhaust his power of origin. The devil ovum would then be thrown out to absorb energy and incubate slowly. What was a Devil Titan? The Devil Emperor level was split into low tier, mid tier, and high tier. They were equivalent to the Cosmos stage, Heaven stage, and Universe stage of humans. The Devil Titan was above the Devil Emperor, equivalent to an Eternal Stage Martial Warrior. A Devil Ovum formed from the power of origin of an Eternal Stage Martial Warrior. One could imagine how precious it was. Even if the dark apparitions outside died, these two Devil Emperors wouldn't bat an eye. They would probably run away with the Devil Ovum and shift their base. The people that came to investigate this matter were already killed by these dark apparitions. Actually, they had plans to leave, but most of the energy here had not been absorbed, so they couldn't bear to leave this place. After all, it wasn't easy to find an energy mine. Hence, they dragged their departure, hoping that they wouldn't be disturbed. Wang Teng frowned. He wondered how he should lure these two Devil Emperors away. He mustn't let them leave with the Devil Ovum. The commotion outside had gotten more intense. There seemed to be a huge battle ongoing. The dark apparitions outside were all Devil Kings and below, so his team wouldn't be in any danger temporarily. Wang Teng wasn't worried. He placed his attention on the Devil Ovum. These two Devil Emperors also noticed the commotion was getting bigger. One Devil Emperor finally stood up, Gabatros. The other dark apparition called, "The situation isn't right. Gadbaugh, I need to go out and take a look." Gabatros spoke using dark language. His voice was hoarse like two metal plates rubbing against each other. "You can go out, but not more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, you must come back, whatever the situation is." Gadbaugh was hesitant, but he still relented in the end. "Notify me immediately if there are any accidents. Nothing must happen to the Devil Ovum." "All right, 3 minutes are enough," Gabatros smirked. The two Devil Emperors were from the Devil Armor race. They were tall and had armor covering them. Their eyes were crimson. Gabatros stepped on the ground and shot out at the speed of light. He flashed past where Wang Teng was. Wang Teng's expression changed. He couldn't wait any longer. 3 minutes. His team wouldn't be able to handle this Devil Emperor. Fortunately, he left a clone outside, so he could hold the Devil Emperor back for some time. Wang Teng stopped hesitating. He used his shadow-merging secret skill to sneak closer to the spot where the Devil Emperor had left. What's his name? Gadbaugh. What a strange name. But it doesn't matter. He's just an extra. Soon, Wang Teng was within 10 meters of the Devil Ovum. He immediately felt an evil and chaotic spiritual attack. His expression changed. Fortunately, his spirit was powerful enough to resist this spiritual invasion. Wang Teng withstood the influence of the Devil Ovum while inching toward it. 9 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At 3 meters, Wang Teng finally acted. He formed multiple light force arrows without any hesitation and shot them toward the dark apparitions. Who? A red glow shot out of Gadbaugh's eyes as he bellowed. He was appalled. He never expected light force to appear here. He couldn't dodge in his situation because if he did, the arrows would land on the Devil Ovum. The light force was the natural enemy of the dark force, hence it could harm the Devil Ovum. Gadbaugh roared in anger, and the dark force in his body exploded. A pitch-black shield appeared in his hand, which he used to block the attack. Boom! The light force arrow landed on the shield, force fluctuations spread out, and a huge force punched the shield. Gadbaugh was forced to take a few steps back. He roared again and stomped his feet on the ground, forcefully stabilizing himself. "I'm sorry, I'm leaving first," a voice came from behind him. Gadbaugh turned around and realized that a figure had appeared beside the Devil Ovum. The person grabbed the Devil Ovum and ran away. Chapter 1169. Where did this freak come from? Grabbed and ran away. Gadbaugh was dumbfounded. He watched the human lifting up the Devil Ovum and running away in a daze. He didn't manage to regain his senses in time. What is this? How can a human touch the Devil Ovum and not get contaminated? Oh, right. This human is a light element martial warrior. He must have used some method to resist the dark force temporarily. But this doesn't make sense either. That's the Devil Ovum. How can a human resist the enchantment of the devil ovum? This is unbelievable. Many thoughts flashed through Gadbaw's mind. Then he let out an angry bellow. Human, you're looking for death. Put down that devil ovum. Gadbaw started chasing Wang Teng. He increased his speed to the maximum as the dark force churned around him. Come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll let you. Wang Teng kept gathering light force and hurled it backward. Gadbaw didn't dare to touch the light force, so he could only dodge and chase after Wang Teng at the same time. He almost exploded in anger when he heard Wang Teng teasing him. Die! Gadbaw's gaze turned sharp. He stretched his hands out, and the dark force formed a huge pitch-black hand. It clawed at Wang Teng. Wang Teng blinked. Emerald flame covered his free hand to release a punch. Flames formed a fist aura with the strength of Ultima. It charged toward the dark apparition. Boom! The giant black hand was destroyed along with the flaming punch. No one gained any advantage. Wang Teng took the chance to gain a few hundred meters. On the other side, the moment Gabatros went out, he saw Peggy being chased by two dark apparitions. Peggy's expression changed when they met in the passageway. She felt bitterness in her mouth. She was so unlucky. She met a devil emperor at the turn of a corner. She was going to die. How dare you come here? Do you have a death wish? A sinister smile appeared on Gabatros's face. Then he shot toward Peggy like a black arrow. The other party spoke in the dark apparition's language, so Peggy didn't understand him. However, she knew something wasn't right after seeing the Devil Emperor's expression. She escaped in a hurry. She would never fight with him. She couldn't beat him either way. Are you trying to run away? A sharp and cold killing intent floated into Gabatros's face. Dark force swarmed around him and formed tentacles stretching toward Peggy like an octopus. Peggy's expression changed. She wielded the sword in her hand and slashed it out furiously. The sword glows filled up the cave and collided with the dark tentacles. Peggy was at the peak of the celestial stage, but the difference in ability compared to this Devil Emperor was vast. The sword glows got shattered by the dark tentacles, which continued swimming toward her. Peggy felt despair. She gritted her teeth and activated all the force in her body. Either the fish would die or the net would get torn. Just then, an angry roar was heard deep inside the cave. Gabatros's expression changed. He ignored Peggy and rushed in another direction. Peggy was stunned. What was this? Did the Devil Emperor just ignore her? She blinked and started to think. That's where Major Wang Teng went. Did he discover the dark apparition's secret? Suddenly, she was in a dilemma. Would Major Wang Teng be able to handle a low-tier Devil Emperor? The shout probably came from another low-tier Devil Emperor. If the information was right, there were two low-tier Devil Emperors here. Major Wang Teng wouldn't be their match, but with her strength, she would just be a burden if she went. She wouldn't be of any help. There are two Devil Emperors here, so there must be a huge secret. We have to get the news back. If things get worse, I can risk my life to save Major Wang Teng. Peggy's gaze turned firm. She made her decision and headed in the direction where the Devil Emperor went. Due to the appearance of the Devil Emperor, the Devil Kings chasing Peggy went away to the other passageways. She met no hindrance and entered the middle tunnel smoothly. At this moment, Wang Teng saw the thick, dark force rushing toward him from the front. He turned serious. The other Devil Emperor was back. As expected, this Devil Ovum was extremely important to them. Any accidents and they would come back immediately. Wang Teng didn't hesitate, though. He continued dashing out. Stay, Gabatros saw Wang Teng and became indignant upon noticing the Devil Ovum in his hands. This human sneaked past them, entered this cave, and attempted to steal the Devil Ovum. Damn it. If anything happened to the Devil Ovum, he would be a sinner. He would be eaten by the Devil Titan when he went back. Gabatros, stop him. Gadbaw arrived and shouted from the back. The two Devil Emperors blocked Wang Teng in the tunnel, one in front and one behind. Move! Wang Teng's bloodlust exploded. A powerful aura erupted from his body and crashed toward the dark apparition in front. Boom. Gabatros's pupils constricted, and he froze. He seemed to be stuck in a mountain of corpses, unable to move. Did you think that dark apparitions weren't afraid of death? No, they were. They were terrified of presences more powerful than them, too. What a strong killing intent. How is that possible? Gabatros was appalled. He couldn't move. The shadow of death encased him while the bloodlust aura made him tremble. This was unbelievable. He was a low-tiered devil emperor, while the human was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Yet, he possessed such a powerful killing intent. Wang Teng darted over. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation flowed out of his body. The power of the domain spread out and enveloped the dark apparition. Then it covered the entire cave. Gabatros realized that he was submerged in a strange domain after he broke free from the bloodlust ultima. He was astounded. Domain? He felt that he was seeing a ghost. This celestial stage martial warrior had an immense bloodlust ultima and a domain fake. Where did this freak come from? Boom! Before it could think further, a large patch of holy white flame fired up in the domain. It turned into a sea of fire and swarmed toward him. Holy flame! Gabatros screamed in panic. Chapter 1170. Don't let Major Wang Teng sacrifice himself in vain. Holy flame, fire domain. The domain that was the amalgamation of the two was just right to deal with the dark apparitions. This technique was something he came up with after some research. By integrating divine flames into the domain, the power would increase by at least 30%. Wang Teng looked back and smiled. It might not be easy to kill the low-tiered devil emperor, but it was extremely simple to capture it. He had at least a dozen ways to do so. He left the dark apparition behind and continued rushing outside. At the same time, the dark apparitions who were following closely behind couldn't stop in time and entered Wang Teng's domain. A couple of dark apparitions were screaming and jumping around pitifully in the domain formed by the holy flame. The holy flame had a great restraining effect on them. Once they were caught by the flames, their dark force would be burned. The dark force was like fuel, which made the holy flame burn even more violently. There were even burn marks on the devil-armored dark apparition's tough devil armor. If given the time, the flames would burn through the armor. The two low-tier devil emperors couldn't care about the others and attacked the domain frantically, destroying it with their combined strength. The domain wasn't strengthened by Wang Teng. It wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of devil emperors, but it did well to hold them off for a while. By the time they got rid of the domain, they could no longer see Wang Teng. Roar, the two devil emperors were covered in burn marks and looked like a mess. Their faces turned dark. Chase. They were almost going crazy. Without any hesitation, they headed toward the direction where Wang Teng had left. The devil ovum was still in his hands. Even if they were to die, it must be recovered. Peggy suddenly stopped in her tracks. She sensed a dense, dark force surging toward her. Her expression changed drastically. What powerful dark force? What could it be? Has Major Wang Teng already been killed by the two devil emperors? But the dark force seems even more terrifying than that devil emperor. Just as they were thinking about it, the dark force suddenly stopped. The surroundings were dark, and Peggy could only see a blurred silhouette. What is that existence? The head was huge like a round ball, but the body was no different from an ordinary person's. It was really weird and unusual. What is that? Peggy had never seen anything like it, and was full of doubts. When was there a devil race with big heads? Is that a new race? What are you still doing? Hurry up and go. Just at this moment, Wang Teng's voice rang in her ear. Major Wang Teng! Peggy was astonished. It was Major Wang Teng, not a dark apparition. But why was his head so big? No, that's not his head. He should be carrying something. Come on, the two low-tier devil emperors are catching up, Wang Teng said. What's going on? Peggy didn't have the time to think and immediately sprinted off. However, she still had to ask. We'll talk about it when we return. Don't come close to me. Go on ahead, Wang Teng said. Peggy also knew that this was not the time to chat around and sped off. Boom! There were violent explosion sounds from behind. A horrifying wave of dark force swept over, mixed in with the devil apparition's roars. Peggy's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to imagine what Wang Teng had done to anger the devil emperors like this. They were going crazy. "Go, go!" Wang Teng hurriedly shouted from behind. He stretched out his hand. The golden crescent blade flew out and cut through the top of the passage. An avalanche of rocks fell, blocking the passage behind him. Just like that, both of them kept running away while breaking the rocks at the top. After some time, they finally saw light and reached the entrance. The closed entrance opened up, allowing the noise of battle inside. The martial warriors that Wang Teng had brought with him were engaged in combat with the dark apparitions. The two of them rushed out of the entrance. Peggy finally saw what Wang Teng was carrying, and her pretty eyes grew large. This is a devil ovum. As an intelligence officer, Peggy naturally recognized the devil ovum. Although she wasn't too sure at first, she confirmed her suspicions after seeing it clearly. She then realized that the secret of the dark apparitions might be this devil ovum. No wonder the two low-tier devil emperors went crazy and kept chasing after them. As it turned out, Wang Teng stole their egg. This was too surprising. What she found harder to believe was how Wang Teng even dared to get close to the devil ovum. If those from the light faction got close to the devil ovum, they would be corrupted. There were no exceptions. No wonder Wang Teng didn't let her approach it. If she had gotten close, she would have been corrupted by the devil ovum. She thought about it a lot and had mixed feelings in her heart. She assumed that Wang Teng wanted to sacrifice himself to destroy this devil ovum. There was admiration and sadness in Peggy's eyes. At the same time, the other martial warriors and dark apparitions noticed the devil ovum as well. The martial warriors had the same thoughts as Peggy. Their faces were filled with respect and sorrow. Don't let him take away the devil ovum. Stop him. Kill this human. The dark apparitions roared wildly and left the other martial warriors behind. They charged straight for Wang Teng. Whoa! Wang Teng was in huge shock. Are all these dark apparitions on stimulants? Why are they so agitated? Stop them. Major Wang Teng is sacrificing himself to destroy the devil ovum. We shall not let these dark apparitions have their way. Peggy raised her sword and shouted like a soldier about to throw her life. Yes, stop them. Don't let Major Wang Teng sacrifice himself in vain. Major Wang Teng, go! We will stop the dark apparitions. One by one, the martial warriors rushed forward and fought the dark apparitions, buying time for Wang Teng. Wang Teng was confused. When did he say that he was going to sacrifice himself? Did they misunderstand something? Was he such a selfless person? A series of doubts flashed in his mind. He had a bad feeling about this. This wasn't right. Boom. There was a roar from behind. The two low-tier devil emperors were getting closer and closer. No, don't act rashly. Wang Teng's expression changed as he called out to them. Major Wang Teng, don't say anything. Go quickly. We'll stop these dark apparitions, Peggy said with determination. Wang Teng? That's right, Major Wang Teng. Go quick. Go, we'll not let these dark apparitions catch up to you. The other martial warriors shouted one after another. Wang Teng almost felt emotional. Shut up after a moment. He roared, silencing everyone. Go, all of you go. It will be too late if you don't. No, Major Wang Teng. If we go, you won't be able to leave, Peggy said. Bullshit. I can leave whenever I want to. I don't need you all to cover for me. I won't be able to leave if all of you are here. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. Wang Teng was exasperated with these people. Go already. The devil emperors are coming soon. You will only drag me down. Everyone hesitated. They couldn't just leave him behind alone to escape. This is an order. Go away, Wang Teng yelled again. Okay, let's go. Peggy's eyes welled up and tears almost trickled down her cheeks. But holding it in, she gritted her teeth. Go, retreat. Major, the other martial warriors shouted with sorrow. Get out of here. I won't die. Wang Teng wanted to vomit blood when he saw their expressions. Everyone thought that he was about to die. Was he that weak? These guys were looking down on him. It was just a devil ovum. They made it look like he was going to die soon. In the end, Peggy left with the martial warriors. They took one last look at Wang Teng as if they wanted to etch him into their hearts. The dark apparitions didn't chase them as Wang Teng ran in the opposite direction. Their attention was locked on the devil ovum. They didn't care about anything else. The two low-tiered devil emperors rushed out from below and sensed the devil ovum's presence. They then headed over in Wang Teng's direction. Wang Teng looked behind and was relieved when he saw that all the dark apparitions were chasing him. That's good. That's good. They are all here. He could do a big one like this. Killing all these dark apparitions would produce a lot of attribute bubbles. Wang Teng flew for 12 kilometers and finally landed on a bare mountaintop. He then threw the devil ovum under his feet and stood on it while waiting for the dark apparitions to arrive. Soon, dozens of black spots led by the two low-tier devil emperors approached from the distance. They stopped when they saw Wang Teng. "Human, you can't run away." Gadbaw glared at Wang Teng. "Hand over the devil ovum and I will leave your corpse intact," Gabatros said. "Are you daydreaming?" Wang Teng looked at the two devil emperors and snickered. "Still stubborn on the brink of death," Gadbaw said with a grim expression. "Don't talk nonsense with him." "Let's kill him and take back the devil ovum," Gabatros said. "Don't get excited. Your devil ovum is still here with me." Wang Teng condensed a sword of light and slid it on the devil ovum. "Say, what happens if I poke it?" "Don't you dare," Gadbaw roared. Slash. However, Wang Teng's response was a merciless strike of the sword, along with a piercing cry from the devil ovum. Catastrophic spirit waves swept through the surroundings. Chapter 1771. Oh my God, this human is scary. The dark apparitions some distance away were shocked by the scream. They hurriedly used their spiritual power to block the cry. Even dark apparitions would get affected by the chaotic spiritual fluctuation of the devil ovum. This was the natural oppression of the being of a higher tier. After all, the devil ovum was formed from the power of origin of a devil titan. In terms of level, it was much higher than a devil emperor. Then, the dark apparitions started to smirk. They felt that this human was naive and reckless. How dared he attack the devil ovum? If he didn't lose his mind after getting hit by the terrifying spiritual attack of the devil ovum at such a close distance, they would swallow the ovum while hanging upside down. Also, this human had been holding the devil ovum quite for some time now, so he probably couldn't withstand it anymore. If not, he wouldn't have stopped and waited for them to catch up with him. The devil emperors realized the truth and stared coldly at Wang Teng. They waited for him to get contaminated by the devil ovum. Wang Teng frowned. He was receiving waves of stimulation in his consciousness. The powerful chaotic spirit wanted to stain his soul and contaminate his spirit. Wang Teng snorted. The spiritual power erupted in his mind, and he forced the chaotic presence down forcefully with his celestial realm spiritual power. That wasn't all. Deep in his consciousness, within an area enclosed by purple-black mist, a terrifying behemoth opened its eyes. There was a reflection in its deep and elegant purple-black eyes. The frightening power of spirit swept through his consciousness. Boom! The chaotic spiritual attack from the devil ovum disintegrated. "You should stay obedient," Wang Teng coldly said to the devil ovum below his feet. Then he pulled out his sword and stabbed it in again. Splat! A piercing scream came from the devil ovum again. It sounded like countless voices mixed together. There were the low murmurs of devils and the whispers from the undead. The sound was even more frightening than before. Any human would get lost in the noises. However, Wang Teng showed no reaction, not even flinching. His gaze remained clear and sharp. The chaotic spirit couldn't influence him when he was caught off guard earlier, so he wouldn't be affected now that he was prepared. Try screaming again. Wang Teng pulled out the longsword and stabbed it once more. Devil ovum, if there's something wrong with this human, why didn't he get affected by the spiritual attack? The devil ovum had its own consciousness. It didn't understand what was going on. The other dark apparitions were stunned, too. What was going on? The human suffered 2 rounds of spiritual attacks from the devil ovum at such a close distance, yet he was still fine. He even gave 2 more stabs to the devil ovum. This was implausible. Why wasn't this human affected? Things were going against their understanding. At the same time, they felt their hearts trembling. That was the devil ovum. How could this bastard treat the devil ovum like this? Human, let go of the devil ovum. The 2 devil emperors finally reacted and shouted at Wang Teng. Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? Wang Teng raised his head and replied indifferently. Your tempting fate. Flames of fury almost shot out of the devil emperor's eyes. Who did he think he was? They were devil emperors, but they were belittled by a celestial stage martial warrior. This was unbearable. Come and snatch it if you want it so much. Wang Teng ignored the death glares from the 2 devil emperors and even hooked his fingers at them. His gaze was filled with disdain. The dark forces in the devil emperors exploded without any restraint. This bastard was unbridled. Kill him! Get the devil ovum back! The 2 devil emperors were fuming. They waved their hands while bellowing in rage. The dark apparitions behind them launched their attacks immediately. All of them charged toward Wang Teng as if they had a boost of adrenaline. Come to your death, Wang Teng snorted. A strange fluctuation was released from his body and started spreading out like ripples. Meteorite shower domain activate. Magnetic domain activate. The sky changed. The entire space turned dark yellow with giant rocks floating in the air. Even the ground transformed into a huge rock hovering in midair. Boom, boom, boom. An immense pressure pressed down on the dark apparitions. The dark apparitions clashed into a repelling force and plummeted to the ground, slamming on the giant rock fiercely. The power of the 2 domains was amazing. This wasn't just a simple 1 + 1 = 2 equation. The combined effects were definitely greater than 2. When Wang Teng stole the devouring nihility beast's soul, he didn't leave the planet in a hurry. Instead, he stayed there and collected all the attribute bubbles he could. There were magnetic domain and bloodlust ultima attributes on that decaying planet. Wang Teng only left after getting all the benefits. This was how his magnetic domain and bloodlust ultima reached the 3rd and 8th levels respectively. The expressions of the 2 devil emperors changed again. They couldn't move due to the pressure. Domain. Domain again. This human martial warrior was just at the celestial stage. How could he grasp the domain only heaven stage martial warriors had? Moreover, he had more than 1 domain. Genius. This human must be a genius among the geniuses. The 2 devil emperors glanced at each other. Killing intent welled up in their eyes. Either way, they must kill him. They couldn't let him mature any longer. He had grasped the skill of domains at the celestial stage. How powerful would he be if he reached heaven stage? The more powerful a martial warrior was, the greater his influence. Once this genius reached the heaven stage, he would be a catastrophe for the dark faction. Boom, the 2 devil emperors forcefully resisted the massive pressure. They stomped their feet on the ground and shot into the sky, flying straight at Wang Teng. Are you trying to kill me? Wang Teng sneered. He had noticed the exchange of gaze between the 2 devil emperors. He raised his finger. Go. The gigantic rocks around him suddenly started moving, charging at the 2 devil emperors. These rocks were like cannons under the influence of the magnetic domain. The giant rocks gave off a powerful force fluctuation. It wasn't just a simple attack. The expressions of the 2 devil emperors changed. They separated each to one side to dodge the countless rock cannons. Boom, boom, boom! Unfortunately, they underestimated the power of this move. Numerous giant rocks had filled up the space all of a sudden. They had nowhere to hide. They wanted to shuttle through the gaps between the giant rocks, but there was another rock hurling over from behind. The hideous expressions on the devil emperors' faces froze, the shadows of the giant rocks covered their bodies, and they were hit with a loud bang. They had no time to think, so they could only form a defense shield with their dark force. Boom! The giant rocks busted and the two devil emperors were thrown back. Their bodies tossed and turned in the air. Even their devil armor cracked a little. They looked miserable. They tried their best to resist the pressure looming over them. After stabilizing, they furrowed their brows violently. Before they could do anything, more rocks came at them. Boom, boom, boom. The devil emperors squinted. They got hit again before they could react. Wang Teng floated in mid-air and raised his finger. More giant rocks plummeted down. The two devil emperors were like puppets getting thrown around by Wang Teng. Their efforts to resist were futile. Roar, roar. They kept bellowing in anger like injured wild beasts, but it was useless. This was the first time they had experienced such a situation in their lives. Devil armor, dark apparitions were extremely powerful. Normally, they were the ones torturing others. This was their first time being on the receiving end. The dark apparitions who remained motionless below due to the pressure were stunned. They couldn't control their expressions. All of them were staring at this scene with their eyes wide open. Their devil emperors were getting beaten up so badly. This, all the devil armor dark apparitions who were known for their ruthlessness, felt a chill up their spines. Oh my God, this human is scary. Chapter 172. Sir, look over there. On this barren piece of land, a dark yellow light shield formed from yellow force covered the ground like a bowl turned upside down. This was Wang Teng's meteorite shower domain. Explosions occurred without a stop within the domain. The dark apparitions below were in a daze. The two devil emperors were confused by all the hits. Their minds were in a whirl. Anyone would be confused and lost after getting hit by numerous large rocks. The devil armor of the devil armor race was sturdy and tough. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't penetrate it. That was just because they weren't powerful enough. As long as one had the strength, they could break anything. Thus, Wang Teng didn't attack their weak points. To him, the devil-armored dark apparitions were full of weaknesses. He would use brute force to defeat them. Wang Teng stood on a giant rock and looked down at the other party silently. He showed no signs of stopping. He had never lost to anyone in a game of attrition. He had ample rocks in his meteorite shower domain and could create new ones continuously. He didn't have to worry about not having enough rocks. He never planned to make things easy for the dark apparitions below either. When he glanced at the dark apparitions, they shuddered in fear. They felt their hair standing. An evil smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. With a point of his finger, numerous giant rocks started moving, aiming at the dark apparitions below. Zergaro dare all the dark apparitions took a step back in unplanned unison when they saw his smile. Boom, 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 a loud explosion echoed in the air. The giant rocks had started their downward journey. It looked like a meteorite shower. Run. One of the dark apparitions shouted. He gave up on the devil ovum and escaped without any hesitation. All the dark apparitions went crazy. They frantically resisted the pressure around them while escaping in all directions. One couldn't blame them for being too timid. The two devil emperors were a warning to them. Their condition was miserable. Even the devil emperors couldn't resist this human's attacks. What could they do? But in this domain, no matter how hard they tried to escape, they were still within the attacking range of the giant rocks. The giant rocks smashed into their bodies and pushed them to the ground. Cracks appeared on their devil armor. Roar. Roar, roar, cries of agony rang on the battlefield continuously. The devil-armored dark apparitions were like pieces of meat being prepared for a meal. They were hammered a few times to make their meat softer before getting seasoned. Yes, this method is not bad. Wang Teng touched his chin. He felt that his force chef mastery had risen a little. The simpler the method, the more delicious it was. Don't run. You can't run away. You have to break the domain. This human is just a celestial stage martial warrior. Even if he has grasped the power of domain, it won't be able to encompass a large area. Let's work together to break the domain. Some dark apparitions weren't willing to give up and shouted angrily. They weren't stupid. They knew that they could only escape the giant rocks by destroying the domain. A domain's area of influence would be linked with its level. The higher the level, the wider the range, the stronger the power, and the harder it was to break it. The dark apparitions were certain that this domain wasn't hard to break since Wang Teng was only a celestial stage martial warrior. They struggled to crawl up. Some dark apparitions helped to resist the large rocks while the remaining ones rushed toward the edge of the domain. The dark apparitions had a strong desire to live in the face of death. They tried all methods to attack the domain, and surprisingly, the meteorite shower domain started trembling. Yes, let's continue. The dark apparitions were overjoyed. They worked even harder. Wang Teng squinted, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Since you're in a hurry to go to hell, don't blame me for being merciless. He continued controlling the shower of rocks to prevent the dark apparitions from damaging his domain further. This would buy him more time. Simultaneously, he pointed at the sky. Countless giant rocks gathered in a single spot, colliding with one another and forming a gigantic ball in the sky. This ball was as large as a small-sized asteroid. The dark apparitions below looked up. The smiles on their faces froze and their heads went numb. What's that? The bunch of dark apparitions shivered in fear. They gulped uncontrollably and looked as though they had seen a ghost. Of course, that was if their faces covered by devil armor had any expressions. However, one could tell their fear and astonishment through their eyes. Wang Teng suddenly stopped the attack of the giant rocks. The two devil emperors staggered their way out. Many parts of their armor were damaged, and they were in a tragic state. Brat, you can't kill us, Gabatros wiped the black blood dripping down the edge of his lips. He sounded exhausted and furious. You're just a celestial stage martial warrior. You must be running out of juice now. Do you think you can defeat us with a single domain? Don't you know there's a chasm between devil emperors and celestial stage martial warriors? Gadba bore the excruciating pain on his body and stared at Wang Teng in resentment. All their attention was on Wang Teng. They wished they could tear him into pieces, so they didn't see the giant asteroid that was growing some distance away. The dark apparitions below wanted to remind them, but Gabatros spoke again before they could say anything. Human, we can settle our accounts now. I won't let you die an easy death. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Did the rocks knock the sense out of them? Can't they see that asteroid? Why are they still threatening me? The dark apparitions below couldn't stand it anymore. Sir, finally a devil king shouted uncontrollably. What? Gadba retorted impatiently. These useless low-level peers weren't of any help and were still creating trouble. Sir, look over there. The devil king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pointed at the sky. Look your head. Gadba was enraged. However, he still turned his head and looked over. An enormous ball of rocks the size of a small asteroid was being created at a high speed. It was floating to the left above their heads. The two devil emperors. Go. A cold shout escaped Wang Teng's mouth. The two devil emperors felt their hearts skipping a beat. They had a bad feeling. The next instant, the small asteroid fell to the ground without targeting the dark apparitions below. Instead, it was aimed at the two astounded devil emperors. Boom! The small asteroid zoomed over from the sky. The space around it started cracking, as if it couldn't withstand the pressure. The devil emperors stared at the asteroid until their eyes almost popped out. They were flabbergasted. How could a celestial stage martial warrior release such a powerful attack? But they didn't have the time to ponder. Although the asteroid was huge, it was coming down at a fast speed. It didn't give them much time to react. Devil transformation. The two devil emperors sensed the huge momentum of this enormous rock, so they didn't dare to act carelessly. Both of them activated their devil transformation. Glaring black light shot out from their bodies. Two evil and chaotic auras climbed exponentially. The two devil emperors were like small black suns. The giant rock finally dawned on them, colliding violently with the two. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion. A frightening force pushed the two black suns down toward the ground. Then the dark apparitions below were caught in the attack too. Boom! The meteorite shower domain turned silent, following an earth-shattering explosion. Outside the domain, a battlecraft flew over at high speed and finally landed at the edge of the domain. Before the battlecraft landed officially, a group of martial warriors leapt down. Peggy was among them. General Darte from the 3rd Frontline Base was in the group too. Peggy and the others had rushed back and reported the discovery of the devil ovum. General Darte couldn't sit still any longer. He hurried over personally. Peggy and the others remembered where Wang Teng went. The violent force fluctuations also helped them to find the location quickly. General Darte led the way. He stared at the dark yellow light shield covering up the ground. Domain, he was astounded, not expecting to see a domain here. Chapter 1173. I was a little too excited. Why is there a domain here? Peggy and the others frowned as they walked over. They stared at the domain in front. They knew that some talents could comprehend the power of domain before reaching the heaven stage, but it was extremely rare. Only 1 in 100,000 martial warriors might be able to do that. Looking at the power of this domain, there wasn't just one domain. They couldn't believe that Wang Teng had executed it. Maybe Major Wang Teng isn't here, Peggy said after some hesitation. Interesting, General Darte smiled. He had contacted General Cameron from the main base and got some information about Wang Teng. Hence, he knew that this Baron from Great Chien Planet wasn't a simple guy and had exceptional talent. If it was him, he might be able to grasp the power of the domain. However, similar to Peggy, he also felt that the domain was too powerful. Some martial warriors who just entered the heaven stage wouldn't be able to reach this level either. We'll know once we go in and take a look, General Darte said. He had to be extremely vigilant, since this was about the devil ovum. With a wave of his hand, a strange fluctuation exuded out of his body. It was the power of the domain. Normally, he wouldn't barge into someone's domain recklessly because it was too dangerous. No one knew who was inside. Also, if he entered the domain of a formidable warrior, the other party might view it as a provocation. If they had a good temper, they might demand an answer from him. However, if he met someone irascible, a battle was inevitable, but they didn't find any signs of Wang Teng along the way, so this was the only place he could be. They had to enter. Wang Teng was facing numerous dark apparitions alone and had the devil ovum. He was in extreme danger. General Darte had no time to hesitate. Fortunately, they were at the No. 29 defense planet. There were only dark apparitions and military martial warriors from the Empire here, so there was room for discussion. He believed that the other party would understand. The domain power spread out of General Darte's body, enclosing Peggy and the others inside. Then General Darte's power of domain opened a little crack in the dark yellow domain, and everyone crossed the boundary. This was the permeation of the domain. Only martial warriors with domain could do it, and their power of domain needed to be stronger than the other parties. Hence, one could tell that General Darte's domain was more powerful than Wang Teng's. If not, he would have to break the domain to enter it. General Darte and the others looked around them. They were thunderstruck. Devil-armored dark apparitions were pasted all over the ground, lying in all different directions. Their devil armor was badly damaged, and some had already fainted. The rest were groaning in pain. Groaning? Dark apparitions groaning, Peggy and the others were stunned. This was entirely different from what they had imagined. Even General Darte was in a daze, especially when he saw the 2 devil emperors on the ground. Did Wang Teng do this? He looked above him in search of Wang Teng's figure. General Darte, why are you here? When they entered his domain, Wang Teng had already sensed their presence. He didn't think that the commander of the 3rd Frontline Base would come personally. It is the devil ovum. General Darte noticed the devil ovum beside Wang Teng's feet instantly and squinted. How can I not come when the devil ovum has appeared? He replied with a shake of his head. The devil ovum isn't an issue. It's still at the baby stage, so it isn't dangerous, Wang Teng answered with a smile. General Darte, not an issue. How could this fellow say such a thing? Either way, it's still the devil ovum, so we mustn't underestimate it. It might cause a catastrophe if we don't handle it carefully. General Dart said in a low voice. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't deny it because the devil ovum was indeed dangerous. They were lucky that they had him. He had the confidence to deal with it. Other martial warriors would die if they had come. They wouldn't be able to spread the news of this devil ovum either. General Dart knew this, so he felt fortunate. They were lucky that they sent Wang Teng. He possessed the light force that could curb the devil ovum, achieving this result. You took care of all these dark apparitions? General Darte scanned the surroundings. He was at a loss for words. These dark apparitions looked quite miserable. They looked as if they just got tormented. How did he do it? General Darte didn't understand. Peggy and the others were puzzled too. Did Wang Teng honestly take care of all these dark apparitions? But what kind of method would torture these dark apparitions to this state? Cough. I was a little too excited. Wang Teng noticed everyone's strange gaze and coughed awkwardly. General Darte was dumbstruck when he received a confirmation from Wang Teng. This celestial stage martial warrior did beat this bunch of powerful devil-armored dark apparitions so badly. This was unthinkable. What was more incredible was there were 2 devil emperors. This was a battle with someone of a higher tier. Yet he managed to beat them until they couldn't resist. One could tell that the dark apparitions didn't manage to harm Wang Teng. This was a one-sided battle. God's child, Wang Teng was definitely a rare genius in the universe. Indeed, he wasn't simple. No wonder General Cameron sent him here. Well, General Cameron probably didn't know how scary Wang Teng was either. General Darte suddenly remembered that day when he contacted General Cameron. The other party sounded a little doubtful of Major Wang Teng's ability. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Things were getting more and more interesting. What would General Cameron's expression be like upon knowing Wang Teng's performance? General Darte wasn't the only one astounded. Peggy and the others gasped in shock too. They found it hard to calm down. They never suspected Wang Teng's reply. He was the only one present, so it couldn't be others. Also, he didn't need to lie to them. They would know whether the military exploit was real or not through the military system. Lying was unnecessary. Monster, Peggy, and the others lamented in their hearts. He killed numerous dark apparitions alone. This wasn't something a normal person could achieve. Wang Teng didn't care about their feelings. He hadn't collected the attribute bubbles dropped by the dead dark apparitions yet. Collect. He released his spiritual power and pulled the attribute bubbles over. Constellation Force, Dark 1500, Celestial Realm Spirit 300, Constellation Force, Dark 5000, Celestial Realm Spirit 1200, Devil Armor 300, Devil Transformation 600, Constellation Force, Dark 6000, Celestial Realm Spirit 1350, Devil Transformation 500, Devil Armor 400. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Not bad. He gained many dark element attribute bubbles in this round. His efforts to kill the dark apparitions didn't go to waste. Mind you, it wasn't easy killing the devil emperors. He received more than 10,000 constellation dark force in total. It didn't help him to reach the breakthrough limit. His dark force was still at the planetary stage 7th level, but it had increased greatly constellation dark force, 61,000 to 7,000 planetary stage 7th level. As for the celestial realm spirit, he received 5,300 points. There were many more spirit attributes compared to the previous time, so Wang Teng could clearly feel his spirit getting purer. He was certain that these spirit attributes didn't go to waste. However, he still felt a little loose even though his spirit had gotten purer. It wasn't coagulated enough. It was like a piece of imperial jade. The purity was good enough, but there was just a small broken piece. Naturally, it wasn't as valuable as an entire block of jade. Wang Teng contemplated for some time, but couldn't come up with a better idea. He put it aside. Next, he had 3,500 points of Devil Armor attribute. Devil Armor 17,7 through 5,000 specialized. His Devil Armor skill rose from the well-versed to the specialized stage. Wang Teng felt that he had a greater proficiency in this skill. Lastly, he had 3,200 points of devil transformation. At the last crucial moment, all the dark apparitions chose to activate their devil transformation, but they still failed to resist Wang Teng's frightening domain. Instead, Wang Teng gained from their efforts. The harder they struggled, the more attribute bubbles they dropped. Devil Transformation, 530, 10,000, Big Achievement, Chapter 1174. This is an excellent way of boasting. Wang Teng had never used the Devil Transformation mainly because he didn't have the chance. Once he activated this skill, his ability would rise by a few levels, but the pressure would be immense too. He wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Besides, this was a skill of the dark apparitions. He couldn't use it randomly. If not, others might think he was a dark apparition. Wang Teng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Either way, he got good gains in this round. We should leave. Wang Teng waved his hand, and the meteorite shower domain dispersed gradually, revealing the sky outside. Major Wang Teng, don't worry. Your efforts will be reported to the Empire. No one can snatch the merits from you. You can leave peacefully. D'Arte glanced at Wang Teng in pity and said in a low voice, "So what if he was a talent? He was still contaminated by the devil ovum." D'Arte sighed in his heart. They got the devil ovum but lost a genius. He wondered if this was a good or bad thing. Peggy and the others looked at Wang Teng in sorrow, as if he was going to pass away soon. "Major Wang Teng, you're our hero," Peggy said. To our hero, General D'Arte saluted Wang Teng. The others followed suit and saluted him in unison, Wang Teng. This was the first time he enjoyed the treatment of a hero, but he wasn't happy. "Hero, your head. What do you mean by I can leave peacefully? Did they think that he was about to die?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Major Wang Teng, General D'Arte wanted to say something, but Wang Teng interrupted him. "Wait, General D'Arte, did you misunderstand something?" "Major Wang Teng, we understand. You're an amazing talent, so you must be unwilling to leave like this." Sigh. General D'Arte shook his head. Wang Teng, what do you know? You guys are the ones who don't understand the situation. Wang Teng was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He didn't dare to let them continue the conversation, so he said hurriedly, "General D'Arte, do you think that I got infected by the devil ovum?" Everyone was stunned. "Aren't you?" General D'Arte asked after some hesitation. "Do I look infected?" Wang Teng rolled his eyes angrily. General D'Arte sized up Wang Teng carefully. He realized that there was something wrong. Wang Teng didn't look infected at all. Peggy and the others were astounded. An incredible thought floated into their minds. Wang Teng wasn't infected. He managed to resist the contamination and enchantment of the devil ovum successfully. "All right, don't look at me like that. I'm fine." Wang Teng waved his hands and said. He felt uncomfortable by their gazes. "Are you sure you managed to resist the enchantment of the devil ovum?" General D'Arte asked in bewilderment. "Can't I?" Wang Teng asked him back. General D'Arte didn't know how to reply to him. He said a little awkwardly, "I'm not doubting you, but it's just unbelievable. No one has ever resisted the enchantment of the devil ovum at such a close distance and without any warning or defense. Please don't judge me based on common sense," Wang Teng replied calmly. "General D'Arte, Peggy, and the others, this was an excellent way of boasting. Major Wang Teng, this is an important matter. Even if you're not infected, you'll need to undergo rounds of inspection when you go back." General D'Arte took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I'll cooperate." He was certain that his dark force wouldn't get discovered unless he revealed it. General D'Arte started to believe him a little more when he saw his confident expression. "What should we do with the devil ovum?" Wang Teng asked. General D'Arte coughed awkwardly. "You don't have a plan yet?" Wang Teng widened his eyes and asked in surprise. "We came in a hurry, so we haven't had a chance to come up with a plan," General D'Arte said in embarrassment. Wang Teng felt speechless. "What should we do now?" "We'll head back to the main base and seal it," General D'Arte said. "Fortunately, this devil ovum is still at the infant stage, so we won't get infected if we stay far away. That's the only way. Wang Teng nodded. He asked again, "How did you guys deal with it in the past?" "We haven't found many devil ovums in the history of the great Qian Empire. Most of the time, formidable martial warriors destroy them instantly. These martial warriors have to be at the eternal stage or above," General Darte said. "Eternal stage martial warriors," Wang Teng exclaimed. "Yes, the devil ovum is made by devil titans. So only eternal stage martial warriors can destroy it," General Darte explained. Wang Teng nodded. He stopped asking and carried the devil ovum out. Don't get too close. I don't want to be infected by the devil ovum." General Darte took a few steps back hurriedly. "Wang Teng, I'm being discriminated against. As a heaven stage martial warrior, can you be less timid?" "There's only one spacecraft. How am I supposed to return?" Wang Teng asked helplessly. "Don't worry. I have prepared a spacecraft. You can fly back alone." General Darte took out another spacecraft from his space ring. Wang Teng placed the devil ovum in the trunk of the spacecraft quietly. The trunk was able to isolate the devil ovum to a certain extent. General Darte and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Then they cleared up the battlefield and placed the corpses of the dark apparitions in their space equipment before boarding the spacecraft. The two spacecraft flew toward the main base together. They didn't head back to the third front line. Instead, they went straight to the main base. Only the main base had the facilities to seal the devil ovum. Half an hour later, they reached the main base successfully. The spacecraft gradually landed in the parking space. The area had been cleared. There was no one besides a few reception personnel. General Darte had informed the main base before they arrived and asked them to make the necessary preparations. Wang Teng was stunned when he carried the devil ovum down. General Cameron. He didn't expect the commanding general of the base to welcome him personally. "You did well," General Cameron praised him. He walked over and patted Wang Teng's shoulder. There were many thoughts and feelings in his mind. This young man came to the No. 29 Defense Planet recently and had already achieved such merits. Even he made a mistake this time. "It's nothing," Wang Teng replied. General Cameron was stunned, not expecting such a reply from Wang Teng. This fellow made it sound so simple. People who didn't know might think that he just solved a small matter. General Darte and Peggy put on weird expressions. General Cameron sized up the devil ovum. He was only half a meter from the devil ovum, but he wasn't affected. This proved how powerful he was. "Follow me." General Cameron turned and led the way. "You can leave first. I'll take care of this," Wang Teng said to Peggy and the others before turning to leave with General Cameron. The team felt a little worried as they looked at Wang Teng's back. That was the devil ovum. Would Major Wang Teng be all right? They weren't sure. They could only pray for him in their hearts. They had only been on one mission with Wang Teng, but he took good care of them. Without him, none of them might be able to return alive. Yet all of them were back now. Although some were injured, the injuries weren't life-threatening. They felt grateful to Wang Teng, so they hoped that he would remain safe. But for some reason, when they saw Major Wang Teng carrying the devil ovum light-heartedly, they found it a little funny. Wang Teng didn't know what his team was thinking. He followed General Cameron and came to a location that was heavily guarded. He could faintly sense the powerful aura hidden around him. They entered a metallic building and went to the elevator to basement 10. That was right. There were 10 floors below the ground in this building. Wang Teng went directly to the lowest floor. The moment he walked out of the elevator, he saw sturdy and strong metallic walls around him. They shimmered in white light and were exuding a thick light force. This was an underground space forged using a large number of light energy stones. Wang Teng felt the devil ovum getting agitated and anxious. The light force around was affecting it. Chapter 11, 175. Do you think I'm stupid? The devil ovum started to get agitated and nervous after entering basement 10. It probably sensed that the force around it was a threat. General Cameron noticed it too. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he explained, "This place is specially used to lock up powerful dark apparitions that can't be killed instantly. It's the best place to seal this devil ovum." I see. Wang Teng nodded. No wonder there was an underground space built of light energy stone. Mind you, light energy stones were rarer than other types of energy stones. With the size of this underground space, it definitely needed countless light energy stones. The military wouldn't have the power to construct it, but it made sense if it was to lock up dark apparitions. There was a long corridor in front with rooms sealed along the sides. Wang Teng could sense that they were empty. There was nothing inside. General Cameron noticed Wang Teng's gaze and explained, I asked my men to remove all the dark apparitions here so that no accidents will happen to the devil ovum. The military captures dark apparitions for research? Wang Teng looked at the research devices and asked, Yes, we want to know their weakness. General Cameron nodded. Wang Teng had no sympathy toward dark apparitions, so he didn't find it inappropriate. At this moment, the devil ovum he was carrying on his shoulder suddenly trembled violently and gave off a shrill cry. Chaotic spiritual fluctuations surged out. This time, the spirit attack wasn't aimed at Wang Teng. Instead, it was directed at General Cameron. Be careful, Wang Teng reminded him quickly. Even though General Cameron was a universe-stage martial warrior, the spiritual attack of the devil ovum was unpredictable and mysterious. It was almost impossible to guard against it, so it would be troublesome if General Cameron got affected. The devil ovum had been obedient all this while, so Wang Teng thought that it wouldn't cause any trouble. He didn't expect it to launch its enchantment attack now. Since it couldn't get anything from Wang Teng, it changed its target to General Cameron. Not everyone was as perverted as Wang Teng. No matter how powerful they were, there would be loopholes in their spirit. General Cameron was more powerful than Wang Teng, so if he was enchanted, he could take care of Wang Teng easily. This was a good chance. General Cameron snorted. An oppressive spirit shot out from his forehead, bringing along a terrifying killing intent with it. It shattered the devil ovum's chaotic spirit attack. Wang Teng felt relieved. Do you think an infant devil ovum can enchant me? General Cameron scoffed. Why are you still struggling? Wang Teng took out his sword and stabbed the devil ovum, splash. The sword penetrated the devil ovum. General Cameron. Devil ovum. This was sudden. General Cameron was caught off guard. The devil ovum felt depressed. Despite trying its best, it failed to enchant the human martial warrior at the side. It even angered this evil guy and suffered a sword stab. What a loss. Be obedient. Wang Teng pulled out his sword and scoffed. I'll chop you into pieces if you cause trouble again. Devil ovum. General Cameron was speechless. He felt a little astounded and asked, Aren't you affected by the devil ovum? No, it's just a devil ovum. How can it affect me? Wang Teng kept his sword and said casually, Do you have a way to destroy this devil ovum? General Cameron asked with a tinge of hope. This is hard to say. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered. When I stab it, it heals immediately. It will be hard to destroy it for now. Does it mean that you have a way? General Cameron caught the hint in his sentence and asked, Cough. I didn't say that. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Why would he do something that wouldn't net him any benefits? Major Wang Teng, you should understand that if we want to destroy this devil ovum, we will need to invite an eternal stage martial warrior. However, eternal stage martial warriors shouldn't be activated easily. They have a great influence. General Cameron softened his tone and tried to convince Wang Teng.
General Cameron, you yourself said that only eternal stage martial warriors can solve this issue. What can a celestial stage martial warrior like me do? Wang Teng wouldn't admit that he had a way out. This little brat, General Cameron, glanced at him and felt helpless. How about this? I won't ask you to work for free. If you can destroy this devil ovum, I'll reward you with 30,000 more military contributions, General Cameron suggested.
How many military contributions will I get for getting this devil ovum back? Wang Teng asked. He wasn't in a hurry to accept the offer. General Cameron's expression froze. He hesitated for some time before replying unwillingly. 100,000. I get 100,000 military contributions for getting the devil ovum back and only 30,000 for destroying it? Wang Teng widened his eyes in disbelief. Does he think I'm stupid? You can't say that. Since the devil ovum is in our hands, we'll take care of it sooner or later, General Cameron said without any changes in his expression. Oh, in that case, you can get an eternal stage martial warrior to take care of it. I can't handle it, Wang Teng replied. Major Wang Teng, you're a little insensitive, General Cameron said in a meaningful tone. The muscles on his face twitched a little. I came for the experience. Why do I need to be sensitive? If you think I'm not capable, I can go to another defense planet. I believe that someone will be willing to accept me with my ability, Wang Teng replied calmly. General Cameron realized how hard Wang Teng was to deal with. When he first saw him, he had high hopes for him. Now he just wanted to rub him against the floor. What an evil heart. He was bold, too. He didn't give any face to him, a universe-stage martial warrior and the commander of the main base. This was his first time meeting such a celestial-stage martial warrior. He suspected that this lad wasn't a celestial-stage martial warrior. If not, where did he get his confidence to reject him? I heard that you have a grudge against the Parkers. General Cameron warned himself not to get angry. He needed to employ a soft approach when facing such tough people and convince them with reasons. This young man was right. A capable person was welcomed anywhere. Wang Teng made such a huge contribution the moment he came to the No. 29 defense planet. Not everyone could replicate his performance. It was impossible for General Cameron to give up this budding young martial warrior. Since he was sent here, there was no reason to force him away. It's not just a grudge, it's many, many grudges, Wang Teng answered calmly. General Cameron choked. What was wrong with this young man's mind? Was this of any concern? He only cared if there was a grudge, not the intensity or number of grudges. Do you want to take revenge for me? Wang Teng asked with a smile. Don't even think about it. General Cameron rolled his eyes. Sigh. I thought you wanted to help me clear my path because I'm so pitiful, Wang Teng said sadly. No one can help you since you created this trouble yourself. But General Cameron kept Wang Teng in suspense. But what? Wang Teng smiled. He didn't mind. However, if you are able to climb to a high position in our military and gain the recognition of the 18 military lords, the Parkers will have to bow down to you too, General Cameron continued. The 18 military lords? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Wang Teng, he's right. The military lords hold exceptional influence. Every one of them controls a formidable army and has numerous powerful martial warriors below them. They aren't weaker than the Parkers. Roundball suddenly spoke in Wang Teng's mind. Oh, they're so powerful. Of course, they're all formidable warriors who walked out of countless battlefields and have guarded defense planets for many generations. How can they not be powerful? Roundball said, Chapter 1176. Why don't you lend me this fellow to play for a few days? The military and the elite families are two different systems. Elite families have people in the military, but they won't be in high positions. This is a rule of the Empire. Even the 8 Grand Dukes can't break this rule, Roundball further explained. The military transcends all others, Wang Teng commented. Of course. They have to resist the dark apparitions. If they get controlled by other forces, things will get complicated. Thus they are given much power, Roundball replied. After Roundball's introduction, Wang Teng finally understood how powerful the military lords were. So what if they are powerful? Can they help me? Wang Teng shook his head. They won't help you, but if you have a high position in the military, the Parkers will think twice about touching you, Roundball said. Then it kept quiet and let Wang Teng make the final decision. Wang Teng thought for a moment and looked at General Cameron. He smiled. General, what do you mean? General Cameron knew that there was hope after seeing his expression. He chuckled in his heart and said, If you can destroy this devil ovum, I can help you ask for a position from the military lords. Oh, that sounds good. Wang Teng touched his chin, feeling moved. What do you think? General Cameron smiled. Everything could be solved as long as the benefits were good enough. What about the 30,000 military contributions? Wang Teng asked. I'm already personally going to ask for your position. Yet you still want the military contributions? General Cameron was speechless. Destroying the devil ovum is a tough job. I'll have to pay a high price, Wang Teng complained. Do you think I'll believe you? The corners of General Cameron's eyelids trembled. All right, I'll get you the military contributions too. Thank you, General. I'll abide by your orders, Wang Teng agreed immediately with a huge grin. General Cameron, he accepted the deal easily. Why do I feel that I got fooled by this fellow? General Cameron felt exasperated, but he couldn't say anything. They arrived at the end of the corridor. General Cameron opened the last door with his personal account and said, "Place the devil ovum inside." "Will it be safe?" Wang Teng asked worriedly. "From today onwards, besides you and me, no one else will come here. This is to ensure no accidents happen," General Cameron said. "How long will you need to destroy the devil ovum?" "At least half a month," Wang Teng said a time casually. "Place the devil ovum inside. I'll bring you for a checkup." "All right." Wang Teng swung his hand and threw the devil ovum inside. Splat! The devil ovum hit on the ground like a ball of meat and stopped after bouncing a few times. Devil ovum, silence. General Cameron closed the door silently. "Let's go." Wang Teng followed General Cameron to basement 3. There were all sorts of devices here, and many staff in white gowns were busy with work. "General Cameron, what brings you here today?" An old man with white hair smiled as he walked over. This elder had special features. His head and eyes were huge, and he had deep eye sockets. However, his body was thin and frail. His head seemed heavier than his body. Wang Teng was worried that he might stumble while walking. Veblen. This young man was in contact with the devil ovum. Please inspect him. General Cameron went straight to the point. "What? Devil ovum?" Veblen's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Cameron and Wang Teng. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp. "Do you have the devil ovum? Did you get the devil ovum? Quick, tell me, where is it?" He guessed it. Wang Teng glanced at him. "No, the devil ovum is a rare object. How can we have it?" General Cameron replied calmly. You're lying to me. I know that you've been in contact with the devil ovum for a long time just from your smell. What's more, you touched it recently." Veblen sneered in disdain. Wang Teng was surprised, young lad. "Tell me, did you bring the devil ovum back?" Veblen turned his head and stared at Wang Teng. "You must be kidding. I'd run away as far as I can if I had the devil ovum. How can I bring it back?" Wang Teng spouted nonsense. He was a professional at this. "General Cameron lied to me. You're lying to me, too." Veblen didn't believe him. "I can't help it if you don't believe me," Wang Teng shrugged. "All right, Veblen, hurry up and inspect him." General Cameron frowned. If you don't let me see the devil ovum, I won't inspect him." Veblen snorted like a kid and turned his head away. "Veblen, this isn't a small matter. Stop being unreasonable," General Cameron said in a cold voice. "What do you mean?" "If you give me the devil ovum, I might be able to find a method to deal with the dark apparitions." "That's the big matter," Veblen replied. "Don't bullshit. If it was so easy to find a way to deal with dark apparitions, we won't need to fight with them for such a long time," General Cameron said. He felt his head hurt. "We should try at least." "You can't get too close to the devil ovum? No one can bear the responsibility if you get enchanted. So you do have the devil ovum. If I'm right, this fellow brought it back. The smell around him is the strongest." Veblen walked toward Wang Teng and smelled him. He looked as if he guessed the result and pulled him into the room. "Come, let's do an inspection. You're a strange fellow. You don't seem infected." Wang Teng was confused. What the hell? He wasn't willing to give him an inspection a second ago, and now he seemed quite eager. There was something wrong with this fellow. General Cameron shook his head. He expected Veblen's behavior, so he didn't find it strange. Stand on the device. Veblen brought Wang Teng in front of a huge device and pushed him forward with his shriveled palms. Wang Teng was shocked. This old fellow looked fragile and weak, but he had some strength. He looked at the device. It was a cylindrical glass cabin that was 5 meters tall. There were numerous metallic pipes linked to it. He didn't know what they were for. Wang Teng stepped forward without any hesitation. Veblen raised his eyebrows and said to the staff beside him, "Activate. Scan." "Yes." The staff nodded and started operating the device. The door of the cylindrical cabin closed. Rays of white light appeared around the glass cabin, covering Wang Teng up. The white light scanned him from head to toe 10 times. In the end, the staff stopped the scan and shook his head at Veblen. "Oh, nothing?" Veblen pulled Wang Teng out and stuffed him into another device. "Continue." A few moments later, "Nothing again, continue, continue, continue." Wang Teng got pushed around by Veblen for an hour. He went through numerous inspections and tried all the devices at least once. In the end, nothing was detected. "Tisk, tisk, you're an interesting young lad." Veblen circled Wang Teng and sized him up carefully as if he was looking at a perfect research subject. Wang Teng shivered under his gaze and took a step back uncontrollably. This old man is like a crazy scientist. Would he cut him up for research? "General Cameron, why don't you lend me this fellow to play for a few days?" Veblen turned and asked General Cameron. "Play?" Wang Teng felt nauseous. This old man was indeed a pervert. He wanted to play with him. General Cameron glanced at Wang Teng in astonishment. He was surprised that he didn't get affected by the devil ovum. This fellow had many secrets. "Should I let Veblen study him?" Wang Teng. "Pff, what's with that gaze? I trusted you, but you want to throw me to a scientist." Wang Teng could tell what General Cameron was thinking at once. "General Cameron, remember your promise." Wang Teng squinted and threatened him. "Cough, you misunderstood me." Cameron coughed to cover up his guilt. Chapter 1177. Intelligence Nativity Clan. People with great wisdom. Wang Teng stared at General Cameron intently. He didn't trust him. That gaze had said it all. He definitely wanted to give him to Veblen for research. What an evil old fellow. "Young lad, you just have to cooperate with my research. Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you." Veblen snorted and continued angrily. "Other people will die to have this chance, yet you don't cherish it. Other people will die to have this chance. Are you kidding me?" Wang Teng glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. This evil old fellow, he was a pervert who wanted to trick him. No way. You better believe me. Veblen was furious when he saw Wang Teng's expression. "Do you know what I do?" "What?" Wang Teng asked. "Veblen is the most famous researcher in the Great Chan Empire in the field of force and life. He has a great reputation in the research industry in the universe," General Cameron chimed in. "That sounds quite amazing." Wang Teng stared at Veblen in surprise. This scrawny elder with a huge head had such great achievements. Veblen raised his chin when he heard their conversation. He seemed proud of himself and gave an "I'm amazing, right?" "Look, Wang Teng, Veblen is from the Intelligence Nativity Clan." Roundball's voice echoed in Wang Teng's mind. Intelligence Nativity Clan? Wang Teng immediately started searching for information about the Intelligence Nativity Clan in his memory. The Intelligence Nativity Clan is a rare high-intelligence clan in the universe. They possess unparalleled intelligence, Roundball explained at the same time. Wang Teng found the relevant information and nodded. Astonishment flashed in his eyes. Intelligence Nativity clansmen were rare, but every one of them was a treasure. They had high intelligence and a natural thirst for knowledge. They spent their entire life learning. This was the typical 99% talent plus 99% hard work. There was no reason they wouldn't succeed. They had many people with great wisdom. These people of high intelligence passed down their knowledge through each generation. So naturally, they left a colorful chapter in the book of the universe. That was why everyone treated them with respect. Many powerful factions treated the Intelligence Nativity Clan as important guests. They probably wished they could worship the people from this race. These people were a great asset to anyone in the universe. Wang Teng glanced at Veblen strangely after looking through his memories. No wonder his head was huge. This was a special race anyway. If he knocked that big head a few times with his lightning slap, would he drop intelligence attributes? This was a good question. He wondered if intelligence had any relationship with enlightenment. Wang Teng's enlightenment was at the cosmos stage, so he wasn't stupid. But having some intelligence attributes was good too. He could collect some to nourish his brain. Young brat, what's with that look? Veblen noticed Wang Teng's strange gaze and started shouting in rage. Cough, I'm looking up to you. I didn't know that you were so famous. You have my respect. Wang Teng came up with some random excuse. Bullshit, that wasn't what your gaze meant. Do you think I'm stupid? Veblen didn't believe Wang Teng. He rolled his eyes and continued. You're full of nonsense, Wang Teng. What happened to the trust between them? All right, I'm not going to waste time on you. Have you made your decision? If you cooperate with my research, I can create a special cultivation plan just for you. It will increase the speed of your cultivation by 3 times, Veblen said. 3 times faster than my current speed. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. Could anything be faster than picking up attributes? The old man wouldn't be as confident if he knew how he raised his ability. Veblen was infuriated once again when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. He felt offended. Wang Teng didn't make any obvious expression, but the casual change in his look was more frustrating and infuriating. This young lad looked down on him. How could he? What right did he have? Wang Teng, Veblen, might appear a little unreliable, but he won't joke around in his field. You don't have to worry about this. Many martial warriors want a personalized cultivation plan from him, but they were unable to convince him, General Cameron explained. He spoke up because Wang Teng had amazing potential. He was worried that Wang Teng would miss this opportunity because of his stubbornness. It would be too late to regret his decision in the future. Wang Teng was stunned when General Cameron opened his mouth. This was a little awkward. General Cameron had spoken. If he turned them down again, they might think that he didn't appreciate their favors, but Wang Teng hesitated before he made his decision. I think it's fine. I feel that my cultivation speed is good enough. He didn't have the hobby of being a guinea pig. Also, he had many secrets. He was worried that some of his core secrets would get discovered, even if they weren't. It was inevitable. A thing or two would be leaked. Wang Teng didn't dare to underestimate the intelligence of the Intelligence Nativity clan. After all, based on the devouring Nihility beast's memories, there were many praises directed at them. Are you sure? General Cameron didn't expect Wang Teng to reject. Yes, Wang Teng nodded. Young man, you're looking down on me. Are you looking down on me? Veblen was infuriated. He rushed forward and glared at Wang Teng as if he wanted to fight with him. His saliva landed on the other party's face. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean it this way. Why would I look down on you? My respect for you is immense. Wang Teng immediately bootlicked the old man. Either way, he mustn't offend the other party. I understand you're not willing to help me with my research because you have some secrets. Veblen scoffed as he glared at Wang Teng. How is that possible? My conscience is clear. Why would I have any secrets? Wang Teng wouldn't admit it. Secret. What secret? He didn't have any secrets. Veblen, General Cameron. This fellow was shameless. He was lying through his teeth. Roundball said calmly, Do you believe what you've said? I don't care if they believe me. I believe it, Wang Teng replied. All right, since you're not willing to do it, let's go. General Cameron shook his head and turned to leave. Everyone had their secrets. This was normal. Wang Teng must have his own considerations for not participating in Veblen's research. There was no need to force him. Wait, Veblen shouted unwillingly. What now? Wang Teng had a headache. Veblen pulled Wang Teng and put on a different expression. Smiling, he said, Why don't you reconsider it? The more Wang Teng rejected him, the more curious he was and the more he wanted to investigate him. One would always think about what they couldn't get. Wang Teng. When would this old man stop? He couldn't hit or scold him. He was frustrated. If he could, he would have knocked him unconscious with his brick. That way, he wouldn't be able to disturb him. Wang Teng could only seek help from General Cameron. He looked at the general and hoped that he could take care of this old man. However, General Cameron looked at the ground and pretended not to see anything. My stomach is hurting. Oh my, it's painful. I need to go to the toilet or I'll poop in my pants. Wang Teng clutched his stomach and said hurriedly. Veblen was speechless. Your acting is quite fake. How can a martial warrior not control his bladder? Hurry up and let go. If not, I'll answer nature's call here. Wang Teng didn't care. Can you be a little more shameless? Veblen's face turned black. Shameless? What's that? Can we eat it? Wang Teng asked. If you don't let go, I'll do it in my pants. Go away. Veblen felt disgusted. He released his grip and said angrily, Young lad, wait for me. Our business hasn't ended yet. You will lie obediently in front of me one day. Lie in front of you? Wang Teng said with disdain. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in men. I might have given it a thought if you were a beautiful lady. Veblen, chapter 1178. Wang Teng, go to hell. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he walked out of Veblen's laboratory. This old man was tiring to deal with. If he wasn't smart enough, he wouldn't have been able to escape. I'll never come to this stupid place again. Wang Teng turned back. He still had lingering fears. Ha ha, you shouldn't say such things. General Cameron chuckled. What do you mean? Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He had an ominous feeling. You'll know in the future. General Cameron didn't answer him. Instead, he changed the topic and said, I have given you the right to the room in basement 10. I'll leave the devil ovum to you. Remember to get a position for me after I destroy it. Wang Teng nodded and reminded him. You're unwilling to suffer any losses, General Cameron said helplessly. Look at what you're saying. I'm just taking what I deserve. Wang Teng smiled. Don't worry, you'll get your fair share. General Cameron waved his hand. Oh, right, I've reported the weakness of the devil-armored dark apparitions. You can check that report. Don't miss my contributions for that, Wang Teng said. The weakness of the devil armor race, General Cameron was shocked. He didn't know about this. Actually, his adjutant had gotten the report, but he was dealing with other important matters and the devil ovum, so the adjutant didn't have the time to inform him. General Cameron had many things to attend to. If his adjutant didn't remind him about important matters, they would get pushed to the back. Are you kidding? General Cameron stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. I don't have to joke with you about this. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. We brought many devil-armored dark apparitions back. Some are still alive, so you can study them. All right, once this matter is confirmed, you'll get the contribution. General Cameron nodded firmly. They had studied the weakness of the devil armor race for a long time to no avail. It would be a great piece of good news if Wang Teng had succeeded. Even General Cameron felt a little excited when he heard this good news. When they went back to ground level, General Cameron left in a hurry. He wanted to test the weakness of the devil armor race. Wang Teng went to look for his team. They hadn't left yet. They were taking a break in a resting area. Seeing Wang Teng walk over, they got up to welcome him. Major Wang Teng, are you all right? Peggy asked hurriedly. It's all right. Nothing will happen to me. I've completed all the inspections and passed, Wang Teng replied with a smile. That's great. Peggy heaved a sigh of relief. Are you worried about me? Wang Teng looked at the white wolf lady and winked at her. Peggy kept a straight face and regained her distant demeanor, she said indifferently. As your subordinate, it's my job to be concerned about you. Is it? Wang Teng nodded. He stopped teasing her and turned to look at everyone. Come, I'll treat you guys tonight. Let's eat together. All right, Major, Wang Teng is treating, so we must go. Boss, what are we eating? Everyone laughed and the atmosphere lightened. It was extremely easy to form friendships on the battlefield. Everyone went through life and death together, so naturally they got closer. Peggy looked at this scene and gave a gentle smile. Having a good leader was extremely important for martial warriors like them. Night came. The entire base got livelier. Many martial warriors came back from their missions and gathered in this base. They dueled and enjoyed delicious food. This was the military's tradition. There was a reason for this. One was to disperse the darkness and build faith in the martial warriors so that they wouldn't be afraid of death. The other was to disperse the anxiousness and bloodthirst from the battlefield. If not, they might suffer from some psychological illness. Not everyone could withstand the massacre on the battlefield. Wang Teng and his team gathered in a small corner of the field. He sat down and prepared to order delicious food for them. A cold snort suddenly caught their attention. Wang Teng turned and saw Wendell from the Parkers looking at him. He was sitting with another bunch of martial warriors. Their gazes collided in mid-air. Wendell smirked. "So many injuries on your first mission, as expected of a newbie." Wang Teng snorted uncontrollably, too. Peggy and the others were infuriated. They glared in Wendell's direction. They knew clearly what had happened during this mission. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to return after touching the devil ovum. However, all of them came back alive because of Wang Teng. They only paid the price of some minor injuries. Yet someone called him a newbie. They couldn't bear it. Raging Wolf Wendell. Peggy frowned and glared at Wendell. White Wolf Peggy. Wendell finally noticed Peggy. He sprung up and said with an ugly expression, "I invited you many times, but you rejected me. Now you're following a newbie. White Wolf. That's White Wolf." The military martial warriors around them recognized Peggy and were surprised. She seemed quite famous among Celestial Stage and Cosmos Stage martial warriors. "I'm free to choose which team I want to join," Peggy said. "You're abandoning yourself?" Wendell stared at her with rage. "You can only release your potential if you work with powerful martial warriors like me." Everyone realized something through his sentence. The White Wolf rejected Wendell, but joined the team of a newbie major. Moreover, there were many injuries during their first mission. That was interesting. Did White Wolf choose the major because he was handsome? White Wolf was a lady, so it was understandable why she chose the handsome one. Their gazes were filled with anticipation. There was a good show to watch. Wendell wasn't someone who backed down easily, so he would definitely try to gain the upper hand. They wondered how the newbie would react. Pfft! At this moment, someone laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Wendell turned and glared at Wang Teng. "I'm laughing at how naive you are. Idiot." Wang Teng smirked nonchalantly. "What did you say?" Wendell was furious. "Idiot. You're not just stupid, you're deaf too," Wang Teng said. "She can only release her potential if she's with you. Why don't you take a mirror and look at yourself? Who gave you the courage to say that?" "You," Wendell's expression turned hideous. He was fuming. "What about me if you're stupid? Don't come out and embarrass yourself." Wang Teng didn't give him any chance to refute. Wendell's face turned purple from anger. The people around them stared at Wendell strangely. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. Ha. Of course, there were some that weren't afraid of him and burst out laughing. Lu Bingheng. Wendell almost turned crazy. He glared at the person who laughed. "This has nothing to do with you." "I'm just laughing." "Why are you bothered by it?" Lu Bingheng was a tall and muscular young human. The muscles on his body bulged out like granite. He wasn't afraid of Wendell at all. Wendell snorted and disregarded him. He looked at Peggy and sneered, "I'll give you one more chance to come to my team after this. You won't have any more chances." Peggy's expression didn't change. She wanted to speak. "Peggy, sit down." Wang Teng opened his mouth. An unnoticeable smile appeared at the edge of her lips. She ignored Wendell and sat down. She knew that Wendell was shifting the pressure away from her, so she felt grateful. Silence. Wendell's expression froze. His face turned a little pale. Peggy ignored her, but he listened to that newbie Wang Teng. Wendell felt that he was a clone. He was embarrassed and furious. He wanted to rage, but he couldn't. In the end, he glared at Wang Teng and left. This was the second time. The second time he suffered in Wang Teng's hands. "Wang Teng, go to hell." Wang Teng shook his head. He was too lazy to care about the other party. This fellow was asking for it. Chapter 1179. This is delicious. Wang Teng didn't take Wendell's provocation to heart. If it were the entire Parker's family, he might have been afraid. But this Wendell was just a cosmos stage martial warrior of the family. He wasn't being arrogant. He had many ways to deal with a cosmos stage martial warrior. Of course, he wouldn't let down his guard. A lion would still fight a rabbit vigilantly. After all, Wang Teng was just a small and weak celestial stage martial warrior. He needed all his efforts to deal with a cosmos stage martial warrior. Major Wang Teng, sorry to create trouble for you. Peggy played with her hair as she said apologetically, "This has got nothing to do with you. I'm not on good terms with Wendell anyway." Wang Teng smiled and briefly explained their feud. Peggy was just a spark. His grudge against Wendell still existed with or without her. Peggy and the others knew about the Parkers, so they were flabbergasted when they learned that Wang Teng had grudges against them. They felt that their brains couldn't spin in time. Their superior seemed quite impressive. He had the balls to offend the Parkers. They finally understood why Wang Teng dared to talk back to the fierce Wendell. Compared to the whole family, one Wendell was nothing. At this moment, a figure walked in. It was Lu Binghong, the martial warrior who had laughed at Wendell just now. He had long black hair and was rough-looking. With a smile, he said, "You're the first person that managed to shut the Raging Wolf up?" "It's nothing," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Interesting," Lu Binghong chuckled. "My name is Lu Binghong. Nice to meet you." Wang Teng raised his head and glanced at the person while replying casually. None of them said much. This was their first meeting, so it wasn't appropriate to speak too deeply. They made a simple introduction and got to know each other. Sir Lu Binghong is as famous as Wendell. They're both colonels and are known for their ruthlessness on the battlefield. They have killed countless dark apparitions, but Lu Binghong is quite friendly and straightforward. His reputation is not bad. He's not sinister like Wendell. Peggy whispered to Wang Teng after Lu Binghong left. With a nod, he noted down this information. Who could predict the future? They might get closer. Suddenly there was a commotion in the distance. Wow, delicacy. Long live Colonel Wendell. We're going to have a feast tonight. This smells great. The members of Wendell's team were staring at the food. Wendell took out like a pack of hungry wolves. Their eyes shimmered as they cheered. Eat all you want. Since you're on my team, I'll make sure you enjoy special treatments others can't. These delicacies are shipped from the great Qian planet by my family. Some of them are made personally by Force chef masters. Wendell waved his hand proudly. It was understandable why the martial warriors made such a commotion. They stayed on the No. 29 defense planet all year round, and there were limited resources here. Although they never got hungry, there wasn't much delicious food either. Only Wendell, who came from an elite family, could afford to be luxurious. After all, just shipping items to the No. 29 defense planet required a lot of money. Ordinary martial warriors didn't have the wealth to squander like that. The martial warriors around them smelled the fragrance and started swallowing their salivas. They were distracted. Good food was a luxury on defense planets. Wendell looked in Wang Teng's direction and recovered some of his pride. Wang Teng looked at him strangely. Was he really from the Parkers family? It was just food. What was there to be proud of? He shook his head and took out some food from his space ring. He wanted to take it out before, but Wendell interrupted him and pushed his plans back. Many different kinds of delicacies suddenly appeared in front of the team. They were stunned. They got attracted by Wendell's food a second ago, but now they didn't care. Their focus was on the delicacies. They looked even more delicious than the ones prepared by Wendell. The fragrance alone was enough for them to make this judgment. The aroma of Wang Teng's food overpowered Wendell's. They weren't at the same level. Wang Teng's food was all made by the Force chef grandmasters. He had prepared a huge amount. This was just the tip of the iceberg, grandmaster-level Force dishes. Many people exclaimed in shock they could differentiate the level of these delicacies from the smell alone. Normal people couldn't afford to eat force dishes prepared by force chef grandmasters. Even Cosmos stage martial warriors could at most enjoy it twice. But first, they needed to be wealthy. This meant that none of the martial warriors on number 29 Defense Planet could afford them. Yet Wang Teng took out numerous Grandmaster-level force dishes at once. This was too much. The pride on Wendell's face froze. He glanced at the food in front of him. It didn't look appetizing anymore. Only a small portion of this food came from Force Chef Grandmasters. Most of it was just ordinary force dishes by right, to the martial warriors on the No. 29 Defense Planet. These dishes were a luxury. It was enough to show how much he cared for his subordinates. However, he was a level lower compared to Wang Teng. He put on an act for nothing. Wendell felt embarrassed. His face was burning, and he wished he could bury himself in a hole. Fick, this bastard didn't go by the book. Did he have to use Grandmaster-level force dishes to reward his subordinates? Did he have too much money? All these Grandmaster-level force dishes must cost a fortune. Even as a member of the Parkers, he didn't dare to burn money like this. Wang Teng was just a baron. Where did he get his wealth? Arwen and the others were stunned. They swallowed their salivas when they caught the fragrance, but no one moved. What if Major Wang Teng asked them to pay after they ate? Grandmaster-level force dishes were tempting, but they were expensive as well. Poor martial warriors like them had no right to enjoy them. Even Peggy controlled the urge to wolf them down and asked Major Wang Teng these force dishes. Don't just stare at them. Have a bite. I said that I'm treating you guys. Wang Teng invited them to try the food at the same time he had already taken a huge bite of a piece of barbecued meat. The barbecued meat was golden in color, crisp on the outside and tender inside. It gave off a thick fragrance that tempted the hungry worms in everyone's stomach. Slurp, someone swallowed his saliva loudly. Major Wang Teng, can we really eat them? Arwen asked worriedly. Cut the nonsense. Why would I take them out if I was not offering them to you? Wang Teng rolled his eyes. Hurry up, it's just some food. Don't be such bumpkins and embarrass me. Peggy and the others. Wendell, others. They suddenly felt like country bumpkins. To Wang Teng, Grandmaster-level force dishes were normal food, but to them, they were treasures. Yes, they were bumpkins. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed in his heart when none of his team moved. There was sympathy in his gaze. Look at what they've become. They could be considered formidable warriors outside with their abilities. But they were locked up in his defense planet, which erased all their confidence. He grabbed a piece of golden brown barbecued meat wrapped in a leaf and stuffed it in Peggy's hand. Eat. Peggy looked at the food and regained her composure. In the end, she gave up resisting and silently stuffed the meat in her mouth. She wanted to be reserved, but this barbecued meat was too tasty. This is delicious. Have some too. Do you need me to feed you? Wang Teng glanced at the rest of his team. Arwen and the others stopped, hesitating. Once Peggy took the lead, they turned into hungry wolves and pounced on the food in front of them. Leave some barbecued fish for me. Hey, why did you snatch that huge piece of meat? Can you finish it? Move, I can finish it in 3 bites. Don't snatch it from me. Let go, I got it first. Wang Teng stared at the group of celestial stage martial warriors and covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at them. Chapter 1008 Hind, killing 5 birds with 1 stone, while Wang Teng's team was having a ball of a time as the other martial warriors glared at them in envy. This is atrocious. How could they enjoy such delicacies while they ate coarse food? Everyone chewed their tasteless food while glancing at Wang Teng uncontrollably. Wendell got angrier as time passed. He honestly wanted to throw his food on the ground, but if he did that, what would his subordinates think of him? In the end, his rationale won, and he finished his food obediently. As for Wang Teng, no one from his team cared about Wendell. They were busy savoring the food. They started snatching the force dishes as if they hadn't eaten for 7 days. 1 step later, and the food would be gone. No one even glanced at Wendell. Who was he? Could he be eaten? Wang Teng contacted Di Chi to have a meal together, but he didn't reply to him. He was probably still on his mission. Although Wang Teng's mission was difficult, he completed it quickly. Speaking about it, Wang Teng was a bug. He carried the devil ovum back and gained huge military contributions. Mind you, most humans were afraid of the devil ovum. Di Chi wanted to compete with him, but when he learned about his achievements, what would he think? That night, Wang Teng's team felt extremely satisfied. Their minds were filled with delicacies. They couldn't think about anything else. Everyone burped happily when they went back. They were still enjoying the aftertaste. Wang Teng was satisfied too. Good, the food helped his team to have a sense of belonging. If one meal wasn't enough, they could have another one. He believed that no one could reject good food. As for Wendell, he had force dishes too, but the effects weren't as great. His teammates didn't feel much gratitude toward him. Comparisons were infuriating. There was no harm if there was no comparison. Wendell was frustrated and enraged. His hatred toward Wang Teng deepened. He felt that Wang Teng was the cause of everything. The next day, Wang Teng came to the place where the devil ovum was sealed. He could finally get some attribute bubbles with no one disturbing him. This devil ovum was a good thing. Both the constellation, dark force, and enchantment were attributes. Wang Teng saw it. Actually, he could get rid of this devil ovum immediately, but he wouldn't be able to find another baby that would give him such good dark force attributes. It should be noted that this devil ovum was created by devil titans. It was rare. He wouldn't have given it to General Cameron if he didn't need the military exploits. It was better to hide it and collect more attribute bubbles from it. Fortunately, the situation now was good. He got his military contributions and left an impression on General Cameron's heart. After he got rid of this devil ovum, he would have a good reputation in the 18 military lords' hearts. This devil ovum gave him 2 rounds of military contributions and good impressions. Wang Teng gave himself a thumbs up. What a smart decision. How many birds did he kill with 1 stone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He killed at least 5 birds. However, Wang Teng's good mood disappeared when he reached the devil ovum's location. He saw someone he didn't wish to see. Veblen? Why was this old fellow here? Wasn't he banned from seeing the devil ovum? Oh, right. He suddenly remembered what General Cameron had said yesterday. He told him not to speak too soon. Indeed, he saw Veblen again. He was too naive to believe General Cameron's words. He didn't agree with Veblen at the start, but now he had to relent even if he did not want to. They had obviously reached some secret agreement. Wang Teng's face turned black. He took a step back uncontrollably and wondered if he should find the devil ovum another day. This old coot was too hard to deal with. He might pester him to do some research again. Everyone was afraid of Dr. Frankenstein. Brat, why are you running away? Come over. How can you be so timid? What will you do when you grow older? Veblen rolled his eyes and scolded. Mister, don't pester me. We have no grudges, right? Wang Teng said. All right, I won't talk to you about research today. Open the door quickly. I want to look at the devil ovum, Veblen said impatiently. That's impossible. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Veblen's attention was on the devil ovum. However, he shook his head and replied, That's too dangerous. I won't be able to bear the responsibility if anything happens to you. Ever since he knew that this elder was someone with high wisdom from the Intelligence Nativity clan, he knew that he would be troublesome. If anything happened to him, who would take the blame? Haha, don't look down on me. Nothing happened to you, so why would anything happen to me? I have my ways. I have my ways too. Look carefully. Veblen's body started glowing and a divine-looking armor appeared on him. It covered him up fully. Phk. Wang Teng cursed involuntarily. He took a huge step and came beside Veblen to study the armor. This armor is made from light element materials. Wang Teng widened his eyes in shock. Oh, you can tell? Veblen was surprised. Of course, I'm a Grandmaster Blacksmith. Grandmaster Blacksmith? You're already a Grand Master Blacksmith at this age? It was Veblen's turn to be shocked. He sized up Wang Teng carefully. He didn't know that this young man was a Grand Master Blacksmith. Mister, where did you get this armor? This is luxurious. Wang Teng knocked the armor and asked curiously, Someone gave it to me. What do you think? Are you amazed? Veblen chuckled proudly. Rich man, Wang Teng was extremely envious. Light element armor was as rare as light element martial warriors. It was extremely tedious to gather all the materials to produce them. It was extravagant enough to use light element materials as the main with other materials as support. However, this armor was made entirely out of light element materials. If this wasn't rich, what was? The important issue was, this armor was a gift. Gift. Who gave him such a priceless gift? Veblen was indeed impressive. Someone was willing to give him light element armor as a present. Normal people couldn't achieve this feat. So, young man, can I go in? Veblen sniggered and asked. No. Wang Teng rejected him mercilessly. Veblen's smile froze. He asked in exasperation, why? The light armor can resist dark force, but it can't withstand the spiritual attack of the devil ovum. I thought it was some kind of a huge problem. Don't you know that the spirit of the Intelligence Nativity clan is very strong? Veblen said proudly. How strong? Wang Teng asked. Veblen snorted and released his spirit. It spread out. Wang Teng sensed the spirit and realized, to his astonishment, that it seemed to have exceeded the universe level. Oh my God, the eternal level. This ordinary-looking old man's spirit had reached the eternal level. The Intelligence Nativity clan is known for its intelligence, hence their spirit is quite powerful. Roundball explained to Wang Teng in his mind. Wang Teng nodded. In that case you can enter. If anything happens, you must tell me. Yes, I understand. Why are you so naggy? Veblen waved his hand impatiently. Wang Teng gave a bitter smile. Someone was complaining about him. I'm naggy because I'm afraid that you'll get injured. He didn't notice the hint of gentleness that flashed in Veblen's eyes when he spoke impatiently. Wang Teng opened the door with his card. Veblen squeezed in immediately and stared hard at the devil ovum. He circled it and touched his chin while clicking his tongue. He looked as if he would bring a scalpel out and cut the devil ovum on the spot. Wang Teng saw the devil ovum trembling. He was stunned. Was it afraid? Dr. Frankenstein was indeed scary. Veblen didn't seem affected, so he didn't think too much. He glanced around the room. Many attribute bubbles appeared after one day: Constellation Force Dark 500, Constellation Force Dark 300, Enchantment 100, Constellation Force Dark 350. Chapter 1181, Shooting Oneself in the Foot. Constellation Force Fire 650, Enchantment 120, Constellation Force Dark 600. Although there were lesser attribute bubbles compared to the previous time, it was still a good harvest. There was no loss. Wang Teng released his spiritual power. The attribute bubbles flew toward him and merged into his body. He gained more than 20,000 points of Constellation Dark Force in total. His Dark Force entered the 8th level of the planetary stage. Wang Teng was elated. His Constellation Dark Force rose by a few levels in a few days since he came to the No. 29 defense planet. What was a harvest? This was what you called a harvest. Other martial warriors, even the talented ones, would need a few months to increase the level of their forces. No one had an easier time than Wang Teng. He honestly made the right choice to come to the No. 29 defense planet. Besides Constellation Dark Force, his enchantment skill improved too. He collected 800 points. Before this, his enchantment skill was at the foundation stage. When the Devil Ovum wanted to enchant General Cameron, it dropped some attribute bubbles, netting him 600 points. The foundation stage needed 1,000 points. With the additional 800 points, the skill jumped from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Enchantment, 400, 3,000. Well-versed Wang Teng immediately had a firmer understanding of the enchantment skill. It was as if he had practiced it multiple times, knew it by heart, and could execute it smoothly whenever he wanted to. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. The enchantment skill was very useful. He would try it out on someone someday. If he could plant a mental suggestion in someone unknowingly, that would be ha ha ha. He was excited just thinking about it. The enchantment skill was more interesting than the bewitch skill. So this is the devil ovum. Veblen's mumble was heard beside him, pulling Wang Teng out of his thoughts and back to reality. "Have you not seen a devil ovum before?" Wang Teng asked curiously. Do you think it's easy to find a devil ovum? 800 years ago, a devil ovum appeared on the number 29 defense planet, but it was destroyed by an eternal stage martial warrior. Nothing was left. Veblen snorted. He sounded slightly frustrated. "What are you going to do now?" Wang Teng wanted to laugh. He could sense some bitterness in his tone. This old fellow's obsession with the devil ovum was strong. "Aren't you planning to destroy this devil ovum?" "Let me see how you do it," Veblen said. "All right, take a good look. Let me show you my skills." Wang Teng chuckled and stretched his hand out. A long sword made of light force appeared on his palm. "Light force, you have light force too. No wonder you're not affected by the devil ovum." Veblen was enlightened. Then he frowned and said, "No, wait. When I was inspecting you, I didn't detect any light force on your body. There's something strange about you." He looked at Wang Teng weirdly again, as if he wanted to cut him up for research immediately. "Old man, you're a little busybody. Also, don't stare at me like that, otherwise I won't allow you in next time," Wang Teng said coldly. He had goosebumps on his skin when he saw Veblen's gaze. "Are you threatening me?" Veblen glared at him. "What do you think?" Wang Teng wasn't afraid since he knew Veblen's weakness. He refuted angrily. "You're the first person who dares to threaten me." "You're indeed bold." Veblen was so angry he smiled. Then he snorted and glanced at the light sword in Wang Teng's hand contemptuously. "Are you planning to use a weapon of light force to destroy the devil ovum? That's too simple. You're not targeting the root of the issue and won't be able to destroy it completely. The hardest part to destroy is the power of origin. The light force alone isn't enough. It can only dispel the dark force on the surface." Wang Teng glanced at Veblen in surprise. This old man was impressive. He grasped the essence of this devil ovum in a few looks. "Nothing to say? If that's all you have, I'm going to complain to Cameron so that we won't waste any time." Veblen glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and smirked. "Waste time?" Wang Teng sniggered with disdain and contempt. "Why are you laughing?" Veblen felt offended. He raised his eyebrows. "You can complain to General Cameron, even if I can't do it. We can ask eternal stage martial warriors to destroy it. I'm fine with that. I don't need the military contributions," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Veblen opened his mouth, but no words came out. He didn't know how to reply to Wang Teng's calm tone. This fellow didn't go by the script. It was arduous to invite eternal stage martial warriors. If he had other ways, General Cameron wouldn't ask for Wang Teng's help. Veblen knew this. That was why he was at a loss for words. Wang Teng won this round. He just wanted to provoke Wang Teng because he threatened not to let him see the devil ovum again. Actually, he was right. The light force weapon alone wouldn't cause any real damage to the devil ovum. However, Wang Teng didn't get infected even after touching the devil ovum. This was abnormal, hence he trusted this young man even though he had only met him twice. He felt that Wang Teng might have some secret method. He was just a little irritating and kept angering him. No one had ever made him this exasperated. This fellow was his nemesis. This was awkward. Wang Teng didn't plan to act anymore. He kept his light sword. Veblen felt that he had shot himself in the foot, but he wouldn't apologize, no way. He blinked and asked Wang Teng, "Young man, what's the level of your light force?" "Second level planetary stage." Wang Teng replied casually. "Why do you ask? Are you trying to see if I have the ability to destroy the devil ovum? Only the second level of the planetary stage? How did you resist the enchantment of the devil ovum?" Veblen was astounded. I have great talent. Wang Teng snorted. Don't be sarcastic. I heard that you're at the celestial stage, but your light force is only at the second-level planetary stage. It's lagging. Do you feel that your cultivation speed is slow and you can't catch up with the other forces? Veblen analyzed. So? Wang Teng asked. Don't you want to level up your light force faster? Veblen smiled and enticed him when he saw Wang Teng taking the bait. You have a way? Wang Teng asked. He was interested. Destroy the devil ovum and I'll tell you, Veblen replied. You're trying to trick me again. Wang Teng was speechless. I'm not lying. If you can destroy the devil ovum, I'll tell you the method. That's the condition, Veblen said. If you're lying, you're the stupidest person in the universe, Wang Teng said. I, Veblen, wanted to vomit blood. What an evil way to infuriate him. What was the most intolerable thing for the intelligence nativity clan? Without a doubt, it was stupidity. They couldn't withstand their own or other people's stupidity. They were biased toward smart people. This was an obsession. Thus, Wang Teng's curse was his weakness. What do you say? Wang Teng asked. All right, if I lie, I'm the stupidest person in the universe. Veblen nodded. Wang Teng felt at ease. He didn't need any spiritual contract. This verbal agreement was enough. He dared to say that Veblen wouldn't lie to him. Veblen wouldn't treat the reputation of the intelligence nativity clan as child's play. This was a reputation built over countless generations. Wang Teng laughed in his heart, feeling thrilled. He gained another benefit. This devil ovum wasn't a disaster. It was his lucky star. Chapter 1182. Good deeds must be done with skill. Quick Veblen wasn't in a good mood after he got tricked by Wang Teng, so he urged him angrily. All right. Wang Teng smiled. Since he got some benefits, his tolerance for Veblen's bad tone grew higher. He didn't care about what he said. Actually, if the benefits were good enough, he didn't mind helping with Veblen's research. In summary, the offer wasn't good enough. This old man was smart in certain areas, but pure and naive in others. Wang Teng liked to interact with someone like him because he wasn't scheming. Veblen also felt the difference in Wang Teng's attitude. He wanted to roll his eyes. This fellow wouldn't give in unless he was given enough rewards without benefits. He refuted him all the way. Once there were rewards, he started speaking in a kind manner. Moreover, he did it naturally. This was the first time he saw someone so shameless in his life. Veblen kept quiet. He realized that he shouldn't speak before fully understanding Wang Teng's ability. If not, he would make more mistakes. He looked at Wang Teng and wondered how he could take care of the devil ovum. He saw Wang Teng forming another light force sword on his palm. Then he walked toward the devil ovum splat. Wang Teng threw it out and stabbed it right through the devil ovum. Silence. What the hell? Just a casual stab. Veblen frowned involuntarily. He did remind him that this was useless. Could it be that Wang Teng didn't believe him? Also, what did he want to do with that casual stab? Couldn't he put in a bit more effort? What effects would a casual stab have? Right then, the devil ovum trembled and gave a shrill cry. What's happening? Veblen was astounded. He sensed pain and agony in the devil ovum's scream. Wang Teng managed to hurt the devil ovum with that random strike. Veblen couldn't understand what had happened. However, he didn't have the time to think further as chaotic spiritual fluctuations surged toward him. He had to form a spiritual shield to resist it. Are you all right? Wang Teng frowned and looked over. I'm fine. Veblen shook his head and stared at Wang Teng strangely. He walked over and asked, What did you do to the devil ovum just now? You saw it, right? I stabbed it. Who are you trying to fool? Can a stab hurt the devil ovum? Veblen didn't believe him. You don't have to believe me. Wang Teng didn't explain. Actually, it was nothing. He just tried to absorb the devil ovum's origin of darkness just now. The light force sword was merely a camouflage. Well, it did have some use. It could act as a straw. No matter how smart Veblen was, He wouldn't expect Wang Teng to use the light force sword as a straw instead of a weapon to hurt the devil ovum. This wasn't how a normal person would think, but this was just a trial. If he failed, Wang Teng would use the holy flame to burn it. The holy flame was the greatest nemesis of dark matters like the devil ovum. The devil ovum contained the origin of darkness, so more time was needed to burn it completely. Fortunately, the result of the trial was better than expected. The devil ovum started screaming immediately after he took his first sip. Even Veblen got shocked by the cry. Wang Teng managed to suck out a string of the origin of darkness. He then used the devouring ability of the devouring nihility beast. The devouring nihility beast was said to be able to absorb anything in the universe. This small devil ovum was nothing in front of it. The devouring nihility beast hated anything with dark force, but Wang Teng was its master now. When he devoured the origin of darkness, using his devouring nihility beast form, he felt slightly uncomfortable. The human's consciousness took control of his mind, and he managed to bear this discomfort and disgust. That was why he succeeded. That string of origin was sucked into the devour space. After some time, it would be refined and become part of him. Wang Teng's concentration was on his devour space. He saw a ball of origin of darkness inside it. It was encased in a purple-black ball of mist and was tossing and turning inside. This was the refining process. Adding this origin of darkness to his collection, Wang Teng had 4 types of origin now, including the origin of flame, the origin of metal, and the origin of wind. If any universe stage martial warrior learned that this celestial stage martial warrior had 4 kinds of origins, they might collapse in shock. Veblen was enraged by Wang Teng's indifferent reply. However, he couldn't do anything to him, so he said, "Do it one more time." He would observe carefully and see how Wang Teng harmed this devil ovum. "All right, I'll show you again." Wang Teng smiled to himself. The devouring ability of the devouring nihility beast was powerful and mysterious. In addition, he used the light force to cover up his act, so he believed that Veblen wouldn't be able to see anything. Wang Teng brought out the light sword again and stabbed the devil ovum. An ear-piercing cry sounded once again. Chaotic spirit fluctuations swept out. Wang Teng and Veblen were prepared for this, so the devil ovum cried for nothing. Wang Teng absorbed another string of the origin of darkness. Then the light sword disappeared. 2 stabs. That was enough. He would stop here for today and complete the process slowly. He told General Cameron that he needed half a month so he wouldn't shorten the time. If he destroyed the devil ovum immediately, he would be slapping himself in the face. He wasn't stupid. General Cameron would be more convinced if he made the process seem hard. The military lords would probably be touched if they knew about his efforts. Good deeds must be done with skill. One couldn't just do it without thinking, or he might end up working hard for nothing. The deed would be arduous, but fruitless. That would be working for nothing. Veblen was puzzled. Then that's it, he observed. Wang Teng carefully, but he couldn't see anything, not even a hint or trace. He was a wise man from the Intelligence Nativity clan, a person who possessed great knowledge, yet he didn't see anything. People would laugh at him if they learned about this. This was infuriating. Wang Teng took pity on Veblen when he saw his expression, but this was his secret. He couldn't tell him. "Sorry, there was nothing he could do. Let's go. That's it for today." Wang Teng's voice pulled Veblen back into reality. "You're not continuing?" Veblen widened his eyes and asked, "Continue? Can't you tell that I've exerted all my energy today?" Wang Teng said. His face started to turn pale at a visible speed, and he looked exhausted. Veblen wanted to complain, but no words came out. He didn't know how to respond to this young man. How fake could he get? He was fine a second ago and turned frail instantly after he finished speaking. Who would believe him? Besides, he only stabbed the devil ovum twice. Shouldn't he put on a better show if he wanted to fool him? "I'm leaving, if you're not." Wang Teng didn't care about Veblen's response. He had gotten the attributes he wanted today. He wasn't going to stay here and play with the devil ovum. Many thoughts ran through Veblen's mind. He glanced at the devil ovum longingly and finally left with Wang Teng. The devil ovum was sealed, waiting for Wang Teng to caress it again tomorrow. Wang Teng? What did you do to the devil ovum? Veblen pestered Wang Teng along the way. You won't understand even if I tell you. Wang Teng ran away after throwing this sentence at Veblen. Veblen was infuriated. Veblen went back to basement 3. A tall and slender young lady around 20 years old came to welcome him. She looked human, but she had large eyes and deep eye sockets. Her pupils appeared similar to that of the Intelligence Nativity clansman. "Master, did you see the devil ovum?" the lady asked Veblen. "I saw it, but I didn't find any answers. I even got confused by a young brat," Veblen said with frustration. "Huh? Someone can confuse you?" The lady was surprised. "Sigh, that lad is cheeky and has many secrets. I can't see through him." Veblen shook his head and sighed. On the other side, Wang Teng reached his lodging. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the side. "Wang Teng. Wang Teng, my cousin is in danger. He's in danger." Olivia pulled Wang Teng's hand. Her face was pale, and her gaze was full of anxiousness and helplessness. Chapter 1183, Kept a Secret from Him. Wang Teng stood outside his lodging and stared at Olivia. He furrowed his brows. Why was this lady here? Had she not given up? This was his first thought, but when he heard her agitated cries, his expression changed. "What do you mean Di Chi is in danger?" "Never mind. Come in first." Wang Teng pulled Olivia into his room and closed the door. He stared at her sternly and asked, "Are you lying?" "Why would I lie to you? Our family has a special communication method. When our lives are at risk, a message will be sent to the nearest family member. I received Cousin Di Chi's message the moment I woke up this morning," Olivia replied like a machine gun. She was panicking. Wang Teng looked at Olivia and felt that she wouldn't lie to him about such matters. Moreover, she didn't seem to be acting. "Wang Teng, I can only ask you for help. My family members won't be able to rush here in time. Cousin Di Chi might not come back if we don't act fast enough. This communication method is only used at the final crucial moment," Olivia said anxiously. "Don't panic," Wang Teng reminded her. "Ask your family to contact the higher authorities in the military. They will send martial warriors to save your cousin. I can't do it alone. My family has already contacted them. However, I trust you more," Olivia replied. "Wait for me here. I'll ask General Cameron what mission he gave to Di Chi." Wang Teng wouldn't fold his arms and look on. He told Olivia to stay still and left to find General Cameron. After some time, Wang Teng arrived outside General Cameron's office. He strode straight in. "Major Wang Teng, are you looking for General Cameron?" General Cameron's adjutant knew Wang Teng, so he got up to welcome him. "I have urgent business to discuss with General Cameron." Wang Teng walked toward the door. "Major Wang Teng, wait. General Cameron is meeting someone. You can't go in. I need to report your arrival first." The adjutant stopped him hurriedly. "Move. I don't have time to wait for you to report." Wang Teng pushed his palm out, moving the adjutant back. He wasn't injured. He was just pushed aside so that Wang Teng could pass through. The adjutant's expression changed. He was astounded. Major Wang Teng was powerful. Mind you, he was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, while Wang Teng was a Celestial stage martial warrior, yet he was knocked back with a single attack. No wonder General Cameron had high hopes for him. Wang Teng didn't care what the adjutant felt. He pushed open General Cameron's door instantly. General Cameron was really meeting someone in his office. When Wang Teng appeared, both parties looked at him. "Wendell? Why is he here?" Wang Teng was stunned when he saw the person sitting opposite General Cameron. "General, I didn't manage to stop Major Wang Teng. Please, punish me." The adjutant stepped forward and said nervously, "Never mind, you can leave first." General Cameron waved his hand. "Major Wang Teng, come in." As expected of a martial warrior from a remote planet. "You have no manners at all," Wendell scorned. General Cameron blinked. He knew Wang Teng's background as well as his grudges against the Parkers, hence he wasn't surprised. Wang Teng didn't even glance at Wendell. "General Cameron, can you send him away? I have something to ask you about." Wendell's face turned black. This bastard ignored him completely. He was here first, but he wanted to chase him out. This was too much. He wanted to speak, but General Cameron interrupted him. "Major Wang Teng, I know your purpose here. You came for Colonel D. Chi, right?" "Yes." Wang Teng was surprised. He glanced at Wendell and nodded. Since the general had spoken about this matter, there was no need to hide it from Wendell. "I called Colonel Wendell over for the same issue. Since you're here, sit down and let's discuss it together," General Cameron said. "General Cameron, pardon me for being direct. Based on what I know, most of Major Wang Teng's team was injured during his first mission. I have a reason to doubt his ability." "It's not appropriate to share this mission with him," Wendell said. Wang Teng was staggered. Then he stared at Wendell strangely. This fellow was asking for it. General Cameron had inside information, yet Wendell defamed him in front of the general. "Cough!" General Cameron's gaze turned weird, too. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Colonel Wendell, I know Major Wang Teng's ability clearly. It's appropriate to share this issue with him." Wendell was stunned. General Cameron's attitude wasn't right. Wang Teng didn't complete his first mission properly. Why did General Cameron speak up for him? Did they make a secret deal? Multiple thoughts flashed across his mind. Wendell had a worse impression of Wang Teng. "General Cameron, the issue is urgent, so I will go straight to the point. What's Di Chi's mission?" Wang Teng asked. General Cameron turned serious and replied, "This is a long story, but I'll summarize it. We received news that a large number of dark apparition activities had been detected at the 5th front line. However, the dark apparitions only appeared for a moment and disappeared after that. No one can find their whereabouts, so I sent Di Chi's team to investigate this issue. I didn't think he will be in life danger. There must be something going on." "A large number of dark apparition activities?" Wang Teng frowned. "Do you know what type of dark apparitions they are?" "No." General Cameron shook his head. "Since it's a large-scale activity, they won't vanish the moment they appear, right?" "What do you mean? Could it be some special dark apparitions race?" Wang Teng guessed. "You might be right." General Cameron nodded. However, the appearance of many dark apparitions comes with a black mist. This time, they hid in their black mist too, so we had a hard time recognizing their race. Wang Teng went into deep thought. After some time, he said, "Either way, we need to save him first. Let me investigate this matter." "General Cameron has given me this task," Wendell said coldly. "Let's investigate on our own then." Wang Teng frowned and replied, With your ability, you'll definitely interfere in my investigation. If something happens, whose responsibility will it be?" Wendell scoffed. "You might be the one giving me trouble," Wang Teng said calmly. "What a joke." Wendell acted as if he had heard a funny joke. "All right, stop arguing. I'll let the two of you handle this issue. I hope you'll put aside your grudges for this mission. I only want results." General Cameron reprimanded them sternly. Wendell was still unconvinced, but General Cameron had made his decision. He could only shut his mouth. "I have no problem with that," Wang Teng replied. "All right, go ahead then." General Cameron waved his hand. "General Cameron, can I speak to you in private?" Wang Teng suddenly asked, "Huh?" General Cameron was stunned for a second. Then he nodded and said, "Colonel Wendell, you can leave first." Wendell. They were keeping a secret from him. He felt like an outsider. Why? Why could a newbie who just came to the No. 29 Defense Planet and completed only one mission gain General Cameron's favor? He had been working hard for many years, but he felt that he wasn't as well liked as Wang Teng. Infuriating. Damn it. Wendell glared at Wendell bitterly as he walked out of General Cameron's office. Wang Teng looked at him strangely. He felt that this fellow had the potential to be an aggrieved woman confined at home. His gaze... "All right. What do you want to say?" General Cameron asked. "General Cameron, Do you think the dark apparition's strange actions have anything to do with the devil ovum? What do you mean? General Cameron's expression changed. I feel that we should investigate the dark apparition's movement on all the front lines on this planet, Wang Teng suggested. I'll consider your suggestion seriously. General Cameron understood Wang Teng's concern. He nodded grimly. Wang Teng left the room, chapter 1184. Wait, what if it was a trick? After Wang Teng left General Cameron's office, he informed his team and asked them to prepare for departure. Then he returned to his lodging. Wang Teng, how is it? Olivia rushed over when she saw him and asked agitatedly. I've already understood the mission. I'll be leaving to investigate it now, Wang Teng replied. Don't worry, wait for me here. No, I want to go too. Nonsense. Wang Teng scolded. You'll create trouble for me if you go. You're scolding me. You're scolding me too, Olivia pouted, and tears welled up in her eyes. You're bullying me too. Everyone bullies me. Everyone feels that I'm immature. Wang Teng had a terrible headache. Young ladies were indeed troublesome. He didn't know what to do when Olivia cried. There was no way he could reprimand her now. I'm not bullying you. If you follow me, I'll have to take care of you. What if something happens and I can't save Di Chi? Wang Teng had no choice but to scare her away. But I can help you. I can sense Cousin Di Chi's location within a certain range. If you don't bring me along, you'll have to waste time finding him. Olivia sobbed and continued. You can sense Di Chi's location? Wang Teng was startled. Yes, I can sense him using our family's special communication method, if we're within a certain range. Olivia nodded. Wang Teng was in a dilemma based on what she said. Things would be easier if he brought her along. However, this lady was a troublesome kid. She wasn't as obedient as she seemed. She was a cheeky one. Would accidents happen if he brought her along? I won't be a burden. I'll listen to you all the time, Olivia promised hurriedly. She knew what he was worried about through his expression. You said it? Yes, I mean it, Olivia replied. What if you don't follow my orders? Wang Teng didn't believe her. If I don't listen to you, you can hit my butt. My mom always reprimands me this way. I'll give this right to you now, Olivia said. She seemed to have made a huge decision. Wang Teng. What did she mean by hitting her butt? What was this young girl thinking? How could a man agree to such a request? This was embarrassing. She was close to 20 years old, cute, but she was still naive and pure. Wang Teng didn't realize it in the past. Wait, what if it was a trick? If her family members knew that he agreed to her request, he wouldn't be able to clear his name in the future. They would think that he was a pervert. They might even beat him to death. He shivered at the thought of it. Cough. There's no need to hit your butt? Wang Teng coughed and replied. No, you won't believe me otherwise. I'm giving it my all because I want to save Cousin Di Chi. I must show my family my ability and prove that I'm not a weak and pampered young lady. I can definitely do something big. Olivia clenched her fist as she said. Her determination was touching. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. This young lady seemed immersed in her own world. He wondered if he should wake her up. Stop hesitating. Time waits for no man, Olivia urged him when he didn't reply to her. Let's go. Wang Teng was too lazy to speak. He could create a clone to follow Olivia and watch her. He would ensure that she had no chance to cause any trouble. They arrived at the parking spaces around the field. Peggy and the others were already waiting for him there. The battlecraft was parked and the engine switched on. Major Wang Teng, sir. Everyone greeted Wang Teng. Olivia glanced at Wang Teng in amazement. He managed to gain the trust of his team after a single mission. They seemed to respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Olivia was a busybody. She loved to hear Di Chi's stories about his experiences. In the past, she frequently heard him complaining about how hard it was to lead a team, but it didn't seem that way for Wang Teng. Was Di Chi too weak? Are you ready? Wang Teng asked. We're all ready. We can leave immediately, Peggy replied. All right, let's depart. Wang Teng entered the battlecraft, with the others following closely behind him. The battlecraft vibrated and rose into the air. It shot into the distance, vanishing on the horizon on the battlecraft. Wang Teng looked at his team and said, "Y'all should know the mission briefly. Peggy, you'll come up with the action plan. We will move once we arrive at the 5th front line. Don't waste any time." "Yes." Peggy's eyes lit up. She felt perked up. During the first mission, she didn't understand Wang Teng's ability, so she had a hard time collaborating with him. Now, things were different. She finally felt that she could release her full potential and show Wang Teng her capabilities. Peggy immediately started studying the map and forming an action plan. The other team members checked their equipment and prepared for their next operation. Round Ball was controlling the battlecraft. It raised its speed to the maximum and headed toward the 5th front line. They met a few lonely, dark apparitions along the way who were killed by Wang Teng. The battlecraft never stopped. The team was used to it. During the first mission, they witnessed Wang Teng killing dark apparitions as easily as if they were chickens and dogs. But Olivia was dumbfounded. Wang Teng seemed to have gotten more powerful after he left the number 4 defense planet. At that time, he could still kill Devil Kings, but he couldn't have done it so easily. She remembered all the rumors she had heard about Wang Teng. A martial warrior who could offend the Parkers wouldn't be ordinary. Compared to him, the young martial warriors she befriended were nothing. No wonder Cousin Di Chi looked up to him and made friends with him, even though he was a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Soon, they arrived at the 5th front line. They reported to the commander at the base before heading directly to the location where Di Chi disappeared. This was a dark patch of mountains. It had been contaminated with dark force, so all the plants had turned into dark plants. They gave off wisps of dark force. "Be careful. The sharp leaves and thorns on the leaves can cut your skin and contaminate you with dark force." Peggy glanced at Olivia and reminded her. She was the only one who looked like a newbie here. Peggy could tell that this young lady had a close relationship with Wang Teng. She wasn't an ordinary martial warrior and might have some hidden identity. "Thank you, Sister Peggy." Olivia's expression changed slightly. She carefully evaded the leaves and thorns around her and gave Peggy a sweet smile. Wang Teng rolled his eyes secretly when he saw her face act. "Continue acting. I don't even want to expose you. Peggy, how far away are we from our destination?" He glanced around him and asked. 2 to 3 kilometers, Peggy looked at the map on her wristwatch and replied. "Hasten up." Wang Teng nodded. Everyone increased their speed. They were experienced, so they easily avoided the dangers and passed through this dark forest. After some time, Wang Teng stopped. He raised his hand, and his team stopped too. A thin, dark mist floated around them. It spread throughout the forest and gave off an evil and forbidding aura. Everyone turned serious. "Do you guys have ways to resist the dark force in the mist?" Wang Teng asked. "There are light force stones embedded in our battle armors. We can resist the invasion of dark force temporarily if we activate them," Peggy explained. "Huh? This device seems familiar," Wang Teng exclaimed. "Mr. Veblen designed it. The other defense planets are using it too," Peggy said proudly. Wang Teng, that bad-tempered old man, had a good reputation. Chapter 1185, Devil Vine. After confirming that his team members could resist the dark force in the mist, Wang Teng waved his hand again. Everyone donned their battle armor. He observed them curiously. When they activated their light force stones, white patterns lit up on the surface of their battle armor. These patterns were linked to one another and dotted the battle armor. They covered the entire body, including the arms, legs, torso, and head. Then, through some special mechanism, the light force in the light energy stones was activated, and a thin, white glow appeared around the armor. This glow only needed a tiny bit of light force. Furthermore, they were scattered evenly on the surface of the battle armor, so the exhaustion of the energy stone was reduced to the lowest. One light energy stone could last them a few hours. That old man is quite impressive. Wang Teng was impressed. With his mastery, he could tell that the knowledge of runes, forgery, and some scientific elements was used in the designing of the battle armor. Ordinary people couldn't come up with this. Without enough knowledge, no one could even think of this mechanism. much less design it. Wang Teng could understand the design because he was a bug and had many secondary careers. However, Veblen had only himself to rely on and managed to gain a vast amount of knowledge. The Intelligence Nativity clan was indeed one of the smartest clans in the universe. After everyone wore their armor, Wang Teng prepared to move forward. Suddenly, he saw someone staring pitifully at him. "You didn't prepare any armor?" Wang Teng looked at Olivia and asked helplessly. "No." Olivia shook her head sadly. Wang Teng had a headache. He knew that this girl was troublesome. Reality proved that he was right. "I have spare armor. She can use mine," Peggy said. "Thank you, Sister Peggy." Olivia beamed with joy. The unhappiness on her pretty face disappeared. "You're welcome. It's nothing. Remember to make ample preparations before heading out for missions in the future." Peggy took out armor and put it on for Olivia. Wang Teng stared at Peggy strangely. He didn't know that the cold and distant white wolf had a gentle side. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The important thing was, did Olivia manage to win her heart already? This young girl has the potential to be a player. Either way, the issue was resolved. They continued on their journey. Soon, Peggy and the others noticed that Wang Teng wasn't wearing armor. They got puzzled when they saw him walking into the mist. However, thinking back, Wang Teng carried the devil ovum and ran around the planet. This dark mist wouldn't affect him. "Olivia, can you sense Di Chi's location?" Wang Teng ran and asked at the same time. "I can't sense him, but he should be within the mountain." Olivia shook her head helplessly. "Let's head deeper." Suddenly, Wang Teng's expression changed. He warned everyone, "Be careful." The instant he spoke, sonic booms exploded around them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black shadows sailed out from the mist and attacked Wang Teng and his team. Peggy and the others reacted instantly. They twirled their weapons and slashed them at the black shadows. A metallic clang was heard. Finally, they saw what attacked them. There were numerous black vines dancing in the air like giant pythons. "Devil vine." Peggy's expression changed. She shouted the name of this plant. Devil vine. Wang Teng was shocked. He had never seen this plant, but that wasn't an issue. He could find the relevant information in the devouring nihility beast's memory. "Wang Teng, be careful. This devil vine is a dark element plant. It has a strong attacking ability, and its vines are tough. You'll have a hard time breaking free if you get caught in it. Also, it will instill dark force into the person's body and turn them into dark apparitions." Round Ball warned Wang Teng in a grim voice. Wang Teng nodded. He found some information about the devil vine and had a brief understanding of it, just like what Round Ball said. The devil vine was a dark element plant that was difficult to deal with. Its main body was hidden below the ground, and it would create numerous black vines to attack living creatures that went past it. Once the creature got caught in its vines, it would become dark matter and land in a terrible state. This devil vine was hard to destroy because it was tedious to find its main body. As long as the main body was alive, it could grow more vines. This was disgusting. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black vines that got pushed back swung toward them again. Peggy and the others released their force attacks and cut the black vines. However, more black vines emerged from the mist and charged at them from all directions. This was a terrifying scene. Countless black vines clawed at martial warriors like tentacles. The image alone was enough to send chills down one's spine. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone tried their best to resist, but they were forced to retreat under the never-ending waves of black vines. Damn it. Why are there devil vines here? Devil vines only exist in the Darkland. The dark force on the No. 29 defense planet shouldn't be thick enough for them to breed. There is more than one devil vine. Are they purposely planted here? The martial warriors frowned. The devil vine's attacks were crazy. Even if they chopped them down, more black vines would come at them. We can't continue like this. These devil vines are at the devil king level. We need to destroy their main body, Peggy said. Boom! Wang Teng slashed his sword and chopped the dark vines shooting toward them. Move back. I'll destroy their main body. The moment he finished speaking, he turned into lingering shadows and darted toward the dense vines. Major Wang Teng. Sir. Peggy and the others were appalled and shouted worriedly. The instant they made a sound, they saw an astonishing scene. Wang Teng strode into the vines with golden light shimmering around him. The golden light circled him and formed a protective shield. The dark veins turned into dust the instant they touched the golden shield. They couldn't hurt Wang Teng at all. Peggy and the others watched Wang Teng with their mouth agape. They found it absurd. They finally remembered that the golden light was the spiritual weapon used before. It was a golden blade and extremely powerful, but they didn't expect the weapon to be so powerful. It could even resist the attacks of the devil vines. In a blink of an eye, Wang Teng had already made his way through the devil vines. Numerous devil vines soared towards him like a huge net. Wang Teng blasted a hole in them and created a path for himself. Then he charged into the hold and disappeared into the black mist. Wang Teng shuttled back and forth while looking for the devil vine's main body. He had already released his spiritual power to search for the source of all these devil vines. At the same time, he activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence to look into the black mist. Soon, his gaze turned sharp. Gotcha. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He stomped his feet and darted to the left. He saw a ball of black light lying prone under the ground. The dark force there was exceptionally thick, so it must be where the main body of the devil vine was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The devil vine realized that Wang Teng had discovered it and hurriedly released more black vines to stop him. Wang Teng snorted. He pointed in front, and the golden crescent blade zoomed out, cutting the black vines into small pieces. Suddenly, the ball of black glow started moving under the ground, trying to escape. Wang Teng frowned. He wasn't surprised because the memory of the Devour Nihility beast explained that the devil vine was able to move underground. This made it hard to find. He immediately shifted his position and appeared at the location where the devil vine was heading to, Chapter 1186. A special skill from the devil vine. Boom. Wang Teng appeared directly above the location where the devil vine wanted to go. He stomped on the ground, which cracked with a loud bang. A small part of a black and spiky ball was revealed. This was the main body of the devil vine. It didn't expect this human to be able to predict its location accurately, so it bumped right into Wang Teng. It didn't have the time to change its direction. "Get out of there," Wang Teng shouted. He curled his fingers and clawed at the ground. The soil around him gathered together and turned into a giant stone palm. It stretched toward the devil vine. The devil vine wouldn't fold its hands for capture. A black glow shimmered around its main body and countless black vines shot out toward the stone palm. Boom! They collided and caused a violent explosion. Wang Teng's stone palm was extremely sturdy. The devil vine was only at the devil king level, which was the equivalent of a celestial stage martial warrior. Hence, it wasn't Wang Teng's match. The black vines got destroyed by the giant hand. Then, the stone hand continued moving forward speedily and grabbed the devil vine that wanted to escape. Boom! The ground trembled and split open. The giant body of the devil vine was revealed to everyone. The giant palm grabbed it and pulled it out from the ground. It soared into the sky. Wang Teng finally saw the appearance of the devil vine's main body. The devil vine was an enormous spiky ball. It was around 10 meters in radius. It was hiding deep below the ground, so normal martial warriors had a hard time finding it. Unfortunately, it met Wang Teng. He had a powerful spirit and possessed the eyes of essence and spiritual sight skills, so he found the devil vine's location effortlessly. By right, even if he found the devil vine's location based on its speed, it would be hard to catch it. But Wang Teng had many techniques at his disposal. The heart of magnetic essence alone was enough to curb the devil vine. The stone hand formed with the help of the heart of magnetic essence was larger than the devil vine, grasping it in its palm. The devil vine gave an ear-splitting scream and struggled desperately. Numerous black vines shot out of the main body. It was useless. "Are you trying to struggle?" Wang Teng smirked. He clenched his fist, and the giant hand tightened its grip. Splat! The main body of the devil vine couldn't withstand the pressure and got crushed. Black juice splattered everywhere. The devil vine had died. Wang Teng shook his head. He expected to have a hard time killing the devil vine, but it was a piece of cake. He glanced around him. A few attribute bubbles were dropped after the devil vine died. They floated in the air. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and picked them up. Collect Constellation Force, Dark 250, Devil Vine 100, Blank Attribute 4500. Huh? Wang Teng gasped softly after absorbing all the attribute bubbles. The Constellation Dark Force didn't surprise him, but the blank attributes were quite unexpected. He didn't think that a dark plant could give him blank attributes, and there was quite a large sum, too. It dropped 4,500 points. Then there was another startling gain. Devil Vine. This wasn't the real Devil Vine. It was a special skill. Wang Teng didn't expect the Devil Vine to drop a special technique with the same name. After absorbing the Devil Vine attribute, the relevant information and execution method appeared in his mind. The Devil Vine technique was the skill the Devil Vine used to form black veins with its dark force. It was an attacking skill. It didn't just replicate the outer appearance of the Devil Vine, it copied the internal structure too. If he didn't have the Devil Vine skill, Wang Teng wouldn't be able to understand the internal structure of the Devil Vine even if he studied it, much less execute it with his force. This is a good skill. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't forget the scene when the Devil Vine had released multiple vines at them. It was a good move. Most importantly, it could be used for both defense and offense. He could also make armor with the vines. Its defensive power would be the same as armor made by a blacksmith. The power of this skill was closely related to the ability of the executor. It meant that if Wang Teng executed it, it would be more powerful than the Devil Vine. Wang Teng touched his chin. He felt lucky that he received this skill because he possessed many forces, not just the dark force. That meant that he could use other forces to form the vines. There was greater usability. What would happen if he used multiple forces to execute the Devil Vine skill? Wang Teng got interested. He stretched out his hand, and devil vines made of fire force appeared on his palm. The red devil vines twirled around his arm and turned into a gauntlet. Wang Teng sized it up. He took out a universe-level sword with his other hand and slashed it down. Clang sparks flew. The sword left a faint mark on the gauntlet. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Although he didn't use any force, this universe-stage weapon only left a mark on the gauntlet. This proved how strong the defensive ability of the Devil Vine gauntlet was. Of course, Wang Teng's ability affected the strength of the gauntlet, too. A normal martial warrior might not be able to create such a powerful defense. Major Wang Teng. A voice came from afar. The Devil Vine had stopped attacking, so Peggy and the others came to find him. Wang Teng immediately dispersed the Devil Vine on his right hand. No one saw it. "Brother Wang Teng, are you all right?" Olivia ran over and asked in concern. She was exceptionally worried when she saw Wang Teng chasing after the Devil Vine alone. She was afraid that something would happen to him. "I'm fine." Wang Teng was surprised at Olivia's concern. That's good, that's good. If anything happened to you, no one would be able to save Cousin Di Chi." Olivia patted her chest. Wang Teng, he was touched for nothing. "Major Wang Teng, where's the Devil Vine?" Peggy looked around her and saw signs of the Devil Vine. She was astounded and had already arrived at a conclusion, but she wanted to confirm with Wang Teng. Well, Wang Teng only left for a minute and managed to destroy the Devil Vine. This was beyond belief. Arwen and the others stared at him too. "I killed it," Wang Teng replied calmly. Indeed, despite prior preparation, Peggy was still shocked. "Be careful. There's more than one Devil Vine here. We'll meet more in front," Wang Teng reminded everyone. "Yes," the team replied sternly. "Let's continue." Wang Teng waved his hand and ran forward. He wouldn't give up this great chance to get attribute bubbles. His Devil Vine skill was only at the foundation stage. He needed more attribute bubbles to raise it to the well-versed stage. He was satisfied with the strength of the Devil Vine after testing it. He wouldn't let a single devil vine off. They moved close to 100 meters before the black vines appeared again. Compared to the previous time, there were more vines, and they came from all directions. The path ahead was blocked. Swoosh, swoosh, sonic booms were heard, and everyone was forced to stop again to tackle their enemy. Peggy, 30 meters, 6 o'clock, 120 meters below the ground. Take care of that devil vine. Arwen, 30 meters, 8 o'clock, 90 meters below the ground. Wang Teng didn't act personally this time. He commanded his team to attack simultaneously. The devil vine was hard to deal with because it was tough to find its position. However, Wang Teng could locate all of them, so they were at a disadvantage right from the start. Chapter 1187. Perfect collaboration. Peggy and the others were confused when they heard Wang Teng's commands. How did he know the location of the devil vines? They found it incredible, but that didn't stop them from reacting. They had built enough trust in Wang Teng during their previous mission. Everyone recognized his ability, so they believed that he wouldn't lie to them. Hence, Peggy and the others immediately dashed to their locations. They attacked in groups of 3. 2 of them held back the black vines sweeping toward them and slashed a hole in the web. The last person dashed at the main body of the devil vine. Boom, boom. Peggy and Arwen were both celestial stage martial warriors. One strike was enough to force the devil vine out of the ground. Wang Teng had already told them the exact locations of the devil vines, so they succeeded in one try. They didn't give the devil vines any chances of escaping. Everyone released their attacks and hurled force attacks on the ground, killing the devil vines directly. Wang Teng didn't move. What were subordinates for? The hard labor, of course. Why shouldn't he use this hard labor? He acted the previous time because he wanted to understand the exact situation of the devil vine. Now that he knew how it would act and what it was, he decided to let his team take care of them. He watched his team killing the devil vines and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Their abilities were not bad. Attribute bubbles started popping out of the ground after the devil vines got killed. These devil vines were hidden beneath the ground, so this wasn't strange. It was quite an interesting scene. What a pity that Wang Teng was the only one who could see it. Wang Teng smiled and released his spiritual power. He picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Dark, 2200. Devil Vine, 120 blank, attribute, 4000. Devil Vine, 150. Constellation Force, Dark, 2400. Blank attribute, 55500. Good. Good, well done. Wang Teng was elated. He cheered his team on, all the best. Go for it, everyone. They did rely on Wang Teng's command to find the exact location of the devil vines and killed them, but they somehow felt frustrated when he threw all the work to them. Why was he cheering them on? Did he think that this was a tug-of-war competition? Peggy was speechless. She thought that her leader was reliable, but she had second thoughts now. Their leader was a weirdo. He should be more serious when fighting with the devil vines. It was a dangerous task, after all. Olivia didn't act either. She was the weakest here. If she moved, other people would have to take care of her. She glanced at Wang Teng and said, "Brother Wang Teng, you'll get beaten up. You're doing nothing. What right do you have to complain about me?" Wang Teng glanced at her and said contemptuously, "Hey." Olivia was furious, but she didn't dare to refute it. She stuck out her tongue behind Wang Teng's back and then stood beside him quietly as if she didn't exist. Wang Teng did realize that he was acting a little mean. As someone who took care of his subordinates, he coughed awkwardly and put on a stern face. He continued, "Peggy, 45 meters, 3 o'clock, 150 meters below the ground. Arwen, 60 meters, 10 o'clock, 150 meters below the ground, and Jack, 80 meters, 9 o'clock, 200 meters below the ground." "Oh my, sir, why is mine so deep? I'm not a mouse. I don't like to make holes," Jack complained. He was a muscular young man with long brown hair. Wang Teng's face turned black. Feek, this subordinate, wasn't sensitive at all during the previous mission. He said that he was a professional at digging holes. Wasn't Jack slapping his face? "If you're not a mouse, am I one?" Peggy raised her eyebrows. She recalled the same thing. She felt that Jack was dead. Should she plead for him? "Cut the crap. I'll hold you responsible if it runs away," Wang Teng replied angrily. Jack shrunk his neck when he saw Wang Teng's strict expression. He didn't dare to fool around anymore and hurriedly went to find the devil vine. Soon, the devil vines around them were all destroyed. The sky full of black vines had disappeared. Wang Teng finished collecting his attribute bubbles. He was content. He felt refreshed. He collected attribute bubbles while others did the work. What a perfect collaboration. His constellation Dark Force increased by more than 30,000 points, but it didn't achieve a breakthrough. It was still at the 8th level of the planetary stage, constellation Dark Force, 3520, 8,000 planetary stage, 8th level. His blank attributes rose by more than 50,000 points. Before this, he had more than 70,000 blank attributes, so he accumulated more than 120,000 blank attributes. Now blank attribute 12750. Amazing. His blank attributes finally hit 100,000. Wang Teng took a deep breath to calm his excitement. Lastly, there was the Devil Vine attribute. He picked up more than 3,000 points, allowing his Devil Vine attribute to jump to the well-versed stage. Devil Vine, 10633,000, well-versed Wang Teng blinked. He felt more familiar with the Devil Vine skill. Foundation was the beginner stage. Well-versed meant that he could execute the Devil Vine smoothly whenever he wanted to. The speed of execution wouldn't be a burden. Speaking about it, the Devil Vine and the Devil Armor were quite similar. Both were skills that could form armor. Besides Dark Force, he could use other forces for the Devil Armor skill. The same applied to other skills. Ever since Wang Teng's enlightenment reached the cosmos realm, he had been receiving many ideas. Wang Teng wondered if he could make a more powerful force armor if he combined the two skills. This was how secret skills were formed by formidable warriors. Many formidable martial warriors would observe Star Beast techniques for years. They would then use their inspirations to modify their skills, perfecting them until they were second nature to them. As for Wang Teng, he didn't need the observation time. He had all the skills already, so he just needed to modify them to become his very own secret skills. Major Wang Teng, all the Devil Vines have been destroyed. Peggy brought the other martial warriors over and reported. Everyone was looking at Wang Teng with respect. Their leader was so impressive. Although Wang Teng didn't move, he was powerful. There was no doubt about that. After all, he dealt with these troublesome devil vines just by moving his mouth. How many people could do this? Let's continue. Wang Teng blinked and nodded. The team entered the mist once again. Time flew. The journey wasn't smooth. New devil vines would appear every few meters, attempting to stop them. It was like an obstacle course, but under Wang Teng's lead, they passed the obstacles easily. Wang Teng earned another round of attributes. Stop. Half an hour later, Wang Teng stopped beside a large tree trunk and raised his hand to ask his team to pause. "Boss, what's the matter?" Arwen squinted. "Someone's coming." Through his spiritual sight, Wang Teng saw many balls of force lights rushing toward them. They were moving quickly. One of the balls seemed familiar. Someone's coming. Everyone was stunned. They got ready for an attack. Don't worry, they're old friends. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He was gloating. "An old friend?" Peggy asked in surprise. "It's Wendell. He has the same mission as us," Wang Teng explained. Wendell. Everyone was shocked. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they spoke, a figure dashed out from the mist and arrived below the tree where Wang Teng was. Wang Teng. Wendell was in a tragic stage. He noticed Wang Teng instantly and called him in astonishment. Chapter 1188. Strange, one? Wendell was dumbfounded when he saw Wang Teng. He came directly after receiving the mission, wanting to complete it before Wang Teng. He wanted to show General Cameron that he was the more outstanding person. His team entered the forest and met Devil Vines halfway through. They got here after many hardships, yet Wang Teng and his team were here too, and he looked relaxed. This wasn't right. It wasn't right at all. This area was the Devil Vines' territory. Normal martial warriors would be tormented terribly if they met them. They might not even be able to leave this place alive. Wang Teng was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Some of his team members were still injured, so they shouldn't be the Devil Vines match. Wendell didn't understand. "Hey, isn't this Raging Wolf? You look a little miserable." Wang Teng squatted on the tree branch and smiled as he looked down on him. Peggy and the others stared at Wendell and his team with strange gazes. There was no doubt that they met the Devil Vines too. That was why they were so haggard. Peggy and the others felt fortunate. They were lucky that they were on Wang Teng's team. If not, they might have ended up in the same state as Wendell. The corners of Wendell's eyes twitched. He frowned and asked in a cold voice, "Why are y'all here?" "Look at what you're saying. You're here too. Why can't we be here?" Wang Teng laughed. "You!" Wendell was speechless and furious. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh at this moment. A shrill sonic boom was heard in the distance. Black vines spiraled over from the black mist toward Wang Teng and Wendell. "Leader, it has caught up. Let's run," a martial warrior said hurriedly. His expression changed slightly. "Let's go," Wendell's pupils constricted. He gave his order and stopped bickering with Wang Teng. They wanted to run, but the black vines swept toward them from all directions, even their backs. They blocked all routes of escape. "Damn it, that devil vine has surrounded us." Wendell furrowed his brows violently. He glanced around him and tried to look for a way to break the encirclement. The black vines enclosed them inside. There was no way to escape. On the tree, Peggy turned serious. "Major Wang Teng, this Devil Vine isn't at the Devil King level. It should be at the low-tiered Devil Emperor level." Wang Teng nodded, but he wasn't worried. He maintained his composure. Peggy and the others felt a little less anxious when they saw his light-hearted attitude. They believed Wang Teng. If he didn't ask them to run, it meant that he had a way to deal with this low-tiered Devil Emperor level Devil Vine. Boom! The black vines plummeted from the sky. They were like pythons trying to swallow the martial warriors. Everyone launched their attacks to resist the incoming attack. Peggy and the others were no exception. They didn't dare to let down their guards and increased the force in their bodies to attack the black vines. But this time, the vines were harder and tougher than before. Their speed and strength were many times greater than the ones they met in the past. The martial warriors were at a disadvantage. "Ah, help me." Someone got entangled by the black vines and was dragged into the mist. He let out an agonizing cry. However, this person was from Wendell's team. Peggy and the others had Wang Teng protecting them. The golden crescent blade swept over like a beam of golden light and destroyed all the black vines that dared to come near. Wendell's expression turned ugly. His eyebrows kept jumping. The low-tier Devil Emperor was extremely hard to deal with. He didn't have the extra effort to take care of his team, so within a few moments, he lost 4 to 5 members. Wang Teng's ability astounded him. He was in disbelief. This bastard was so strong. He was only a celestial stage martial warrior, but the ability he showcased was that of a cosmos stage martial warrior. Wendell was flabbergasted. He finally understood why his family suffered at the hands of this young man. This fellow's ability couldn't be predicted with common sense, but this wasn't the time to think about this stuff. "Wang Teng, this Devil Vine is at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. We need to work together to break through," Wendell shouted while glancing around. "I'm sorry, we can hardly look after ourselves. We can't work together with you," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Wendell, to hell with that. Could you be more relaxed when you say this? Do you look like you're busy with your own affairs?" Wendell wasn't stupid. He knew that Wang Teng didn't want to help them. "Follow me." Wang Teng ignored Wendell and called his teammates. Then he dashed into the mist. Peggy and the others trusted Wang Teng entirely and followed him inside. The formation of the entire team changed. They shot into the Devil Vines like an arrow, with Wang Teng leading the way. Wang Teng was at the front. With a raise of his finger, the golden crescent blade spun out at high speed. The ultima of metal was instilled in it. It turned into a beam of golden light and minced up all the black vines around them. The black vines were extremely tough, but the sharp golden crescent blade cut through them as if they were soft strands of noodles. They couldn't resist the sharpness. Chapter 1189. Strange. 2. Wang Teng charged into the mist with his teammates and vanished. How is that possible? Wendell was stunned. He stared in the direction they disappeared with wide eyes as if he had just seen a ghost. He wanted to take back his words. This bastard wasn't strong. He was ridiculously strong. But the next instant, he regained his senses and shouted, "Quick, catch up with them!" He wanted to escape through the hole Wang Teng created, but the vines didn't fulfill his wish. After charging 3 meters, the hole was blocked by countless vines again. They were forced back. The black vines started tightening toward the center. The space around them got smaller and smaller. Despair appeared on the martial warriors' faces. Wendell hated Wang Teng to the core. To him, he was the cause of everything. He wouldn't have stopped if Wang Teng didn't appear. If he didn't stop, the low-tier devil emperor level devil vine wouldn't be able to catch up with them. If Wang Teng didn't leave them alone, they wouldn't get surrounded by the devil vines. This was all because of him. On the other side, Wang Teng led his team to the location where the main body of the devil vine was. The golden crescent blade hovered up and down, cutting the black vines that rushed over. Peggy and the other didn't relax either. They hurled force attacks out to cover Wang Teng up. Soon, Wang Teng arrived at a patch of land covered with black vines. He stomped on the ground. Boom! A giant crack appeared, and a humongous devil vine floated out. "Caught you," Wang Teng sneered. He activated his heart of magnetic essence, and the rocks around him started gathering. They formed a large hand and stretched out to grab the devil vine. A black light shone brightly. It managed to break free from the stone hand's grip and tried to escape to the ground. Wang Teng snorted. He clenched his fist and punched downward. Strength of Ultima. Immense force gathered and formed a terrifying fist mark, slamming the devil vine that tried to escape. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. The devil vine froze on the spot. Then cracks started to appear on its solid and firm surface. Bang! The next instant, the devil vine exploded, splattering black juice everywhere. "Dodge," Peggy shouted. Everyone's expression changed. They separated in different directions to evade the black juice. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the black juice landed on the ground and surrounding vegetation, hissing sounds were heard. Even plants that had already turned into dark plants got corroded and withered. The soil disintegrated and formed deep holes in the ground. Everyone only came forward after all the black juice had disappeared. They stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. They had finally witnessed Wang Teng kill a devil vine personally. Moreover, this was a low-tier devil, emperor-level devil vine. It wasn't at the devil king level. The difference was huge. Wendell's team was helpless in front of it, yet Wang Teng destroyed it in a single punch. During their previous mission, they knew that Wang Teng had the ability to kill a low-tier devil emperor. However, they didn't witness the battle process. This was the first time they saw it firsthand. No words could describe their amazement. A celestial stage martial warrior managed to kill a low-tier devil emperor-level devil vine with a single punch. Would anyone believe it? "Are you guys all right?" Wang Teng asked without turning his head. At the same time, he picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Dark, 5,000, Devil Vine, 800, Blank Attribute, 12,000. As expected of a low-tier Devil Emperor-level Devil Vine, it dropped more attribute bubbles than Devil King-level Devil Vine. "Major Wang Teng, we're all right," Peggy replied after looking at everyone. "I didn't expect a low-tier Devil Emperor-level Devil Vine to appear here. I'm getting more and more interested in what's hidden here," Wang Teng muttered. "The Dark Apparitions must have some huge plans since they used a low-tier Devil Emperor-level Devil Vine to guard this place," Peggy said with a frown. "You're right," Wang Teng nodded grimly. Suddenly they heard the sound of someone moving and brushing against the air. The sound was almost negligible. but Wang Teng and his team members detected it instantly. The person seemed to be panting heavily. A few people stumbled out from the mist. Wang Teng? Wendell glared at Wang Teng the moment he saw him, but he was also shocked by the scene. Wang Teng seemed to have destroyed the low-tiered Devil Emperor-level Devil Vine. This bastard was quite powerful and smart. Hey, isn't that Raging Wolf Wendell? You managed to barge your way out? Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Silence. Wendell felt a stab in his heart. Wang Teng must have destroyed the Devil Vine, which was why they were able to escape. They needed to thank him. If he had finished it off a little later, they would be dead. Wang Teng knew this too. Was he mocking him? Wang Teng, don't be proud. We don't know who will complete the mission first. The final winner hasn't been decided yet, Wendell said coldly. We'll thank you if you save Di Chi, Wang Teng replied sincerely. Wendell felt as though he had punched a ball of cotton. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Why did he work so hard to complete this mission? To get Wang Teng's gratitude. Go to hell. You're playing with my feelings. Wang Teng, I sense Cousin Di Chi. He's nearby. Olivia suddenly cried out. Nearby? Wang Teng frowned. He looked at Olivia and asked, Are you sure? Yes, he's just nearby. Olivia nodded resolutely after closing her eyes and sensing her surroundings carefully. Be careful. We might have reached our destination, Wang Teng said to his team members. He turned vigilant. Yes, Peggy and the others replied. Wendell also heard their conversation. He glanced at him before looking at his team members. They immediately understood what he meant and nodded silently. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps were suddenly heard in the mist. Everyone felt their hearts tightening. The footsteps seemed to come from all directions. It was impossible to confirm the exact direction, but it didn't affect Wang Teng. His eyes glittered, and he scanned his surroundings. Instantly, he found the source and told his team members through voice transmission. They followed Wang Teng's gaze and saw a figure walking out of the mist gradually. Cousin, Olivia cried in delight. She wanted to rush over. Don't, Wang Teng grabbed her shoulder and pressed the reckless young girl down. Although the person was Di Chi, he looked strange. His face was as white as paper while his gaze was dull. There was a sinister smile hanging on his face, too. Olivia wanted to speak, but she shuddered when she saw Wang Teng's somber expression. She had an ill premonition. Brother Wang Teng, my cousin, don't speak. Watch, Wang Teng said in a low voice. Olivia pouted and shut her mouth obediently. She was extremely worried. Major Wang Teng, is this a fake Colonel Di Chi? Peggy looked at the other party carefully before asking in a hesitant tone. Yes, but something is controlling him, Wang Teng said. What, Di Chi is being controlled? Olivia was flabbergasted. Her eyes turned red and she asked, Brother Wang Teng, my cousin, don't start crying now. He isn't dead, Wang Teng replied. They're acting all mysterious. I don't care what's controlling him. I'll bring him back and complete my mission. Wendell also noticed something amiss with Di Chi, but he still snorted and charged forward, afraid that Wang Teng would act before him. Chapter 1190. Please, be a human. Boom. Everyone was stunned when Wendell acted abruptly, especially Peggy and the others. They knew that he had the same mission as them, so if he got to Di Chi first, they would fail their mission. There was a competition between the teams in the military. They wouldn't start slashing one another with swords since cutting a comrade's throat was forbidden in the military, but a bit of infighting was inevitable. As long as they didn't deal with one another openly, no one could condemn them. Besides, Wendell and Wang Teng weren't on good terms. He would want to win against him. No hurry. Wang Teng smiled and whispered. He wasn't surprised. Wendell was someone eager for quick success. After a few stimulations from him, he probably lost his cool. Hence, when Di Chi appeared, Wendell still chose to act, even though he noticed something wrong. Another reason why Wendell did this was that he was confident in his ability. He got chased around by the Devil Vine, but he wasn't weak. Well, he felt that he wasn't weaker than the Devil Vine. Moreover, judging from Di Chi's pale face and frail appearance, he probably wasn't his match. That was how confident he was. Peggy and the others calmed down and looked forward after hearing Wang Teng's reply. Boom. Wendell curled his fingers, and a red flame appeared on his hand. He clawed at Di Chi, didn't move. He continued staring at Wendell with that mysterious smile. Wendell felt goosebumps on his skin. He paused for a split second. However, as someone with ample battle experience, he regained his composure and was enraged instead. I got scared by Di Chi's gaze, he snorted. Then he curled his fingers, and the palm formed from flames clawed at Di Chi. Boom! A sinister dark glow shot out of Di Chi's eyes. His body twisted, and he disappeared on the spot. Wendell missed. His expression changed. He was in disbelief. Leader, be careful, someone shouted anxiously. Wendell's pupils constricted. He felt a violent gust of wind behind him and a life-threatening danger. His head turned numb while cold sweat drenched his back. Without any hesitation, he shot to the side. Boom. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The powerful force slammed into him and knocked him back. He vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. Bang. He crashed into the ground, leaving a large hole. He coughed blood as he struggled to get up. His face was pale, and he was heavily injured. He looked at Di Chi in bewilderment. The other party continued staring at him mysteriously. Wendell felt a chill shooting right up to his crown. Goosebumps appeared on his skin. This was a shiver from the depth of his soul. Di Chi's strange ability frightened him. He knew that he wouldn't be able to take him down easily, but it shouldn't be difficult to capture him. Yet, he failed the moment he acted. Raging Wolf, how does it feel to exchange a blow with him? Share your thoughts with everyone, Wang Teng said. The muscles on Wendell's face trembled. This bastard was being sarcastic. Share? Share what? How was he supposed to share when he got heavily injured? Was he supposed to share his thoughts about getting injured? Please be a human. The infuriating thing was, this bastard kept calling him Raging Wolf as if he wanted everyone to know his nickname. From his tragic state, his nickname seemed like a joke. Peggy and the others tried their best to control their laughter. They sympathized with Wendell. Their boss kept provoking Wendell with his words, almost angering him to death. Wendell was a poor little thing. He argued with Wang Teng all the time, but never gained any advantage. He always got dissed. They were afraid that Wendell would get an internal injury due to anger when they looked at his face. Did you know that there was something strange about his ability? Wendell stared intently at Wang Teng. Huh? Couldn't you tell? Wang Teng gave him a weird stare. I thought you understood his ability because you charged forward so confidently. Wendell almost vomited blood, but he suppressed his urge forcefully. Slurp. He swallowed it. No matter how miserable he was, he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of this bastard. Wang Teng, don't fool around. Di Chi's ability is very strange. Do you think you can deal with him? Wendell scoffed. He might have failed, but he didn't back down. You don't have to worry about that. Wang Teng kept his smile and said calmly. Wendell was furious. Wang Teng was looking down on him. Wang Teng ignored him and turned his attention to Di Chi through his spiritual sight. He noticed something very strange about Di Chi. There wasn't much wind force left in his body, while an extremely thick ball of dark force was entrenched inside. Wang Teng frowned. He could only see forces through his spiritual sight. He wasn't certain what was controlling Di Chi. He needed to rely on his eyes of essence for that. It allowed him to see the essence of things. A dark glow flashed past his eyes. He scanned Di Chi from head to toe. He noticed where the problem was. There was a strange, dark element life form residing in Di Chi's consciousness. It was controlling him. Wang Teng also saw Di Chi's origin of soul in the depth of his consciousness, but it was in a bad state. The dark life form had overpowered the origin of soul and was nibbling at it continuously. Di Chi's origin of soul would be eaten by it completely after some time. Wang Teng's expression turned serious. Di Chi, why are you so careless? How did you get infected? He shook his head gravely and said to Peggy and the others, Wait for me here. Let me go and meet him. Before they could reply, he had already disappeared and turned into lingering shadows. Boom. The next second, Wang Teng appeared in front of Di Qi and released his punch. He didn't hold back, releasing his 4th level strength of Ultima. A ball of red flame congregated on Wang Teng's fist. It turned into a powerful fist glow. The sinister smile on Di Qi's face didn't disappear. When Wang Teng's fist arrived, he raised his own and formed a black fist glow. Bang! The red and black fist glows collided in the air and exploded. The residual impact swept out. Both Wang Teng and Di Qi retreated a few meters. Wang Teng dispersed the recoil force in midair and landed on a branch. He looked at Di Qi and said, "I didn't expect our duel to happen under such circumstances." Di Qi didn't reply. He continued staring at Wang Teng with a black shimmer in his eyes. Wendell was dumbstruck. Wang Teng and Di Qi only exchanged one blow, but he could withstand it. There was no doubt about his ability, mind you. Wendell didn't even manage to catch a single blow from Di Qi. Wendell felt that he was a joke. His face turned green and white. He didn't understand why Wang Teng possessed such capabilities when he was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Furthermore, the flame he made was similar to the beast, flame the elders in his family used. Many thoughts went through Wendell's mind. His expression changed without stopping. Boom. Wang Teng and Di Qi launched another attack. They collided in midair and caused an earth-shaking explosion. The black mist started swirling due to the residual impact of the attacks. It got pushed outward like sea waves. Both Wang Teng and Di Qi were battling with their physical skills. They punched each other, and dull thuds were heard without stopping. Everyone was appalled. This was brutal. Chapter 1091. This is a rare species. 1. Brutal. The onlookers could only use brutal to describe the battle between Wang Teng and Di Qi. Martial warriors rarely used physical skills during a battle. This was especially true for powerful figures. Every martial warrior had their secret scriptures and specialized weapons. They rarely cultivated their physical bodies or used them in battles, but looking at Wang Teng and Di Qi's fight, they had obviously trained their physical bodies to a frightening level. If not, they wouldn't be able to resist such strong attacks. Wang Teng understood his own situation. He possessed many body-strengthening skills, including the ancient god's body. This was a physique training skill from the ancient god's tribe, one of the most powerful body-strengthening skills. In addition, every time one of his forces advanced, his body would undergo a transformation. All these conditions constituted his impenetrable body. But when he fought with Di Qi, he realized that the other party's physical body was extremely tough too. It was on par with his boom, boom, boom. The two martial warriors clashed continuously, breaking the trees and branches in their aftermath. The area was a mess. Finally, after a collision, they flew backward. Wang Teng drew a long impression on the ground before he managed to stop himself. He stood up and slapped the dust off his clothes. Then he looked intently at Di Qi. Strength of Ultima. You have grasped the strength of Ultima too. It was understandable why he was shocked. This was his first time seeing a dark apparition who had grasped an Ultima. In the past, he thought that dark apparitions only knew dark element skills. This perception was shattered. Human. Unexpectedly, Di Qi opened his mouth. His voice came from deep within his throat. It was extremely hoarse, like rusty metals scrapping one another. He spoke. Peggy and the others widened their eyes in bewilderment. Wendell was dumbfounded too. He was appalled. You can speak. Wang Teng was shocked. He looked right into Di Qi's eyes, trying to find the dark life form hidden behind them. You are my prey, Di Qi spoke each word with difficulty and a strange accent. The black light shimmering in his eyes was eerie and terrifying. It made people's hearts shudder. Prey, Wang Teng felt that he heard something absurd. He snorted and said with disdain, You, a piece of shit that doesn't even have your own body and can only hide inside others. The light in Di Qi's eyes flickered as if shocked. How did this human know its true form? Peggy and the others frowned slightly. They were astounded. It looked like their boss already knew what was controlling Colonel Dichi. Peggy's mind spun furiously as she tried to figure out what kind of dark apparition this was. However, even after searching through all her memories, she couldn't pinpoint a certain breed. This was the first time she saw a dark apparition that could control a martial warrior's body. There were no relevant introductions after flipping through past materials, too, but wasn't Wang Teng a newbie? He didn't even know about the devil moth dark apparitions in the past, so how could he tell what kind of dark apparition this was? This wasn't right. Wendell blinked and tried to recall similar species in his memories. Unfortunately, he didn't know what it was either. He was exasperated and frustrated because he felt stupid. "Do you want to die?" Di Chi glared at Wang Teng with his eerie gaze. There was anger in his voice. "Does everyone in your clan stutter?" Wang Teng shook his head and asked curiously with a contemptuous tone, the dark life form in Di Chi's body. One could tell that it was raging. "I want to kill you, but your attention is on my speech and why I'm stuttering." "Wait, I'm not stuttering. This is how my clan speaks. It's our special trait. It has nothing to do with stuttering. Its urge to kill this human got stronger. Actually, it wanted to turn this human into its new shell." The corners of everyone's lips twitched a little. They had a new understanding of how random Wang Teng was. Why was he thinking about such strange things during such a crucial moment? Couldn't he be more serious? While everyone was complaining in their hearts, Di Chi's body blurred, and he disappeared on the spot. Everyone turned grave as they observed the mist for any changes. "Are you trying to use this method to deal with me?" Wang Teng scanned his surroundings calmly. There were no emotions in his eyes. "Continue acting." Wendell mocked Wang Teng in his heart, feeling that he was acting. This was a strange and mysterious dark apparition that could control Di Chi's body. Now it had disappeared into the mist. He couldn't sense its presence, so he didn't believe that Wang Teng could remain calm. Wendell was in a dilemma. He wished that Wang Teng would lose, so he wouldn't appear weak, but he also hoped that he would win. Otherwise, none of them would escape this place alive. Chapter 1192. This is a rare species. 2. Swoosh. A black glow escaped from the mist and shot straight toward Wang Teng's head. Such a small trick, Wang Teng sneered. A sword appeared in his hand, light force congregated on it, and he slashed it out. Boom! The black glow shattered without hurting Wang Teng. Di Chi still didn't appear. He continued lurking in the mist like a poisonous snake waiting to bare its fangs at any moment. Wang Teng remained calm. He threw another white sword light at the mist light-heartedly. Everyone thought that he was attacking casually, but the white sword glow dispersed the mist and revealed Di Chi's figure. Wang Teng's seemingly random attack was actually directed at his enemy. The dark apparition controlling Di Chi didn't expect Wang Teng to find its location. Hence, it didn't have the time to react and got thrown back by the sword attack. However, at the last moment, a thick black glow erupted from its body and blocked Wang Teng's sword glow. Then, it used the force of thrust to bounce back into the mist and disappeared again. Swoosh! Wang Teng released another sword attack without stopping. Di Chi was hit once again in the mist. He flew out and darted back in. He didn't believe that Wang Teng could keep hitting him, but no matter how hard he hid, Wang Teng's sword would hit him without fail. Boom! The sword glow landed on Di Chi, dispersing the dark force on him. Peggy, Wendell, and the others were in a daze. Was he a bug? They couldn't find where Di Chi was, yet Wang Teng managed to hit him all the time. It was as if he had a radar installed on him, and he could find his enemy wherever he was. Di Chi opened his mouth and gave a loud roar. The dark apparition controlling Di Chi's body was enraged after getting hit multiple times. "I told you these are just petty tricks. Is it fun to play hide-and-seek with me?" Wang Teng asked. The dark apparition. What do you mean by hide-and-seek? This was its undefeatable skill, but this human called it hide-and-seek. It felt like screaming with rage. "You're the first person who has managed to force me to this stage." The hoarse voice floated out from Di Chi's mouth again. His gaze was cold and ruthless. Huh, you're not stuttering, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Silence. The dark apparition felt a little helpless. It took a deep breath and decided not to speak to Wang Teng anymore. Boom, suddenly, an extremely thick black glow erupted from his body. It turned into a strange force and diffused outwards. In an instant, everyone was enveloped in it. Their surroundings changed. The mist disappeared and everything turned into a dark space filled with an evil and sinister atmosphere.
Domain?
Wendell exclaimed in shock. This was a domain. How was that possible? Only Heaven Stage martial warriors could grasp a domain, but it was executed by a dark apparition. Was it a mid-tier Devil Emperor? That wasn't right either. If it was a mid-tier Devil Emperor, it would have defeated them easily. It wouldn't be forced to use its domain because of Wang Teng. There was only one possibility. This was a low-tier Devil Emperor who managed to grasp the power of domain. There were talents among the dark apparitions, too. It made sense for dark apparitions with great talent to grasp the power of domain at the low-tier Devil Emperor level. Unfortunately, they met one of these dark apparitions. You should be proud to die in my domain. The dark apparition's voice echoed in the domain. It started stuttering again and seemed to have a hard time speaking. So it's just a domain? Come, let me see how powerful your domain is. Wang Teng remained calm on the surface, but he was actually laughing inside. A dark apparition who knew a domain. This was a rare species. He had more attribute bubbles to collect. Amazing. Just a domain. Wendell felt nauseous after hearing Wang Teng's words. Why was this fellow still bragging at a time like this? This was a domain, not some random skill everyone knew. Wendell screamed in his heart. He felt that he was always on the verge of breaking down when Wang Teng was beside him. This must be Heaven's way of torturing him. Peggy and the others weren't surprised. They knew that Wang Teng had a domain too. They felt a little hopeful. Wang Teng might not lose to this dark apparition. You're shamelessly boastful. The dark apparition said in an evil voice. It was offended by Wang Teng's attitude. Since you're eager to die, let me help you. Crimson red eyes appeared in the darkness around them. Some had vertical pupils, some had horizontal pupils, and others had distorted pupils. There were all kinds of pupils giving off a sinister glow. However, all the eyes had a common point. An evil and uneasy aura seeped out from the crimson eyes. Invisible fluctuations spread out, instilling chaos in everyone's consciousness. Oh shit. Don't look at those eyes. Peggy and the others shouted loudly, their expressions undergoing a huge change. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Even if you close your eyes in my domain. The dark apparition sniggered. Peggy and the others heard countless murmurs beside their ears. They sounded like devil's whispers, bewitching them to give up and fall into darkness. Their spirits were being assaulted. This was an unconventional and mysterious spiritual attack. Everyone clutched their heads and wailed in pain. They released their spirit frantically to resist the spiritual attack of the crimson eyes. Wang Teng snorted. A strange fluctuation floated out of his body and radiated around him. It formed a golden-black circular shield that covered Peggy and the others. The martial warriors felt the spiritual stimulation disappearing. The devilish murmurs beside their eyes vanished, too. It was peaceful again. Domain. You have a domain, too. The dark apparition was in disbelief. Its arrogance was gone, and it looked as if it had seen a ghost. It's just a domain. Nothing special, Wang Teng replied calmly. I am. The dark apparition couldn't help but curse. Chapter 1193. Devil Mind Race. A golden-black domain spread out with Wang Teng in the center. It covered everyone. Peggy and the others finally escaped from the chaotic and devilish spiritual attack. However, their faces were pale as they had suffered a frightening spirit stimulation. They still had lingering fears. It was a scary feeling. Countless whispers echoed in their minds. They felt chills just thinking about it. Anyone with a weak spirit would have collapsed. They were able to resist it because they fought on battlefields all year round and had strong willpower. The two domains collided and corroded each other, giving birth to hissing sounds. The dark apparition went crazy with rage. It released more of its domain power and thrust it at Wang Teng's domain. The thick crimson light shooting out from the evil eyes slammed into Wang Teng's black metal domain. This time, Wang Teng didn't use the meteorite shower domain and used the black metal domain instead. That was because the black metal domain was formed from the combination of the metal domain and spiritual power. It was perfect to counter the dark apparition's spiritual domain. Boom! The domains collided and caused a violent explosion. Wang Teng's black metal domain vibrated. Strings of evil spirit tried to dig their way in like devil claws. Human, an ordinary domain can't resist the spiritual stimulation of my wicked eye domain. The dark apparition laughed hysterically. It's too early to gloat. Wang Teng smirked. He stood still with his hands behind his back as a powerful fluctuation surged out of his body. Boom! Fourth level black metal domain activate. This was his most powerful domain as well. The other domains were only at the third level. Wang Teng's black metal domain started expanding forcefully. Spiritual power swept through and clashed with the wicked eye domain. Loud explosions were heard. Crack. Fractures appeared in certain areas and numerous pupils started cracking too. Light started to shine in from the outside and dispel the darkness within. Many screams of agony were heard in the domain. They probably came from the pupils. How is this possible? The dark apparition shouted in disbelief. Idiot! Do you think I can't beat you? Wang Teng smirked. It's too early to laugh. This isn't the full power of my wicked eye domain, the dark apparition said with a hideous expression. Wang Teng squinted, wondering what trump cards this dark apparition had. Boom. After he spoke, beams of black light shot out from the depth of the domain. The cracks started healing and all the evil eyes gathered in a certain direction. Gradually, a huge vertical pupil was formed. Interesting. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and looked at the giant vertical eye. He could feel a strong spiritual fluctuation inside. Gradually, more eyes flew over and the vertical pupil got bigger. It hung high in the darkness, staring right at Wang Teng. Immediately, an evil and ominous aura spread out. It was many times more powerful than before, and it charged straight at Wang Teng's black metal domain. The other martial warriors felt their bodies turning cold. Their hearts shuddered as if they had seen something terrifying. Go and die. The dark apparition's cold voice resounded in the air. Boom. A crimson-red glow burst out from the giant vertical pupil. It plummeted down, bringing along a powerful spiritual attack. It's time to end this. Wang Teng squinted. He raised his finger and released the golden crescent blade. Numerous rays of black golden lights merged together. All the energy of this black metal domain was condensed on the golden crescent blade. The golden crescent blade turned golden black. It spun right toward the crimson beam of light with a mysterious aura around it. Boom! The two lights slammed into one another, one above and one below. Residual force swept out. The attacks were immensely powerful, so both domains started vibrating. The martial warriors stared at this scene in astonishment. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could feel its power. Even an ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior couldn't launch this attack. They got nervous. Who was stronger? Could Wang Teng defeat this mysterious and strange dark apparition after some time? The standstill came to an end, and the beam of crimson light started giving way. The golden crescent blade crawled up the sky inch by inch. Its speed increased slowly as it pushed back the crimson beam of light which was crumbling under the pressure. He won. Peggy and the others finally smiled in delight. Roar. The dark apparition hiding in the dark bellowed in exasperation. It went all out and a dazzling light shot out from the vertical pupil to maintain the light beam. Unfortunately, the winner had been decided. Go. Wang Teng pointed at the sky and all the lights combined together. The attack of the golden crescent blade became even more powerful. It charged right into the sky. Boom! The crimson-red beam of light finally disintegrated. The golden crescent blade turned into a golden black ray and cut into the giant vertical pupil. A high-pitched scream was heard and stopped suddenly. Roar! At the same time, an angry roar came from the dark apparition. The giant vertical pupil exploded from the golden crescent blade's attack. The darkness around started cracking, allowing light from outside to shine in. Boom. The next instant, the entire dark domain collapsed. It couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. A figure flew out amid the explosion. He forcefully stopped his descent and dashed into the mist with black light shimmering around him. Thinking of running away? Wang Teng snorted. He vanished and appeared on his enemy's escape route, staring at it in contempt. Then he released his punch. Yellow force erupted and congregated to form a thick fist mark. It charged at the dark apparition. The dark apparition howled in anger. It wouldn't sit still and wait for death, so it punched in Wang Teng's direction too. However, it had exhausted much of its energy when executing its domain and was seriously injured. How could it be Wang Teng's match? The benefits of having many different types of forces were visible now. Wang Teng only exhausted his metal force and spiritual power to execute the domain, so he used his earth force now. He could use his forces one by one. The dark force didn't expect Wang Teng to possess another force at such a powerful level. It crashed into the ground from the impact and couldn't get up. Wang Teng landed nearby and walked toward the dark apparition. He stepped on its chest. I have two choices for you. Come out from D Key's body, and I'll let you die easily. Or wait for me to pull you out and beat you to death. In this case, you'll die a terrible death. Wang Teng calmly gazed at the other party. Silence. Peggy and the others felt speechless when they heard what he said after they rushed over. Are you sure there are two choices? It sounds like a single choice. It would still die either way. The dark apparition was stunned too. It kept quiet for a moment before it reacted and fumed. You can kill me, but you can't insult me. As a genius of the devil mind race, I, Ukpur, will never bow to you. Di Chi's voice was hoarse. A black glow shimmered in his eyes as he glared at Wang Teng. Devil mind race? Wang Teng repeated curiously. He could see another figure in his eyes. Ukpur realized his slip of the tongue and almost wanted to slap himself. He continued in a cold tone. Devil mind race? I didn't say that. There's something wrong with your ears. Wang Teng ignored him. He turned to Peggy and asked, Have you heard of the devil mind race? Peggy thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I haven't heard of it. Ukpur heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. My devil mind race is mysterious. The devil mind race is a mysterious race among the dark apparitions. They are born with no physical bodies and exist in a special spiritual form, but they can devour other life-form spirits and take over their bodies. Even if the bodies die, the devil mind race can search for another host and continue living. Am I right? Wang Teng smiled at Ukpur. Ukpur, Chapter 194. Ew, disgusting. Ukpur didn't feel good. This human knew of his race, including their special characteristics and abilities. Why did he have to ask others when he knew? He relaxed earlier thinking that the other party didn't know about him, but Wang Teng shattered his hope. What kind of weirdo was he? How could he do such a thing? Peggy and Wendell were speechless too. They didn't know how to describe Wang Teng. At the same time, they were shocked by his description of the devil mind race. Their hair stood up. The devil mind race could devour other spirits and take over their bodies. They were terrifying and eerie. They took a few steps back unconsciously, afraid that the dark apparition inside Di Chi's body would target them. You seem surprised. Wang Teng looked at Ukpur and chuckled. I said that I'm not from the devil mind race, Ukpur retorted. Stubborn. Wang Teng shook his head. Wang Teng is cousin Di Chi gone? Olivia asked with a pale face. She was at a loss. She had a close relationship with Di Chi, so she couldn't accept his loss. That's right. This human is dead. No one who got devoured by me has managed to survive, Ukpur said with an evil smile. His body is the best among all the humans I have devoured. My luck is not bad. Olivia covered her mouth. Her eyes turned red and tears threatened to fall down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Wang Teng scolded in a soft voice. He tapped Olivia's head with his finger and said, "Don't believe what others tell you. Are you planning to come out into society like this? Also, how can you believe a dark apparition? Think with your brain. Why are you scolding me?" Tears started welling up in her eyes. She felt wronged and started crying. Then she suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, do you mean my cousin isn't dead?" "I told you long ago that he wasn't dead," Wang Teng replied angrily. "Really?" Olivia didn't believe him. "Will I get any benefits from lying to you?" "Right," Olivia nodded her head absent-mindedly. "Save him quickly. He might get eaten by the dark apparition if you don't hurry," she continued agitatedly. "Don't worry, Di Chi's origin of soul isn't weak. The dark apparition can't eat him easily. Human, who are you? Why do you know everything?" Ukpur stared intently at Wang Teng. At this stage, he knew that he couldn't fool the other party. This human understood him as if he had cut him up and studied him. Anyone would feel frustrated in this situation. All his secrets were exposed in front of Wang Teng. "Don't think too much. I'm just an ordinary person," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Ukpur, to hell with being normal. Do you think I'll believe you? Will a normal person know about the devil mind race? Will a normal person know that I have taken possession of this human? Do you think I'm stupid?" Ukpur turned his head. He didn't want to look at this human anymore. But you. Which one do you choose?" Wang Teng went straight to the point. Don't put on an act. You can't do anything to me." Ukpur scoffed. "Looks like I have to do it myself. How troublesome." Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. Ukpur felt nervous. Could this human really pull him out from his host? This didn't make sense. Only martial warriors much more powerful than him and specializing in the skills of spirit and soul could drag him out. This was because when the devil mind race took possession of one's body, they didn't just overtake the person's consciousness. They used a special skill to enter the body and formed a tight connection with the host. It was as if they became the body's soul. Think about it. How hard was it to pull the soul out of a body? This was the same as dragging the devil mind dark apparition out from his host. It was equally difficult, but the next instant he realized that the human's eyes had turned deep. They were like a black hole trying to suck him in. Ukpur's expression finally changed. He was flabbergasted. Abyss burial. These two words charged into his mind along with a mysterious power. His vision turned black, and a strange force surged out. An immense suction force exploded as it tried to pull him out of the body. No. Ukpur was appalled. He shouted unwillingly and furiously activated his force. Tentacles popped out of his main form and planted themselves deep within Dichi's consciousness. Crack, crack. However, under the powerful suction force, these tentacles broke, and Ukpur's spiritual form left Dichi's consciousness. He wanted to die along with Dichi, but he couldn't. A powerful spiritual power enclosed him, denying him of all actions. Peggy and the others widened their eyes in shock. They saw Wang Teng suddenly bending down and staring into Dichi's eyes. Then Dichi's body trembled violently, and he screamed, "No!" A black light was forcefully pulled out of Dichi's body. Everything happened within a few breaths. The scene turned their perception upside down. They found it unbelievable. The crowd stared at the black light in bewilderment. There was a life form that looked like a brain amid the black light. It was palpitating gently, and there was a spine-like black object connected to the bottom of the brain. Countless squirming black tentacles grew on the spine. This thing looked gruesome and repulsive. "You." Ukpur's voice came from the life form in front of them. He was astounded and furious. Their race had always been hidden behind the scenes. They were mysterious and never allowed any humans to learn about their presence. Even if the human realized something amiss, no one could pull them out from their host. Taking a step back, even if they got pulled out, they could self-destruct at the last moment. That way, no one would know their background. But this human knew everything about him and also pulled him out from his host. How could he not be astounded or angry? Wang Teng formed a cage with his spiritual power and locked Ukpur in it. He studied him curiously before complaining. "You disgusting." Ukpur was infuriated. He was a renowned talent in the devil mind race, but this bastard said he was disgusting. He couldn't bear it. If he could, he wanted to beat Wang Teng up. How did the devil mind race judge their appearance? Only they would know? Brother Wang Teng, is this the devil mind race? Olivia leaned over with wide eyes. Yes, this is it. Wang Teng nodded. It's revolting, Olivia said in disdain. Ukpur almost erupted in anger. She stabbed his heart again. They kept stabbing him. These humans were atrocious. Is Cousin Di Chi fine now that we have caught the devil mind dark apparition? Olivia asked in anticipation. His spirit is seriously injured, so I'll make some Dan medicine for him. It shouldn't be a problem, Wang Teng said. That's good. Olivia heaved a sigh of relief. She cried in happiness and held Di Chi up. I have devoured the spirit of this person. It's impossible for him to recover, Ukpur sneered. Olivia looked at Wang Teng worriedly. Do you want to fight again? Wang Teng teased him. It's just a spirit injury. It can be healed with Dan medicine. Why are you creating a fuss? Naive, Ukpur scoffed. Olivia suddenly remembered that Wang Teng was a grandmaster alchemist. She heard from the Ji family that one of their elders managed to recuperate completely after consuming his Dan. Wang Teng might really be able to save her cousin, Chapter 1195. Oh no, his jealousy is back. Brother Wang Teng, I believe that you can save cousin Di Chi. You're right, dark apparitions are all liars. I mustn't believe them. Many thoughts flashed through Olivia's mind as she nodded firmly. Ukpur felt that he had wasted his effort in coming up with that speech. What was this? This human was quite easy to fool. Why did she suddenly become smart? The devil mind race loved to play with people's hearts. After snatching the body of their host, they would use the person's identity to live and integrate into their life. Lying was their specialization. One should never believe them. They were used to lying to others, for instance. He said that Di Chi was dead and got exposed by Wang Teng. He took a step back and said that he had no chance of recuperating, hoping to cause a change in Wang Teng's mentality, so that he would have an opportunity to escape or find a new body. The best time to snatch a person's body was when his willpower was at its weakest. Ukpur could tell that the young lady was the easiest to fool and had the weakest willpower. Naturally, she was an easy target for him. The problem was, there was someone extremely hard to deal with among these martial warriors. Anyone who could pull him out of his host would never be a simple person. He exposed his lies easily and even allowed the young lady to find her confidence in a few sentences. This human was his nemesis. All his methods were useless against him. This was infuriating. Wang Teng glanced at Olivia in surprise. He didn't know what she was thinking, so he tried to encourage her, but her unconditional trust in him was enough. This young girl was still quite sensible. Are you very angry? Wang Teng looked at Ukpur. Ukpur snorted. He had nothing to say, so he could only snort. I like how you're angry, but can't do anything to me, Wang Teng continued. If Ukpur had a face, it would be black, this pritch. Major Wang Teng, shall we bring this dark apparition back? Peggy leaned over and reminded Wang Teng softly. Yes, Veblen will be interested in him. Wang Teng gave an evil smile when he remembered how that guy wanted to study everything. Ukpur felt a chill upon seeing the creepy smile. He felt uncomfortable. You know Mr. Veblen? Peggy asked, surprised. I saw him a few times, Wang Teng replied casually. Peggy didn't probe further. Her gaze turned strange, though. Wang Teng's tone was light-hearted, but she felt that they didn't just meet a few times. She realized it was harder and harder to understand her superior. He had only been on the No-29 defense planet for a short while, but the higher authorities liked him. Moreover, he also knew Mr. Veblen. Although many people knew Veblen's presence, they had never seen him in person. Peggy and the other martial warriors had only seen Mr. Veblen once, even though they had been on this planet for some time, and that too from afar. It wasn't a close contact. You could imagine how mysterious Veblen was, since it was so hard to meet him, yet Wang Teng had interactions with him. This was enough to prove something. Wendell was shocked and jealous. This fellow knew Mr. Veblen. Why? Why did he have such good opportunities? No one knew that Wendell had looked for Veblen several times because he wanted to get some guidance from him using his identity as a member of the Parkers. The result was predictable, based on Veblen's temper. He wouldn't care about the Parkers. He wasn't familiar with Wendell, so he wasn't willing to see him, much less guide him. Besides being surprised at Wang Teng and Veblen's interaction, he was also jealous. His eyes turned red in envy. This is a rare dark apparition. Mr. Veblen will like him. Peggy nodded. Ukpor felt nervous after listening to their conversation. He had a bad feeling. These humans wanted to bring him back for research, Efk. As a talent of the devil mind race, it was going to become a study subject for the humans. These humans were evil. Ukpor wasn't willing to be taken away, so he started struggling frantically. Black light erupted from his body and slammed against the spiritual cage. No one expected him to have extra energy left. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual cage started trembling violently. Peggy and the others were shocked. However, no matter how hard Ukpor struggled, the cage remained intact. It showed no signs of breaking. Mind you, Wang Teng possessed the spirit of the devouring nihility beast, while Ukpor was just a low-tier devil emperor. He might come from a race born with a powerful spirit, but they couldn't be compared to the devouring nihility beast. They were never on the same level. Stop struggling, it's useless, Wang Teng shook his head. How's that possible? How can you capture me? Ukpor didn't want to accept his fate. He started roaring in the cage. Nothing is impossible. You think that your spirit is powerful and wanted to escape to find a new host. That's just wishful thinking. You should stay obedient in my hands. Wang Teng smirked in contempt. Human, you're playing with fire, Ukpor fumed. Hey, how do you know that I play with fire? A green flame appeared on his hand, and he threw it randomly into the cage. Ah! Ukpor screamed in pain. Peggy and the others looked at him strangely. They sympathized with this dark apparition. That wasn't what the dark apparition meant by playing with fire. Wang Teng's understanding of this sentence was a little literal. Wendell felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He couldn't shift his gaze away from the green flame. Divine flame. He learned from his family that Wang Teng possessed the divine flame, but this was the first time he saw him executing it. He had never seen a real divine flame in all his life. To the Parkers family, divine flames were their dream. He couldn't control himself after seeing it. Oh no, his jealousy was back. Do you want it? Wang Teng suddenly turned and asked him with an ambiguous smile. So what if you have the divine flame? You might not be able to protect it. Wendell pouted. At least the Parkers can't take it from me, Wang Teng replied with disdain. Wendell wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Wang Teng was speaking the truth. The Parkers had used all methods, but the divine flame was still in Wang Teng's hands. No matter what he said, the truth wouldn't change. He decided to keep quiet to prevent embarrassing himself. Peggy and the others were stunned. Major Wang Teng had a divine flame. That was a legendary item. Everyone knew that divine flames were hard to tame. Many people died in the process. Yet their leader had one. This was unbelievable. Indeed, he wasn't an ordinary martial warrior. They felt more respect and admiration for Wang Teng. If they knew that he had more than one divine flame, what would they think? Ukpor's scream was still resounding in the air. He was in excruciating pain from the scorching divine flame. After some time, Wang Teng kept the emerald-glazed flame and asked calmly, "Will you be obedient now? Human, the devil mind race will make you pay the price." Ukpor groaned in pain as he panted and replied, "Looks like it isn't enough." Wang Teng flicked his finger again, and the emerald-glazed flame landed on Ukpor. Screams echoed in the air. Peggy and the others felt their eyebrows jumping. This devil-mind dark apparition was a little bold. He remained unyielding even in this situation. He earned their respect. "What about now?" Wang Teng asked. "Fuck. What? Not enough. Let's continue." Wang Teng was surprised. "Don't," Ukpur sounded weak. "What? Don't stop. Your request is a little outrageous, but I will satisfy it." Wang Teng shook his head and pretended to be shocked by the other party. Wendell remained expressionless, but the muscles on his face kept twitching. He was a devil. Chapter 1196. Soulbind, Wicked Eye Domain. In the spiritual cage, the devil-mind dark apparition turned lifeless. He was no longer as arrogant as before and couldn't even make any sounds. Only his pants of agony indicated that he was alive. The green flame was still twirling around Ukpur, covering him entirely. It wouldn't kill him, but it allowed him to experience a living hell. Peggy and the others took a step back unconsciously. They saw another side of him. They didn't know how scary their boss was in the past. He was a devil. Although the enemy was a dark apparition, and they didn't mind him dying, this wasn't something a normal person would do. The dark apparition wanted to plea for mercy a few times. However, Wang Teng misunderstood it and burned it 3 times. He didn't plan to let him off easily. They found it a little exhilarating. Evil should be tormented by evil. Fortunately, they weren't Wang Teng's enemy, or they might start doubting their lives after meeting him. Wendell suddenly regretted provoking him. He felt his heart trembling upon witnessing the torture. This fellow wasn't a normal person. Wasn't he asking for trouble by making him his enemy? No, I will hide as far away as I can when I go back. I mustn't meet him. Wendell was frightened. He admitted defeat instantly, without any hesitation. No one knew what he was thinking, so he wasn't embarrassed. Wang Teng kept his emerald-glazed flame and flipped his hand. Ukpur disappeared. He was sucked into his devour space. The devour space made his life much easier. It could store anything, dead or alive. There was no restriction. If he didn't want to devour these items, the devour space would act like a normal storage space. Wendell frowned when he saw this scene. Where did he store the devil-mind dark apparition? Wang Teng glanced around him and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped during the battle just now. The entire process of dealing with the devil-mind dark apparition seemed long, but it only lasted for some time. Hence, the attribute bubbles were still fresh. Strength of Ultima 3000, Constellation Force, Dark 15,000, Celestial Realm Spirit 8,000, Wicked Eye Domain 4,500, Soulbind 1,500, Constellation Force Fire 8,000, Fire Ultima 2,000. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, his eyes started shining brightly, and he got excited. So many attribute bubbles. The attribute bubbles exploded in Wang Teng's body and turned into a large amount of pure force. It flowed through his limbs and gathered in the constellations above his sea of nihility. He received 15,000 points of Constellation Dark Force, allowing his Constellation Dark Force to increase greatly. Constellation Dark Force, 52,080,000, planetary stage, 8th level. But it was still at the 8th level. There were also 8,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. Wang Teng was surprised at this number, 8,000 points. He had never received so many spirit attributes from a single living creature in the past. He had to pick up many attribute bubbles to reach this number. As expected of the devil mind race that existed in a spiritual form, normal dark apparitions wouldn't drop so many attributes. Another reason was that Wang Teng had burned it with his divine flame. He worked hard to get more bubbles. Wang Teng was filled with anticipation. He looked at his spirit attribute. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. He should rise to the cosmos realm now after absorbing all these attributes, right? But to his disappointment, the breakthrough he was expecting didn't happen after these attributes turned into a stream of pure spirit and entered his consciousness. He was still in the celestial realm. F.K. Wang Teng cursed involuntarily. How infuriating. 8,000 points of attributes were gone to waste. Wasn't it infuriating? It looked like his spirit would only advance along with his forces, however. Wang Teng did realize that his spirit was purer. The difference from before was obvious. 8,000 points of spirit wasn't a small number. Along with the spirit attributes he received before this, he had probably accumulated 10,000 points. The result was finalized, so Wang Teng couldn't do anything. He turned to look at the other attributes, 3,000 points of strength of Ultima. Wang Teng knew that the dark apparition possessed the strength of Ultima during their battle, but he didn't expect it to drop 3,000 points of it. This was incredible. What would the other martial warriors feel if they knew that a dark apparition grasped the strength of Ultima and dropped so many attributes? Wang Teng felt that they should self-reflect. Wang Teng needed the strength of Ultima. This Ultima was stronger than the other Ultimas, so fewer martial warriors possessed it. It was rarely seen normally. The only place he picked up strength of Ultima from was the ancient god's corpse. The combination of the strength of Ultima and the ancient god's body could release a greater power, 3,000 points, allowed Wang Teng's strength of Ultima to jump from the 4th to the 5th level. It was taking the lead among the Ultimas he had. Strength of Ultima, 1,500, 5,000. 5th level, more knowledge and understanding regarding the strength of Ultima appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He digested them instantly and understood the essence of the 5th level strength of Ultima, nodding in satisfaction. Wang Teng went forth to the next attribute bubble, 4,500 points of Wicked Eye domain. This was a domain attribute. Many memories gushed into his mind. His mastery of the Wicked Eye domain rose exponentially. 4,500 points of the attribute pushed this domain to the 3rd level. Wicked Eye domain, 1,500, 3,000, 3rd level. Wang Teng understood the secret behind the Wicked Eye domain. The Devil Mind Dark Apparition had used this domain during their battle. To put it simply, dark force and spiritual power were merged to form numerous chaotic and evil pupils. These pupils could release spiritual attacks to destroy a person's mind. It sounded simple, but understanding it was another matter. Spiritual attacks were mysterious and hard to grasp. Wang Teng could execute it because his spirit was strong enough and he had domain power. If other martial warriors tried it, there was a high chance they would die. Their survival was all dependent on luck. Although the Wicked Eye domain was useful, it was a dark element domain, so he wouldn't have many opportunities to execute it. What if I can merge it into my black metal domain? He touched his chin and wondered to himself. The black metal domain was a combination of spirit and metal domain, so it might be able to be stacked with the Wicked Eye domain. Next was 1,500 points of soul bind. Soul bind. The attribute bubble seeped into his mind and turned into his enlightenment. This was a special skill, a skill that came from the Devil Mind race's talent. Wang Teng's eyes shone brightly. He went through his memories and understood what it was. It allowed the Devil Mind dark apparitions to snatch other living creatures' bodies. Soul bind, as its name suggested, was the binding of their souls to the body of other living beings. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. This was an evil skill, but it was amazing too. With this skill in his hand, Wang Teng could snatch the bodies of other life forms just like the Devil Mind race. This skill was similar to Thief, but there was a major difference. Thief could allow you to control another life form's body entirely, but Soulbind wouldn't. It was more like killing the chicken to get its eggs. Why so? There was a con in this Soulbind skill. One couldn't control a body for too long. He needed to change host after a period, because the body would die after it lost its vitality and original spirit. This was why the Devil Mind dark apparitions had to change hosts frequently. If they didn't, the host would be stained with the death aura and age gradually. A dead body was inconvenient to use. Of course, there were advantages. After executing the soul bind, besides taking control of the body, one could snatch its enlightenment too. This was random. What you learned was based on luck. Ukpur's strength of Ultima was a skill he managed to snatch from another person's body. However, this wasn't important for Wang Teng. Picking up attribute bubbles was a better way to get more skills. Let me keep it. It might be useful in the future, Wang Teng thought to himself. Then there were the attribute bubbles dropped by Wendell when he attacked. There were 8,000 points of Constellation Fire Force, which wasn't enough to increase Wang Teng's level. However, it was still a gain. His Fire Force was at the 8th level and needed some time to accumulate. Constellation Fire Force 4,550,000 Celestial Stage 8th level. The 2,000 points of Fire Ultima raised Wang Teng's Fire Ultima to the 4th level. Fire Ultima 1,300 4,000. 4th level new comprehension of the Fire Ultima floated into Wang Teng's mind. He learned many things, actually. After grasping the power of the domain, his mastery of the Fire Force was already profound. But the domain and Ultima were two different systems. Wang Teng was like a student who started learning high school knowledge before middle school skills. Moreover, he learned it quite well. He could use his high school knowledge to understand the middle school textbooks, but he didn't know how to use middle school knowledge to decipher the middle school problems. Thus, he still needed time to master the Fire Ultima, even though he had the blazing domain. The other Ultimas worked the same way. For some reason, he felt like a person buying tickets after getting on the train. Wang Teng had a strange thought. Then, he shook his head and looked into the mist. He was thinking about something. Major Wang Teng, this place is a little strange, but since we have completed our mission, let's go back to the main base and report this matter to the higher authorities first, Peggy reminded him tactfully. You make sense? Let's go back. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't reject Peggy's suggestion. He stared at the mist and led everyone out of the mountains the same way they came in. All the devil vines were destroyed, so they left easily without any dangers. The dejected, raging wolf, Wendell, shamelessly followed behind Wendell with his team and left the mountain together. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears, but he didn't care. He boarded his battlecraft and hurried back to the main base. Chapter 1197. It wasn't hard to accumulate military contributions. In the main base, General Cameron's adjutant stood beside the parking spaces on the field and waited calmly. After some time, he blinked and looked up. A battlecraft landed from the sky and parked stably on the field. The cabin door opened and a group of people walked down. Adjutant Song went forward and saluted. With a smile, he said, Major Wang Teng, you've achieved military exploits again. Adjutant Song, why are you here? Wang Teng returned the salute and asked curiously. General Cameron knew you were coming back, so he asked me to welcome you and bring you over to meet him, Adjutant Song explained. It looks like General Cameron is even more impatient than me, Wang Teng smiled. This isn't a small matter after all, Adjutant Song said in a meaningful tone. As General Cameron's adjutant, he knew some insider information. Let's go over now. Please bring Colonel D. Chi along. Mr. Veblen wants to check him. Adjutant Song nodded and added, All right. Wang Teng turned to Peggy and said, Bring D. Chi along, let's go. After Adjutant Song finished speaking, another battlecraft landed. Wendell alighted with his team members. They exchanged glances from afar. Wendell and his team were in a tragic state. They left hurriedly without saying a word. I think Colonel Wendell went for the same mission. Adjutant Song exclaimed in surprise when he saw their condition. It was the same mission, but Wang Teng completed it without any injury. On the other hand, the famous raging wolf in the military suffered heavy losses and came back miserably. It was unbelievable. He's probably unlucky, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, while looking at Wendell's back. Adjutant Song smiled and kept quiet. He didn't believe him. Missions never relied on luck. Luck was useless if one didn't have the capabilities. Wang Teng followed Adjutant Song to Veblen's laboratory. General Cameron was already waiting for him there. Wang Teng, I heard that you went on a mission again. Veblen stood there with his hands behind his back and chuckled. You look elated. Wang Teng rolled his eyes uncontrollably. Just a little, Veblen teased him. I brought back a rare breed for you. Do you know how tough it was? I'm saddened by your attitude. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. Don't leave me hanging. Take it out immediately, Veblen urged him, not buying Wang Teng's acting. Wang Teng reported to General Cameron about the devil mind race since he brought him here. It meant that Veblen knew about it too. It looked like he was extremely interested in the devil mind race. Peggy and the others were amazed. Their boss didn't just meet Veblen a few times. They seemed quite familiar with each other. Mr. Veblen treated Wang Teng differently too. He spoke to him casually as if he was a normal junior. Mind you, in the past, many people with high status looked for Veblen, but he ignored all of them. Yet he treated Wang Teng differently. This was unimaginable. Put Di Chi down. The rest can leave, General Cameron said. Yes, Peggy and the others replied quickly. They placed the unconscious Di Chi on a stretcher in the laboratory and saluted before leaving. Only Wang Teng, General Cameron, and Veblen were left in the laboratory. Wang Teng, take out the devil mind dark apparition you caught, General Cameron said in a stern voice. Wang Teng stopped fooling around. With a single thought, Ukpor appeared before them. Ukpor was extremely weak. He hadn't recovered from the divine flames burning. He got thrown into a dark space before this, so when he saw light and the evil human, fear swarmed into his heart. He screamed in terror, "Don't burn me, don't burn me, I admit defeat." Wang Teng, General Cameron, Veblen. Ukpor suddenly noticed that his surroundings were eerily quiet. There were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. "Young lad, what did you do to him? Why is he so terrified of you?" Veblen asked curiously, with a weird expression. "Cough, I didn't do anything. He frightened himself." Wang Teng touched his nose. Ukpor felt like cursing. To hell with him scaring himself. He was from the devil mind race. He wasn't a coward. What a joke. This bastard didn't want to admit what he did. Shameless. "Do you think we're stupid?" Veblen asked angrily. "That's not important. The main thing is, how do y'all plan to deal with this devil mind dark apparition?" Wang Teng changed the topic. "Give it to me. The devil mind race is a mysterious race, but you managed to capture one. I'm getting more and more curious about you." Veblen clicked his tongue. Wang Teng was speechless. This wasn't right. He brought the devil mind dark apparition back for Veblen to study because he wanted him to put his attention on the dark apparition. In the end, Veblen got more curious about him. What kind of logic was that? Did he shoot himself in the foot? This old man was outrageous. Why did he still want him when he had the devil mind dark apparition? "All right, look at your expression. I won't do anything to you without your consent. I never force anyone." "I like people who do it willingly." Veblen rolled his eyes and said, "Willingly?" Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. Then he scoffed. "Who will be so stupid?" Veblen ignored him. He was deeply attracted by the devil mind dark apparition and stared at him with an intense gaze as if he was some rare treasure. He looked as if he wanted to cut Ukpor up. Ukpor shuddered in fear. "Fk! Did he enter a lion's den after leaving the wolf's lair? This old man's gaze is scary. I'll leave this fellow to you." Wang Teng winked at Veblen. "I thought about you the moment I caught him. Aren't I a good friend?" "Yes, not bad. You do have some conscience," Veblen replied happily. "The devil mind race." General Cameron's eyes shimmered. There was a hint of happiness on his stern face. This race is born to be a spy. When they use their strange survival method to invade our faction, we can't catch them. It's great that we caught one. We must study it carefully. Honestly, Wang Teng is your lucky star. Look, he has only been here for a while and has already made many military contributions." Veblen laughed. Wang Teng glanced at Veblen in surprise. This old man spoke up for him. This was interesting. "You're right. Major Wang Teng is my lucky star." General Cameron looked at Wang Teng in delight and continued, "Don't worry, you'll get what you deserve. I'll thank you first." Wang Teng said with a smile, "This is what you deserve." General Cameron waved his hand. Wang Teng was elated. He earned another bunch of military contributions. It wasn't hard to accumulate military contributions. "Oh, right. Can you secretly tell me how much the military contribution will be?" Wang Teng chuckled and asked, This fellow. Veblen pointed at him and burst out laughing. You should receive around 20,000 military contributions, General Cameron replied. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Only 20,000? Wang Teng was disappointed. Only? General Cameron was speechless. If you hadn't brought the devil mind dark apparition back, you would only receive 2,000 military contributions. Other martial warriors have to spend many years on missions to accumulate 20,000 military contributions. It looks like I earned quite a large sum. Wang Teng touched his chin and said, Chapter 1198. It's a little crushed. What do you mean? General Cameron and Veblen shook their heads when they saw Wang Teng's reaction. Wang Teng was a money grubber, but his ability was sure impressive. He achieved such great deeds with just 2 missions. Could a normal martial warrior do this? The higher authorities, especially the ones in the military, loved pricks like him. They weren't afraid of troublesome people, they were afraid of incapable ones. The military contributions of these 2 missions are enough to raise your rank, General Cameron said suddenly. Oh! Wang Teng's eyes lit up like 2 light bulbs. He was going to rise in rank. This was a little fast. Some people worked hard for years but stayed at the same rank. Besides military contributions, one needed recognition from the higher authorities and a good reputation to climb the rank. If not, it was just building castles in the air. This was why some people had no chance even after spending many years in the military. It was frustrating. Wang Teng had enough military contributions and had gained the recognition of the higher authorities. General Cameron was one, while General Darte was another. Besides, his achievements would spread to those above. The only thing he lacked was reputation. The 2 missions he completed couldn't be announced to the public. They had to be kept a secret, so other martial warriors didn't know what he did. If he was given a higher rank, it might spark unhappiness among the other martial warriors. Anyone would feel unconvinced if a martial warrior who just joined the military got promoted for no reason. Hence, this matter needed to wait, but Cameron said it now because he wanted to tie Wang Teng down. Talents received special treatment everywhere. If he didn't give him enough benefits, someone would come and snatch him away. The details about the devil ovum and the devil mind dark apparition would reach the boss's ears quickly. He wouldn't be able to hide Wang Teng if he didn't pull him over now. This young man might fly away. However, we'll need to wait for the higher authorities to approve the promotion, and there won't be a huge ceremony for it. General Cameron looked into Wang Teng's eyes and said, That's nothing. A promotion is always good, Wang Teng replied indifferently. He wanted a promotion not because he wanted the limelight. His aim was the military support. He needed to face the Parkers, so getting the military support was good for him. Also, the fewer the number of people who knew about it, the better. Wang Teng was still in his growing phase. If too many people knew about it, it would reach the Parkers' ears, who would obstruct his path. That would be troublesome. The Parkers didn't have much say in the military, but Wang Teng was also a speck of dust in this huge military system. The Parkers had the ability to influence him. He planned to catch the Parkers off guard after maturing. That would be much better. General Cameron was contented when he saw how sensible Wang Teng was. If he knew that Wang Teng just wanted to keep a low profile, what would his expression be like? Did you discover anything when you were saving Dichi? General Cameron changed the topic. I do have some observations. There were many devil vines in the area. As for the devil mind dark apparition, I only found one. I was worried about Dichi, so I hurried back to report first and didn't probe further. I'm not sure about what's happening, Wang Teng explained his mission process in detail. Devil vines, General Cameron and Veblen were astounded. You're saying that there are devil vines in that mountain? General Cameron asked with uncertainty. Devil vines were dark plants. They only grew in areas with intense dark force, so they were rarely seen in the universe, thus their appearance here was unusual. Yes, there was a whole lot of them. Wang Teng nodded. Why didn't you say that earlier? Veblen frowned and complained furiously. I thought that they weren't a big deal, so I could report about it after I came back. General Cameron felt his head hurt. How is the appearance of the devil vines not a big deal? You're lucky to be able to come back alive. They're not that scary. We killed all the devil vines, of course. I don't know if they exist in other areas, Wang Teng said with a smile. You killed all of them? General Cameron was startled. He thought he heard wrong. Young lad, this is not the time to brag. Devil vines aren't easy to deal with. Veblen shook his head. I brought Di Chi back. Why would I lie to you? Look, I even brought back some broken specimens. You can take a look. With a wave of his hand, a devil vine appeared on the ground. The laboratory was small, so he could only take one out. Actually, he had many more. They were all stored in his space equipment and brought back to the base. This devil vine was at the Devil King level, so it was still intact. Wang Teng didn't crush it. General Cameron and Veblen stared at each other. Veblen circled the devil vine twice, his eyes glowing. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is indeed the devil vine. I didn't think you could deal with them and bring one back in a single piece. You don't act like a celestial stage martial warrior at all. It's nothing. Don't be surprised. Veblen, General Cameron. They choked on Wang Teng's words and rolled their eyes. This fellow was a little shameless. He was bragging right in front of them. Although the devil vine is a little hard to deal with, it shouldn't be difficult to catch them, Wang Teng frowned and said. He was confused by their expressions. Not difficult? Veblen felt that Wang Teng had some misunderstanding. The devil vine isn't as easy to destroy as you think. Even Earth element martial warriors will have a hard time capturing one. Their ability to move underground is exceptional. We can capture them if we station martial warriors in the area, but who will ask them to do such a thing? Do they have nothing better to do? The dark apparitions will probably take the devil vines away if they detect the powerful martial warriors. They won't leave them there for us to capture. That's why we're in an awkward position. All right, I understand. Wang Teng nodded. He was thinking too much. Every formidable martial warrior had their own business. The price of asking a formidable martial warrior to capture the devil vine was huge. Even the military wouldn't want their aces to do this. As for martial warriors below the cosmos stage, these devil vines were honestly a little tough for them. How many devil vines did you bring back, General? Cameron asked curiously. Around 40? I didn't count them properly. How many? General Cameron's voice raised by an octave, and he stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. Around 40, Wang Teng repeated. He was stunned by General Cameron's big reaction. General Cameron and Veblen looked at each other. They couldn't think properly. 40 devil vines. Come on, these were the devil vines, not some random weed one could pick along the side of the road. Did Wang Teng find the lair of the devil vine and capture all of them? Oh, right, I caught a low-tier devil, emperor-level devil vine too, but it's a little crushed, Wang Teng added. A low-tier devil, emperor-level devil vine, General Cameron exclaimed in shock. Wait, what do you mean by a little crushed? Veblen caught the main point and grabbed Wang Teng, staring at him intently. I used a little too much force when fighting with it and crushed it, Wang Teng replied in embarrassment. Oh my God, you wastrel, Veblen complained. This fellow crushed a low-tier devil emperor-level devil vine. They were extremely rare, and their research value was numerous times that of devil king-level devil vines. Veblen felt his heart aching. He wanted to cut Wang Teng into pieces. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. It would have run away if I didn't act fast enough. You wouldn't even have the crushed version then, Wang Teng said softly. Remember to be gentler on rare breeds next time? Veblen snorted. He knew that he couldn't blame Wang Teng, but he still felt as if he had suffered a great loss. I will. Wang Teng nodded profusely. Chapter 1919. Moira, Xuanyang's Soul Restoring Pill. 1. In the laboratory, Veblen and Wang Teng circled the body of the devil vine and discussed how they should study it. Veblen realized that Wang Teng was very knowledgeable. He would provide some unique points of view occasionally. He glanced at Wang Teng in surprise. This young man really wasn't simple. No wonder he could kill so many devil vines. He was also curious about the method Wang Teng used to kill them based on their ability. It should be difficult for a celestial stage martial warrior to kill a devil vine hidden 100 meters below the ground. Unless Wang Teng had some special earth element or wood element skill, or he had an extremely powerful spirit that allowed him to detect the exact position of the devil vines. Wait, this fellow was a light force martial warrior. He might have a special way of sensing dark force. No, that wasn't right. The devil vine condensed all its dark force in its core, which made it laborious to detect its location. Besides, it was below the ground, so it could escape detection, increasing the difficulty of finding it. Many ideas went through Veblen's mind, but he still couldn't figure out how Wang Teng took care of these devil vines. He was itching to know. The thought of cutting Wang Teng up popped into his mind involuntarily. General Cameron was startled when he saw them discussing happily. He rarely saw anyone who could continue a topic with Veblen for so long. The ominous feeling in Ukpur's heart grew stronger as he stared at Wang Teng and Veblen from the cage. This young man was a devil. This old man didn't seem like a good person either. He was like a mad scientist. Will they cut me up? Ukpur shuddered in fear. He was having a mental breakdown. He hid in the cage and trembled like a fish out of water. To think that a talent from the devil mind race landed in this state. How tragic! Devil, God save me. Ukpur shouted in his heart. At this moment the door of the laboratory opened and a slender and tall figure walked in. Wang Teng turned his head. This was a lady around 20 years old with an exotic beauty. Of course, only she would know her real age. Wang Teng was taken aback, partly by her appearance. He had seen many stunners, but this was the first lady who encompassed both uniqueness and beauty in her appearance. The other part was because this laboratory was well hidden, and they were dealing with the devil mind race and devil vines currently. These were matters others shouldn't know. Anyone who could come into this laboratory at this time must have a special status. Huh, she looks a little like Veblen. Wang Teng was astonished, realizing that he might have stumbled on a huge secret. His gaze went back and forth between the beauty and Veblen. His expression turned strange. No way. Was she Veblen's daughter? How did the shriveled Veblen give birth to such a pretty daughter? The beauty noticed Wang Teng's gaze, but she only took a quick glance at him. Then she walked towards Veblen and smiled. Master? Master? Wang Teng was confused. Did he misunderstand something? This beauty wasn't Veblen's daughter, but his disciple. Moira, you're here. Veblen nodded and said excitedly, Quick, take a look at this devil mind dark apparition. You're researching it, right? You have a real one to study now. Moira Wang Teng repeated the name in his heart. Moira's eyes glowed with happiness and excitement as she looked at the devil mind dark apparition at the side. Ukpur shuddered in fright. Oh my God, another one. Why were these humans looking at him with scary gazes? He felt that humans were more terrifying than dark apparitions. That's amazing. I always knew such a race existed and have studied them for many years, but there's no real specimen for me to work on. My research was at a standstill. I'll now be able to get some concrete results with this devil mind dark apparition, Moira exclaimed in delight. Wang Teng started feeling sad for this devil mind dark apparition. He landed in the hands of someone who researched devil mind dark apparitions. What was worse than this? Wang Teng could already imagine the ending of this devil mind dark apparition. Master, how did you get this devil mind dark apparition? Moira asked, without turning. Her eyes didn't leave Ukpur. You have to ask him, Veblen pointed at Wang Teng. Him? Moira glanced at Wang Teng in surprise. You caught this devil mind dark apparition? I think so, Wang Teng replied. You should be the Wang Teng my master keeps talking about. You brought the devil ovum back too. Moira guessed Wang Teng's identity. Oh, your master has talked about me. Wang Teng glanced at Veblen. He didn't think he would say good things about him. My master praised you highly. Moira sized up Wang Teng with interest. Will you let me study you? Like master, like disciple? Wang Teng rolled his eyes and said in frustration. Chapter 1200. Moira, Xuanyang Soul Restoring Pill, 2. Ha 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 ha. General Cameron burst out laughing. Moira was a little disappointed that Wang Teng didn't agree. She exchanged glances with Veblen. There was helplessness in her eyes. Why don't you look at Di Chi? He's still unconscious. Wang Teng changed the topic hurriedly. Cough. I almost forgot about him. Veblen gave an awkward cough and replied in a guilty tone. He got too excited upon seeing the devil mind race and the devil vine. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel sad for Di Chi. To Veblen, the devil mind dark apparition was more valuable than him. What a poor little thing. Everyone finally gathered around Di Chi after Wang Teng's reminder. General Cameron lifted his hand and placed it on Di Chi's forehead. His expression turned grim. His origin of soul is seriously injured. Veblen, take a look at him.
All right, I'll inspect him.
Veblen's spirit was powerful, so his inspection of the origin of soul was more accurate than others. He didn't rely on his spiritual power alone. He used other devices and did a thorough inspection of Di Chi. Master, his body function is decreasing rapidly. The injury of his origin of soul is at 60%, Moira said gravely as she stood in front of a device and looked at the data on it. 60%? That's a little troublesome. He won't be able to wake up if we don't treat him immediately. Veblen shook his head. Ha ha, I said that anyone who gets devoured by me won't be able to heal easily, Ukpur said proudly. Wang Teng flicked his finger and a green flame landed on Ukpur. He screamed. Silence. The corners of everyone's eyes trembled. They finally understood why the dark apparition was afraid of Wang Teng. Ignore him. Continue, Wang Teng said. That's a divine flame. Veblen stared at the green flame in amazement. Yes. No wonder the Parkers keep troubling you, General Cameron said. They're just a bunch of mad dogs snatching for food. Wang Teng scoffed. General Cameron's expression turned strange. He called the Grand Duke family mad dogs. What a bold young man. Moira glanced at him. She found him interesting. I kind of like your temper. Veblen chuckled. Please don't. I don't like guys. Wang Teng looked at him contemptuously. I don't like guys either. Veblen rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he had an idea and leaned over, whispering, What do you think about my disciple? She has long legs, a good figure, fair skin, and a beautiful face. Should I act as the matchmaker? Am I someone who likes beauties? Don't try to bribe me. You must be looking down on me, Wang Teng said righteously. Veblen was astounded. Was he wrong? Cough, but your disciple is not bad. I didn't think someone with your looks could find such a pretty disciple. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. Then his voice turned serious. I always think that the character is more important than one's appearance. Your disciple is a knowledgeable lady. As an outstanding person, I admire someone who's as impressive as me. Hence, I don't mind you matchmaking us. Veblen was speechless. I almost believe you. He was astounded by this young man's shamelessness. Cooperate with me for some research, and I will matchmake you, Veblen replied as he glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of his eyes. He could tell that Wang Teng wasn't an obedient guy. Indeed, this method was useful. Nope. No discussion. Cooperate with my research if you want her. Veblen shook his head confidently. Forget it. There are many beauties. One less is fine. You. Veblen was staggered. This fellow didn't go by the script. Why isn't he interested in her? How can he reject me so quickly? Shouldn't you give me some face? Master. Moira's voice floated over slowly. Veblen's expression froze. Stiffly turning his neck, he looked at Moira's icy expression. He smiled in embarrassment and suddenly pushed the blame onto Wang Teng. Moira, this brat wanted to take advantage of you, but I've reprimanded him already. Don't worry. Pfft. Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably. This old coot was despicable. Aren't you a wise man? Shouldn't you rather be called a shameless man? Moira snorted. She didn't believe him. don't trust your master. I'm a righteous guy. I never take advantage of others, Wang Teng explained hurriedly. Both of you are shameless. Moira scoffed. All right, stop fooling around. General Cameron shook his head helplessly and asked, Do you have a way to cure Di Chi? It's a little troublesome. Veblen turned serious. He touched his chin and shook his head. I know how to make a pill called the 9-essence soul congealing pill. It can heal spiritual injuries, Wang Teng contemplated before speaking. However, if the injury is at 60%, that pill might not be able to cure him completely. The 9-essence soul congealing pill. Veblen stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. I have heard about it, but I didn't know you could refine it. Are you a Grand Master alchemist? General Cameron and Moira stared at Wang Teng in a daze. Such a young Grand Master alchemist. Seriously? Yes. Wang Teng glanced at Veblen in shock. Not many alchemists knew about the 9-essence soul congealing pill, yet Veblen did. He also knew that only Grand Master alchemists could make it. General Cameron and Moira were mind blown. This guy was a Grand Master alchemist. It was unbelievable. They didn't think that Wang Teng would joke about this. After all, such lies were easy to see through. He wasn't stupid. The 9-essence soul congealing pill isn't enough to heal him. Veblen looked at Wang Teng again. But things are simpler now that you're a Grand Master alchemist. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Teng asked. I have another pill here with greater effects compared to the 9-essence soul congealing pill. It has the ability to heal the origin of soul of a cosmos stage martial warrior. What pill is that? Wang Teng asked. His eyes shimmered. The Xuanyang soul restoring pill, Veblen explained. This is a Dan prescription from my intelligence nativity clan. It's extremely precious and has extraordinary effects on injured souls. It's definitely a miracle pill. The Xuanyang soul restoring pill. Wang Teng repeated the name. He had never heard of this pill before and was curious. Are you willing to give it to me since it's so precious? If you can refine it, why not? Veblen smiled indifferently. This prescription is only valuable if someone can make the pill. If not, it's just a useless piece of paper. Wang Teng admired his open-mindedness. If it was really as easy as he said, the Dan prescription wouldn't be so precious. Ordinary people wouldn't have the heart to take such prescriptions out. Take a look at it yourself. Veblen took out a leather scroll from his space ring and threw it to Wang Teng. This Xuanyang soul restoring pill isn't easy to refine. You might not succeed even if you're a Grand Master alchemist. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He read the content of the scroll carefully. A frown slowly appeared on his face as the astonishment in his heart grew stronger. Impressive. Complicated. This Xuanyang soul-restoring pill was amazing yet complex. It was many times more tedious to make than the 9-essence soul congealing pill. No wonder, he said, that even a Grand Master alchemist might not be able to refine it. What do you think? Do you have the confidence? Veblen asked. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.